ask a series of open questions, be very, very curious, and bond and effectively form community. And to the extent possible, we really want to rewrite effectively the operating system or the playbook for how industry effectively advances to be quicker, faster, cheaper, and much more directed towards effectively what society really wants and what society really needs. And so, from a content perspective, what we're really focused on today is it's really the scientific exploration of human potential. You're going to see themes effectively around longevity. Our next speaker, who effectively is joining us, is a world champion, Olympic medalist, really renowned athlete who is focused on performance enhancement and really sort of pushing scientific frontiers. You're going to hear talks effectively around intelligence, mapping the brain, understanding cognition, and probably a few things focused on what it looks prospectively to be an emerging step change in neuroscience. You're going to hear clinical perspectives effectively from doctors. You're going to see people very much at the bleeding edge of artificial intelligence and how we can decode biology, how we can work to curing human disease, how we can effectively enhance functional outcomes for broader society and a lot of people. One thing I'd probably also like to share is why DeSci. The philosophy around decentralized science is to create open science for everyone that edges towards a permissionless ecosystem that creates an equal degree of opportunity for scientists across the world, not to be restricted by the movement of capital, effectively the limitation of opportunity, and to really be able to foster degrees of collaboration and orchestration, where we are moving from a world of what was effectively in the 20th century exceptional individualism. Just the strong-minded founder being able to move something forward, where we have an ability to work in broader collectives across the world to be able to help solve some of humanity's biggest issues. And so with that, what I'll probably like to do is I'd like to sort of bridge into our first session now, which is with James Magnuson. I think James is online. We're ready to switch over. Yeah. And so maybe just as a brief introduction. So James is a world champion swimmer in the 50 meters freestyle. He is known affectionately within the athlete community as the missile, which is very quick. How are you, James?
I'm very well. Thank you for that intro.
It's a shame we couldn't have you here, but you're also a intimidating presence. I don't want to sort of like be looking up to you the entire time. But we're really grateful for you sharing your time with us today. And this is such a courageous undertaking that you're doing. You stepped out to be the first enhanced athlete, and you have a really decorated pedigree within professional sports. And the big question really is like, why'd you do this? You have nothing to prove, right? And so like, why risk it all and deal with like some of the vitriol that effectively comes out of the media, and does this like taint your legacy as like one of Australia's sort of like top athletes?
Yeah, so I first heard about enhanced games probably 2 years
sorry, James,
ago.
can we just one moment? It seems that the audio isn't coming through clearly. The audio's apologies. Sorry about that, James.
All good?
Yeah, just a little bit louder. Could you say something?
Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Still needs to be louder. It's up there. It's coming. All right.
We're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry
So
about that.
as you said, I first heard about the enhanced games. I work in the media here in Australia, and I'd been retired from professional swimming for 5 or 6 years, and the concept intrigued me. I think friendship groups around the world have had conversations about, imagine the Olympics, but they could use performance enhancing drugs, or what is the true potential of human performance, or the human body. How fast can we swim, run, jump? They're all questions that I'd had internally throughout my life. The enhanced games came about because I went on a podcast in Australia, and I spoke on the podcast and I said, how about this? For $1 million, I'll join the enhanced games and have a crack at breaking the world record in the 50 freestyle. Keep in mind, I've been retired for 6 years at this time. I woke up the next morning, and Aaron D'Souza had come out publicly and said, you know what, we'll offer that $1 million and we want you to be the first enhanced athlete in history. So that was a pretty crazy set of circumstances, but it was a real sliding doors moment for me. I had to make a quick decision based off my own moral code, based off advice from friends and family, and based off my own judgment in a way, I guess, of what is the opportunity here? What is the industry? Who are the people behind these games? And what would this mean for me in terms of career, in terms of opportunities? And what could this look like from a medical and health perspective? So I chatted with the necessary people at the enhanced games. I got to meet some of the people on the medical board. I got to meet some of the investors and some of the people behind the games. And I made a pretty quick decision that this was an amazing opportunity. It was a space that I was very curious about. And to be a pioneer in this space and to be the first enhanced athlete, I think is an amazing opportunity and something that I'm very honored to be a part of.
Well, I mean, it's a really courageous step, and I think honestly, on behalf of a lot of people that have asked that question, like, what if you juice these guys up and just like let them go, like, it's such a blessing that you've been able to do this, but just a lot of people have shown that degree of intrigue. You mentioned something before. You had to make this quick decision about like talking about your moral code and all this, but what did you understand about PEDs at that point in time, and like, how did you also like evaluate where your moral compass sat with like competing in the games?
Yeah, so I think as an athlete, as a mature age athlete, you become very aware of the use of PEDs in sport, in clean sport. We're very aware as athletes that there are certain countries, organizations, individual athletes who are using performance-enhancing drugs and who have been using performance-enhancing drugs essentially since their inception. So it's not exactly a level playing field out there currently. For me, I was able to mentally separate my two careers. I've been to multiple Olympics. I've been to multiple world championships. I've been retired for 6 years. And realistically, without the use of performance-enhancing drugs, there was probably not an opportunity for me to get back into the physical peak shape that I need to be in to take on a project like this. So I was, I guess the first thing in terms of a moral code, I separated the two careers, but I separated in my mind, I'm no longer competing with clean or natural athletes. I'm not comparing myself to them. I'm not racing them. This is a new organization. This is a new set of rules. This is a new set of guidelines. And as I started to speak to some of the people involved, the team, I started to understand the lengths that they were going to make sure this was done safely and properly, and that I was going to have more support on this project than I'd ever had previously during my sporting career as a professional swimmer.
That's a really interesting point. So I saw the head medical director the other day, Professor Guido Pellas, who's a world-renowned cardiologist, and has worked with like FIFA and a variety of other things. And he sort of mentioned about the surprise that you had at the degree of medical support. Could you just share with everyone just how that medical sort of commission has come together, and the caliber of scientists that you're sort of sitting around the organization itself?
Yeah, it's an amazing team. Before I was able to do anything in the way of training, competing, undergoing the medical protocol, I actually had to undergo a full medical screening of the life that I'd never experienced before. Heart scans, ECGs, stress tests, scans on all my vital organs and their function, MRIs and X-rays on every joint in my body. And I basically needed a full bill of health, a clear bill of health, before I was even considered to be able to start training and start this medical protocol. And at first, I was actually really nervous. The reason being, I was 34 years old, but I had never undertaken a medical screening like this in my entire professional career. I started swimming professionally for Australia, started representing my country at 18 years of age. I had no idea whether I had any underlying health conditions, whether my heart had any irregularities or I had a murmur. I had no idea about my liver function, kidney function, my hormone levels, what state or condition my joints were in as a result of a rigorous sporting career. So it was amazing to see that the enhanced games, which were copping so much flack and backlash in the media, were going above and beyond. They cared more about my health, and they cared more about my longevity than any sporting organization that I've been in the past. And so that was a very comforting thing as a starting point between myself and the enhanced games. And thankfully, I had a fully clear bill of health and was able to progress from there.
It's extremely intriguing, and also we have a lot of people that work in sort of the biomedical research sector here, science, venture capital, etc. The depth and rigor, the medical analysis they've undertaken is like something that everyone sees as being really beneficial. But taking a step back, could you just tell everyone a little bit more about Enhanced? What's the core philosophy? How many people are effectively signed up? We see a number of people that sort of know something about it, and it also is a really foreign idea to a lot of people. So could you just help dispel that a little bit?
Yeah, so essentially the first enhanced games, the enhanced games will be the first Olympic-style event where athletes will be able to use performance-enhancing drugs to assist their performance. There will be swimming, running, and weightlifting. Three of the sports which I believe are probably the best exhibits of strength, power, endurance, those really primal traits that sport can bring out. We will be competing in Las Vegas next year in May on Memorial Day weekend. There are a lot of athletes signed up, some really big name athletes, some that I can't speak of yet because they haven't been announced, but we essentially have a full field of athletes. From the swimming side, we've got, for example, Ben Proud, who just came second at the World Championships this year. From athletics, we've got Fred Curley, who was a world champion in 100 meters on the track. So we have the biggest names, the fastest athletes, and with the support team we've got, I believe this will be one of the most exciting sporting events that the world has ever seen. And the goal of us as the athletes at Enhanced Games is to surpass the current world records set by quote-unquote natural athletes. So we're going out there to become the fastest humans in history.
And maybe you might want to share, has that happened yet?
It actually has already happened. So we had a swimmer, Christian Golomid, who broke the 50-meter freestyle world record. So he is currently the fastest swimmer in history. He underwent a medical protocol for only a couple of months, and he came straight off the back of the Paris Olympics, trained enhanced. Within a couple of months of running through a medical protocol with our team and our doctors, he became the fastest swimmer in history. So that is the sort of results you can expect to see at these games.
That's just the beginning of things.
That's the start. That's the entry.
And you had a
viral moment
last year.
Yes.
Because you swam also,
and so you undertook this crazy body transformation. But I thought it'd be cool. I mean, have some media with you, like something that you might be able to share a video, and so people can just understand like. Maybe the transformation you went through to actually go and compete. If you could just share something about that journey, and just also like from sort of a physiological perspective, like weight, height, what you saw in terms of like your heart data and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So basically, the pictures that went viral worldwide were the back end of my enhancement or protocol. Right now, sitting here, I don't know, you can't really see me at the moment, but I'm sitting here today at 6'5" and about 215 pounds, or in our system here in Australia, I'm 97 kilos. During my enhancements, I was same 6'5", but 114 kilos or 250 pounds at about 7% body fat. If I can share, I'm not the most technologically advanced person, but I can share through my phone basically the pictures that went viral. So essentially, this was me at my biggest at 114 kilos and 7% body fat. Those pictures went viral around the world. It was on like every talk show, every news bulletin, in every newspaper. It was crazy. And what we learned through my experience with enhancements was these things need to be individualized. Every physiology, every different set of genetics will respond differently to enhancement protocols. And I think there is probably something innate with athletes who are predisposed to those explosive power-based events like sprinting and swimming, are also predisposed to I guess getting the most out of enhancements. So I noticed within 2 weeks of being on a protocol with doctor supervision, weekly checkups, bloods, ECGs, everything. Within 2 weeks, I put on 10 pounds of muscle, which is unheard of. I mean, that can take the average person years, multiple years, particularly at my level where I'm already at what would be considered the peak of my natural ability because of the background, the career that I've had in swimming. So I saw this huge uptick in strength, in power. I was squatting over 200 kilos for reps. I was bench pressing with 65 kilo dumbbells. Like, my strength and power just went through the roof. And I absolutely loved it. I felt like
and your performance in the pool. I mean, it's an extraordinary thing to feel super strong. You know, you're like, you feel 10 foot tall and bulletproof, and everyone around. But I mean, what lessons did you learn? And the other thing I might want to ask is like, in terms of like forthcoming protocols in that protocol, you know. Are you allowed to use the gills? What can you effectively take? Like, how do you gain insights on right level of substance, how these things sort of interact with each other? And like how do the medical team guide that?
Yeah, so essentially we'll sit down with the medical team at the start of the preparation for the games, a training camp which will start in the next sort of month or so, and we'll look at what are our goals in the water, what are our goals in terms of physique, mobility, stress levels, recovery, sleep. We'll look at all our metrics and we'll measure all of those, and then we'll sit down and understand where are the gaps in performance, what will work best with that athlete's physique, genetics, athletic background, and tailor each person's individual protocols based off those factors. Now, for me, I've got a little bit of a head start because I know how my body reacts to some of these substances, and it really enjoys them and really responds quickly. So for me, it'll be more about smaller doses, potentially different substances, and different focuses for my training. I went pretty heavy on strength and power and explosivity in my last preparation. This time I'm going to focus a little bit more on buoyancy, maybe as a starting point, but then also endurance. I'm going to work really hard on my VO2 max and look at some different metrics. Some really interesting data that we got out of my first protocol, because I was being measured and tracked so carefully throughout the process. My resting heart rate was 28 beats per minute, which is kind of unheard of. I don't know if it's a world record, but if it's not, it has to be close. For any of those fitness nerds out there who track these things, my heart rate variability was regularly up around 200. My sleep, I was getting up to 12 hours sleep a night, 4+ hours of regenerative sleep a night. My recoveries were just amazing after every session. I was able to stack session on session through biometrics and all of the data we have. You can get a general biological age for the athlete. My actual age is 34. My biological age was 23 and a half. So I de-aged as I went through the process, which was, kind of crazy for me. And I was at a point in my life anyway, in my mid-30s, where I was starting to think about these things. What does human optimization look like for me? As I start to lower in testosterone and feel reduced energy and libido and those kinds of things as I get older, how can I optimize my body to live life to the fullest? For me, it's not necessarily about length of life or how old can I live to, but how can I really make the most out of my life and really have a high level of vitality. So in all of those metrics, it was super successful and really exciting.
That's some pretty extraordinary insights. And I think what's going to be cool is that now the enhanced games will sort of like them en masse. Just probably two more questions. One is really about broader public purpose and like the contributions to population health and all of that. Do you see the athletes effectively being test subjects that you're going to like debunk a whole lot of mystery and misunderstanding around these substances, and like what do you see as being the prospective benefits of just like ordinary Joes like me and a variety of others, where I'm starting to feel the effects of age now. My back is aching standing here. What is the greater benefit of you going through this?
I see the enhanced games as a really important movement to break down some of the stigma and the preconceived ideas around this industry. Here in Australia, particularly, we're very conservative. We're very late to adopt new medical procedures or products. And the word steroids is just linked with like athletes from the 1980s who were doing things in the dark, in the shadows, taking the wrong substances, overusing substances. And I really believe it's not the use of these substances or products, it's the misuse over a long period of time that have created these stigmas. For us, we don't have to hide anything. We're not trying to beat the system. We're not trying to cheat. We're not doing these things in the shadows. We have large medical teams around us of some of the best professionals in the world who have studied and understand these substances. And we, as the athletes, are going to be able to break down that stigma by speaking to the public, speaking to the fans, speaking to the media about what we're taking, about dosages, about how it's affecting our bodies. And, like the data I got, if we can show that we are reducing biological age, we're decreasing stress on the heart, we're improving our sleep, we're improving our recovery, suddenly people may start to look at some of the things that are available out there through a different lens. And I think things always start in sport, right? Like if you look at cars, Formula One is the lead, and they are developing new products, new engine parts, and then it slowly trickles down into your average car that the public can buy. I see this in a similar vein. Things are going to start with the enhanced games, and then they're going to trickle down into the general public. And I'm really excited for that because, I look at my own dad who is in his late 60s, and I think, wow, imagine if he had the ability to be monitored by doctors and understand his own health and maybe live a more energetic, vital life than he has had available to him up until now.
And maybe just one point to expand upon that. Can you share anything about the clinical study that you're part of?
Yeah, so basically all of the athletes that are competing will be training together, will be working through with the doctors on basically trialing these products and releasing results for the public to understand. So, I will be a part of that. I have been a part of one protocol already, but I think this is the first step for us in showing the efficacy and the safety of these products when used properly under doctor supervision and individualized for each person. That's one of the things I'm actually most excited about with this whole project is we are really pioneering this new space, and the effects that that's going to have ongoing throughout history, it's really humbling.
I mean, it's really extraordinary to see. And just for the people in the audience, that is going to be a clinical study with a control group, and James and the rest of the athletes will have a series of progressive follow-ups over the years. So, I mean, that's truly a real contribution to science. Just one last thing. We're just running a little bit over time. The games. Can you tell us about them? When are they happening? And what people should effectively look out for in the coming months over the media, and how can they actually tune in and watch and support you?
Yeah, so the games will be next year, May 2026, Memorial Day long weekend in Las Vegas. It's going to be a really different concept to what you've seen before. Think athletics, weightlifting and swimming, all running concurrently, one event after the other. No big boring gaps, no big boring long medal ceremonies or national anthems. It's going to be really punchy, really exciting. You're going to see a lot of world records. We're going to be filming a lot of content over the next 5 to 6 months as a team, which you'll be able to find on different platforms and streaming services over the coming months. And then I think if you just go online, follow the enhanced games, start to see who some of the athletes are, some of which are being announced as we speak. Get excited for May next year.
I think we're all super excited. This is going to address a long sort of long-standing dinner table conversation that I've had with a series of my friends. Thank you for being able to address that. Thank you for your time today. I mean, it's been incredibly insightful. People have loved effectively hearing from you, and good luck, the best of luck in competition, in the training to get there, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you for having me. I wish I could have been there in Abu Dhabi with everyone, but I'll be back in that part of the world soon.
We'll see you then. Thanks, James.
Okay, amazing. We're starting to fill up. Really nice to see everyone. I'm Ella. I will be your MC for the day, sort of guiding things along. Next up, we have a talk from Sebastian Brunemeyer, and then we will have Paul speaking, and then we'll break into a coffee break. So yeah, get ready. Here's Sebastian.
Hello. All right, great. This is a very loud mic. Okay, so thanks everybody for coming. This is a beautiful hospital, probably the most beautiful design I've ever seen. And it was a cool talk from James Magnuson. We're proud to be investors, our fund in Enhanced Games, so looking forward to seeing some of you guys there next year. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys about longevity biotech, or long bio, and give you an overview of DeSci and how we can bring these sectors to the UAE. So in this talk, I'll discuss my own background and our fund, Long Game Ventures, how the pharmaceutical industry broke medical innovation globally, overview of DeSci and long bio, why the future of pharma is long bio, and how do we bring more biotech and so-called elite human capital to the UAE. So my own background, who am I? Sebastian Brunemeyer. I ask myself this question every day in the mirror, who am I? The purpose of this talk, I'm a scientist by training, longevity scientist. I've done hardcore biochemistry research at these various institutions, transitioned into biotech and venture capital some years after that. We ended up putting a couple drugs in the clinic. We raised a lot of money, and we're deploying capital now in longevity biotech and regenerative medicine. So I've been hanging around the DeSci space since the early days. I've been an advisor to these organizations you see here, and you'll hear more about these later today. If you want to know more about what I do, you can check out some of these talks on YouTube, where I go into depth on longevity biotech. Okay, a bit about our fund, Long Game Ventures. We focus on longevity biotech and regenerative medicine. We invest primarily in therapeutics that have the potential to extend human lifespan by over 10 years. You can see some of our portfolio companies here, including the Enhanced Games not shown. And two of our portfolio company founders are here at the conference today, Harasite and Oshin Bio. The formatting's a little messed up, sorry about that. If you want to know more about the long bio field, some colleagues and I put out this report earlier this year about the top 50 companies in long bio, and we have in-depth profiles about them. Okay, so kind of zooming out, I prioritize health above wealth. So Warren Buffett, presumably richer than most of us in the room, said I would give up all of my money to be young again in a heartbeat. So this baby shown here, or really any baby is better off than the Warren Buffett that society so celebrates. And when you're really sick, the money won't bail you out, sadly. So currently, no amount of money can meaningfully extend lifespan once you have one of these terminal age-related diseases. And we need to invest in innovation now because there's a long lead time. It takes 10, 20 years from the science to get to the bedside in the clinic today, although we're working on mechanisms to speed that up. So as you're probably aware, aging drives 90% of the disease burden, particularly in the West today, cardiovascular disease, cancer, dementia, etc. The good news, though, is that we can slow the aging process. There's a new field called geroscience. There are hundreds of labs all over the world developing new medicines that slow the aging process. So here's an example. These are mice that are the same age. One was treated with a longevity drug, and the other was not. And the one that was not treated, you can see, has arthritis, thinning fur, hunchback, cataracts. And this is not a one-off case. We have hundreds of examples of different types of interventions that slow the aging process. So this has become pretty urgent, the need to slow aging, because of the silver tsunami, this global demographic aging crisis. So no government has a credible plan to deal with this, and this is 100% guaranteed to occur. It's baked into the cake. You might worry about climate change or global war, things like this, but those are not 100% guaranteed to happen in the way that demographic aging is. So you can see here in the year 2010, the countries in red are those where over 20% of the population is older than age 65, retirement age. So it's Western Europe and Japan. But if you fast forward to the year 2050, it's basically the entire developed world is in this aged state. And this has never been seen before. And government budgets are basically built on a Ponzi scheme where you have more young people coming in to support the burden of the old in terms of healthcare and pension costs. So this is a ticking time bomb. So some good news is biological immortality has existed for almost 3 billion years on this planet. There was a Nobel Prize awarded to Shinya Yamanaka and John Gurdon some years ago for a technology called iPSC, induced pluripotent stem cell technology. You take skin cells of basically any age, 100-year-old person cells, you can turn them into day zero embryonic stem cells. So we can reset the biological age of these cells. And if you can reset the biological age in a cell, humans are just agglomerations of cells, and therefore we should be able to rejuvenate the whole organism. It's just an engineering challenge, although it's a very difficult one. So we've known about this for a long time. It's called germline immortality. The great developmental biologist August Weismann talked about this, and it's illustrated by the fact that people of any age, say maybe in your 30s, will have children that are always brand new, always day zero. How does that work? And actually, the sperm and egg cells and their progenitors in your body were inherited from your parents' body. It was in their sperm and egg, and their parents before them, and their parents. So you can actually trace this immortal lineage all the way back to the dawn of life on this planet. So here's actually an image of these cells, these immortal germ cells. Here's another shot, sometimes called the God cell, the totipotent pluripotent stem cell, embryonic stem cell. And as I said, if you can rejuvenate cells, you should be able to rejuvenate the whole organism. All right, so geroscience is a new paradigm of research, and long bio will be the future of pharma. So you may be aware, especially doctors in the room, that there's an exponentially increasing risk of disease, age-related disease, such that even if we cured cancer, all types of cancer tomorrow were cured, on a population level, it would only extend healthy lifespan by 2 or 3 years before something else would get you, like heart disease. And so really the only way we can extend population lifespan is to slow the aging process itself. All right, so traditional pharma gives you some extra years generally at the end of life. They're not high quality years. 90% of medical costs are in the last couple of years of a patient's life. What we're aiming to do in the long bio field is simply add healthy years. And this is really good for the economy because people can work for longer and they drain the healthcare system coffers less. I liken the geroscience or long bio medical revolution to the dawn of antibiotics. At the turn of the 20th century, the #1 killer was bacterial infectious disease. And if you were to approach doctors or scientists and say, hey, you know the disease that's killing everybody right now, bacterial infection? Well, that's not going to be killing most people in just a couple decades. We're going to have these magic bullet pills, antibiotics. Nobody would have believed you if you had told them that at the time. And similarly, I think we are about to bring aging under medical control, to use the phrase of Aubrey de Grey, who sort of pioneered the field. And this progress of late is thanks to the research efforts of many scientists for half a century, understanding the molecular biology and biochemistry of aging. So you can see sort of a simplified diagram of some of the processes that are going on: DNA damage, nutrient sensing, senescence, epigenetics, etc. Some more good news is that there are now, this is out of date, over 100 interventions that extend lifespan in mice and across species: yeast, worms, flies, fish, mice, at the genetic level and the pharmacological level. So we know it can be done through a lot of different mechanisms. So the science is in. We also show the quantum of lifespan extension by some of my favorite interventions shown here, and we have invested in a bunch of companies targeting these mechanisms. So one of the reasons why long bio as an investor is more attractive than traditional pharma is because the market has not realized that the success rate, the clinical trial success rate of long bio drugs is going to be higher than traditional pharma. And this is because we rely less on these contrived, fake animal models of disease that the industry focuses on. For example, Alzheimer's disease in mice, what we do is we take a mouse, genetically engineer it so it expresses a whole lot of a protein called amyloid beta, and it destroys the brain. And we say, oh, look, that's kind of like Alzheimer's in humans. We can cure the disease in the mice, but in humans, it doesn't work. And this applies across all different diseases, cancer, cardiovascular disease. The industry and academics are happy to focus on these contrived fake animal models of disease. What we do in the long bio space is we actually give these drugs to normally aging, not genetically engineered, not contrived animals. And if we can extend their lifespan, increase their robustness, their physical function, their cognitive function, and they're younger in every way that we check, that is much more realistic to the human case. And it's much more likely to work for many different age-related diseases, not just one. And you can label expand. So one of the examples of one of the mechanisms that we use to slow aging is cellular senescence, ablating senescent cells, these zombie cells that accumulate. With age, we can actually delete them and it extends lifespan. I showed you this graphic. This is from a small molecule approach. Another cool one is heterochronic parabiosis. This is kind of an interesting vampire type one where you surgically link the circulatory systems of a young and an old mouse so that they share blood. And the young mouse gets older and the old mouse gets younger. And before you start trying to bribe your younger cousin for their young blood, realize that we're developing drugs that mimic these effects. Plasmapheresis is based in large part upon this work. So another cool drug in the space called rapamycin. This was covered in Bloomberg pretty recently. Does a real anti-aging pill already exist? This incredible story of how the drug was discovered in Rapa Nui in Easter Island, and the heroic chemist Raghav Sahgal, who working at a pharma in Canada was instructed by his superiors to destroy the soil sample that they got this drug from. But he said, you know what, there's something special about this molecule. So he stashed it in his freezer for years. And it later was developed separately and later became an FDA-approved drug that's instrumental in organ transplant. It suppresses the immune attack on a donor organ and other applications. And it is the best studied longevity drug today. So we can see significant lifespan extension in studies performed by the US government at the NIH. So zooming out, giving you an overview of the long bio ecosystem, my colleague Nathan Chang, the invincible Nathan Chang, keeps a list of all of the long bio companies and investors and clinical trials on longevityList.com. Check it out. He's seeing an exponential increase in the number of companies referring to themselves as long bio companies. You can see the database here. He keeps track of investors and trials and companies. Here are just a few of the investors in the space, and more coming in every day. This I call my social proof slide. So these are the smart cookies who are currently investing in the space, from billionaires to famous VCs. People you in the audience will know: Peter Thiel, Balaji, Vitalik, Brian Armstrong, etc. Marty Chavez, Goldman Sachs CFO, is an investor in a company I co-founded. Stanley Druckenmiller as well. Scott Bessent, who's now the Treasury Secretary of the US government, actually invested in the company I co-founded. So really smart people are investing in long bio. So I'm pretty optimistic about the near future. Here's a snapshot of a couple companies in the space. This is by far not a complete list. Some of them went public. So here's a little bit of a timeline. So you can see in 2013, Google launched a company called Calico with $3 billion, a partnership with AbbVie. The CEO is the legendary Genentech CEO, one of the biggest, most successful biotech companies in history. We launched Apollo Ventures in Cambrian around that time. We've accumulated about $500 million in capital. Altos Labs launched with $3 billion. This was the largest seed financing in history at the time. Now it's been surpassed by some bubblicious AI companies. They have Shinya Yamanaka, the Nobel laureate of Japan, backed by very prominent groups. Evolution, we'll talk about in a minute, was launched by Saudi Arabia, $1 billion a year to deploy into the lung biospace. Not to be outdone, ARPA-H, the US government, created a government program to deploy $2 billion a year target into advanced breakthrough sort of moonshot biotech. And then BioAge has IPO'd with the most blue chip of biotech VCs and a partnership with Novartis. So these are just a few of the events in recent years. So I mentioned Evolution. They do a cool conference every year in Saudi. They're aiming to deploy $1 billion a year, hired a bunch of prominent longevity scientists, including some colleagues of mine from Apollo and Cambrian. So what I would propose humbly to the UAE government is to not be outdone by the Saudis and deploy $2 billion a year into longevity. I think we have the raw ingredients necessary. So give you a very brief overview of biopharma, just because we're short on time. I'll whip through these slides. This is what I call a wiring diagram of the industry, how it all connects together. We can zoom in. So all the money comes from the public. It goes through taxes to government funding entities, universities, biotech startups, and then VCs fund these companies and spin them out. And then we get our capital also from private LPs, and public markets invest in biotechs and pharmas. The data goes to CROs, it goes to payers, insurance companies, and ultimately doctors who prescribe. So to quote Jürgen Drews, head of R&D at Roche, one of the most sophisticated big pharmas, biotech is taking up what pharma is neglecting, carrying out future-directed research, attacking the root causes of disease. I would argue there's nothing more at the root cause of disease than aging itself. And David Baltimore, president of Caltech and Nobel laureate, said regarding the biotech revolution in the 90s, pharma was asleep at the wheel, unable to appreciate molecular biology and unable to take advantage. And this gave rise to companies like Genentech. So some more bad news. Pharma is getting exponentially worse at their job. So their R&D efficiency is declining. There is a term coined by Jack Scannell, who is an advisor to Bio and to Healthspan Capital. He pointed out that we have an exponential decline. It's the inverse of Moore's law. And how is this possible? Because all of the input tools, all of the omics tools and drug discovery tools are getting exponentially better. How are we getting so much worse? Or how is pharma getting so much worse? There's some more data showing that their rate of return is lower than their cost of capital. So for every dollar that pharma spends on internal R&D, they're actually burning that money. This is a little spicy. The idea that big pharma intentionally or unintentionally has restructured the pharmaceutical industry to suppress competition. And basically every big incumbent industry does this. Economists call this erecting barriers to entry to competition. So you make it very complex to comply with thousands of pages of regulations, make clinical trials very expensive so only pharma can afford them, make it extremely illegal for doctors to deviate from the government-determined standard of care so they can't do clinical research very easily. Biotech companies have to rely on a small number of VCs or pharma to afford these late-stage trials. The manufacturing and marketing are extremely expensive as well. And the biggest problem is that pharma, FDA, and the government hold the same religious groupthink dogmas, like the amyloid hypothesis that I just mentioned. So another issue is that the NIH budget is falling in inflation-adjusted terms. This is the #1 funder of biomedical research globally. And research ideas that are getting funded are less and less original, more incremental. So some data from Andrew Lowe's group showing that in the year 2000, the best-selling 30 drugs, only 13% of them came from academia and biotech versus big pharma. You fast forward to 2018, the best-selling drugs, 80% were from small biotechs and academia. That's good for VCs and not so good for pharma. Check out Andrew Lowe's work at MIT for more info on this. All right, so speeding through DeSci, you'll hear a lot about this today. Victor Hugo said there's no force more powerful than an idea whose time has come, and that's DeSci. So the case study is Bitcoin. People ridiculed Bitcoin. Now we have Larry Fink, the largest asset manager in the world at BlackRock, sort of bending the knee to Bitcoin. Their largest ETF is Bitcoin. So it went from 0 to 100,000 in about 15 years. 600 million people hold Bitcoin. It is effectively digital gold. It is the closest thing we have to the perfect form of money yet. And it will probably, or something like Bitcoin, will eventually become the global reserve asset. You can see in comparison to, it's worth about $1 trillion or so, comparison to the other largest assets today. So our shadow emperor, Peter Thiel, who I'm actually a big fan of, said the crypto revolution is as important as the internet itself. So what if all capital markets move on-chain, we tokenize all assets, including biotech equity and IP? Okay, the formatting somehow is messed up. I sent a PDF, but it's, you never know. Just imagine that there's a whole lot of different companies and organizations in the DeSci space. And the next slide too. So there are different layers of execution. Somebody else will talk about that later. All right, so we have VitaDAO. Pfizer Ventures, the big pharma, Pfizer led the last financing round. It's backed by, or supported by Bob Nelson, one of the biggest VCs in America at Arch Ventures, Balaji of the network state, Vitalik, inventor of Ethereum, et cetera. And this is a very cool DAO focused on longevity. But there are more DAOs. These are sort of almost like venture funds on the blockchain, targeting all kinds of neglected or underappreciated scientific areas you'll hear more about. So the DeSci future looks like this. Capital markets go on chain. Investors fund early stage research. You can fractionally trade shares in IP. Technologies are liquidly traded, faster company formation, biotech equities, and deep tech in general are tokenized. This bridges the valley of death of venture capital. And most importantly, you let 1,000 flowers bloom in terms of ideas. A diversity of ideas get funded rather than just the Kool-Aid and groupthink. So I think this will be as monumental historically as the dawn of the stock market itself, as we saw in 1602 Amsterdam. All right, the last chapter is on healthcare sovereignty for the UAE, and I'll go pretty quickly here. So the whole world relies on the US and the FDA. This is a huge bottleneck. They only approve about 50 new drugs a year. The next generation of drugs are going to be gene and cell therapies, not small molecules and simple biologics. These are extremely powerful. Many are potentially curative, but they don't really ship well. You want to produce them locally, and a lot need to be individualized to the patient. In times of global trade chaos, it's critical to control your supply chain. So Mubadala Bio is a new organization created by the Sovereign Wealth Fund to do manufacturing, and we have M42 doing hospital infrastructure. But in UAE, we're still missing that early stage biotech ecosystem, the R&D and drug discovery. So it would be very cool if we brought biotech and pharma R&D to the UAE. It's a very high margin export business. So Switzerland, 40% of their exports are pharmaceuticals. And the coolest thing is we could make therapies available sooner in the UAE than anywhere else in the world. Imagine how interesting that would be if people from all over the world were flying here to get the drugs first. It's already a huge hub for medical tourism, and so we should double down on that. And one investment structure you could do is you invest in the equity of these companies. You also buy warrants, which give you the option to purchase more stock at a later date. You perform a clinical trial here in UAE. If the data look good, you exercise the warrants to buy more of the stock. And after a phase 1B study in a small number of patients, you do what Japan does, and you allow commercial marketing with post-marketing surveillance trials. So it becomes available so much sooner than the 10-year period we normally wait. I mentioned Japan. Japan has done this in the stem cell space. They're deploying over $1 billion a year after their Nobel Prize in the stem cell area. So it would be very cool to offer therapies not yet available elsewhere in the world. We create a conditional approval system like Japan has, and actually some states in the United States are doing right to try legislation. So under certain conditions, you can get access to drugs that are still in clinical development. You don't have to wait 10 years for them to be available. And we can also do private market regulators rather than a single government bottleneck. And this is an important concept. There's this invisible graveyard. So let's say there's a drug that saves 100,000 people per year, and it takes FDA 10 years to get it approved. Well, that's 1 million people who died waiting for a drug to get approved. So a lot of these patients simply can't wait. They don't have time. So there's a new organization I'm working with called Eden Longevity that is aiming to be a conduit to bring access to these therapies sooner. All right, final chapter, super quickly. Elite human capital. What determines the success of nations and companies, as McKinsey pointed out, is the quality of the people you have working there. And there are some interesting, perhaps spicy frontier biotechnologies, some of which we've invested in, you'll hear more about today, that I think will dramatically increase the quality of human capital. Embryo selection is one, IVF, you'll hear about that shortly. Genius cloning, not talked about a lot, but this is an inevitability. And human genetic germline engineering is also coming. And so with these technologies, we could eliminate all genetic diseases very quickly. We could boost IQ by about 5 points per generation. And eventually with genetic engineering, we could cure most diseases. So you'll hear from Professor Jonathan Anomaly, his company Herosite, which we're happily investors in, doing IVF embryo selection, polygenic scoring. It's been supported by Elon Musk. Peter Thiel has also invested in the space. It's very hot in Silicon Valley right now. They were profiled by CBS News just a couple of weeks ago on selecting for IQ, and you can do many other traits as well. Here's a chart of national IQ versus GDP per capita. It's a pretty strong correlation. There's a book you should read called Hive Mind, Why Your Nation's IQ Matters So Much More Than Your Own. And with respect to cloning geniuses, we've found throughout history that geniuses are responsible for most of the major breakthroughs throughout history. Most of us normies don't really move the needle. It's all about the geniuses. And if you had 1,000 copies of von Neumann, it doesn't matter which country that is, that country will soon become the most advanced in the world. And of course, we have Donald Trump, the president, the greatest president of all time, tremendous. A lot of people say he's a genius. A lot of people say it. And I heard that he's going to buy the Cleveland Clinic. He's going to call it Trump Clinic. We're going to put a beautiful, beautiful golf course right in front. It's going to be a big, beautiful golf course, believe me. So anyway, we'll have to figure out who we clone, all right? But I would suggest some of these scientists first. All right, so there's a normal distribution of IQ. It's really the true elite. There's a power law distribution who actually make any significant contribution. So genius cloning is inevitable. I think by 2050, the biggest national security issue is not going to be AI. It's going to be the genius baby gap. You've heard of the Soviet missile gap. Well, we're going to have a genius baby gap, and China is almost definitely working on this already. So in conclusion, if the 20th century was a century of physics, the 21st will be the century of biology, according to Craig Venter, who sequenced the human genome. Steve Jobs, you've heard of, said, the biggest innovations of the 21st century will be at the intersection of biology and technology. And so thank you everybody for listening. If you want to get in touch with me, add me on LinkedIn. If you want to invest in our fund, send me an email. I just moved to the UAE in winters, so I don't know a lot of people here, so I'm keen to connect if you want to hang out and learn more about what we do. So yeah, I for one feel very fortunate to be in the long bio space. I think it's the coolest area of biomedical science. Hopefully I've convinced you of that. And yeah, thank you again for listening and looking forward to the conference.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. So I think this is maybe our 8th or 9th DeSci conference that we've done as Molecule and Bio, who are sort of the host and the organizers of this conference. And Paul is the father of Molecule and Bio. He founded both of them, initially Molecule, which is focused around creating liquid markets for intellectual property, specifically scientific intellectual property. And then Bio was born, and it grew, and it sort of got its own legs, sort of creating these on-chain markets. So we would be remiss not to have Paul on stage to talk about what we do. So welcome, Paul.
Thank you so much. Do the slides start automatically, or? Okay. Cool. Good morning, everyone. thank you so much for coming, and a huge thank you to the Cleveland Clinic and the UAE for hosting us here. We actually hosted a really amazing summit in as well in Dubai in April at the Museum of the Future. So it's really, really good to be back. The community here of builders, of shapers, of scientists is really incredible. A quick question to start off. Who is kind of coming here and learning and hearing about DeSci for the first time? Okay, woo! Welcome everyone. So this is good. So just as Sebastian did, I'm also going to lay down some of the basics of decentralized science, what the movement is about, and kind of the different components and things that are being developed. Okay, cool. Here we go. So the title of my talk is Permissionless Science. Maybe a little bit of background about me. I actually spent the early parts of my career, or essentially teenage years, in various online biohacking communities that were very permissionless by design. So diabetes communities, nootropics, longevity. And then from there, during university, got into biotech stock trading, which was a very, very different experience. And then went like much more closed. And then eventually I found my way into crypto. I think there's a really, really beautiful synergy that is emerging kind of at the intersection of artificial intelligence, crypto, and biotech. Three very, very kind of big areas and also buzzwords kind of converging together. But we're seeing glimpses of what we really think permissionless or self-sovereign science could look like. So to start off, so science has really been kind of the engine of progress in our civilization. But the engine has actually been stalling. So we had these huge NIH funding cuts in the US this year and last year that have really stalled progress on the academic level. Many academic labs that we work with had their funding cut. In addition, there's actually an emerging amount of evidence that papers and patents are becoming less and less disruptive over time. There's a funny statistic that 2 out of 3 scientists would kind of completely switch their area of focus, like for funding. And so we looked at Ehrum's law earlier. Like, while we have so much technological progress happening every day, actually the amount of diversity of treatments that are coming to market and kind of the amount of new innovative papers have been declining. Why is that so? So this is a quote from a scientist, one of the first scientists that we ever funded. Scientists spend 80% of their time applying for funding and 20% typically doing the science. And many people that operate labs essentially need to operate like entrepreneurs that kind of pay all of their students, and they need to publish papers continuously in order to continue receiving funding. So outside of the large kind of universities around the globe, most of the world's potential scientific talent, in our view, remains untapped. And that's something that we've really seen emerge with DeSci. Like, we work with so many different labs and universities, scientists across the world that all have amazing ideas, but simply are extremely short on funding. In addition, treatments and recurring revenue really dominate our healthcare system today. So the system that we've created typically needs lifelong customers, and it disincentivizes cures. There's a really famous Goldman Sachs article that asks, is curing patients a sustainable business model? So this analyzed a hepatitis C drug that came to market. So previously there were a lot of hepatitis C treatments on the market, and GlaxoSmithKline launched a novel cure for Hep C, and Goldman Sachs ran this analysis that essentially showed that they shot themselves in the foot by launching a cure. So in the current innovation ecosystem that we have, cures are actually through shareholders disincentivized, right? Like, it's better to keep people sick, to keep them buying products all their life, as opposed to really curing someone. So one fundamental thesis that we have is, like, in an open ecosystem for innovation, where capital naturally, in the earliest stages, is attracted to the best ideas and the most compelling data, cures would more naturally accelerate, as well as scientific innovation more broadly. So very broadly speaking, we live in a time of science friction, not of science fiction. So venture capital, for instance, venture capital investments into biotech have also kind of declined in recent years. Recently, there's a bit of an uptick again. But if we want kind of the picture on the bottom left, there's like a really famous meme: if only the world was, if only we did X, then the world could look like this, right? And I actually sincerely believe it's through funding open innovation. So in bringing all this together, what we really need is a permissionless scientific ecosystem where ideas can kind of freely emerge, or like the previous speaker said, like bloom like flowers in the open. And that's really what DeSci is building towards. So decentralized science is a movement that aims to build public infrastructure for funding, creating, reviewing, crediting, storing, and disseminating scientific knowledge fairly and freely using Web3 technology. So what are some of the key verticals? Oh, I also sent a PDF. So what are some of the key verticals of decentralized science? So one of the biggest areas is scientific funding and liquid IP. A second big area are research communities and DAOs. A third really big one is publishing and reproducibility. A fourth is identity and reputation. So all of these are primitives that various organizations in the DeSci space are working on. So what is our broader mission? Molecule's mission. So I come here representing two organizations. So Molecule's mission is really to democratize scientific R&D through tokenizing siloed and inaccessible IP into open data and liquid assets. I'm going to see if we can sort this out, because I feel like every speaker is going to have this issue with PDFs. Oh well. So what's happened over the past couple of years? DeSci has really grown since about 2020, 2021. So one of the first and largest DeSci organizations in the space is VitaDAO. The previous speaker also spoke about VitaDAO. VitaDAO is actually focused on this intersection of long bio. So about 20 million collectively in treasuries have been raised across the ecosystem. The ecosystem fluctuates at around a $200 million global market cap. So these are all from individual organizations that have been launched over time, individual tokenized research projects, or much more recently, AI agents. Can we fix the slides?
I was going to say, we are fixing the slides. We're just moving over to the PDF. So
Yeah,
everyone give us a minute. Yeah.
Poetry slam? Who wants to start? Does Trump ever speak about science? Why? Yeah, not often, eh?
Okay, we should be sorted out.
Can't they just make it full screen?
No, there's technical difficulties, but so you'll just have to scroll. I think. Okay, we're good.
Oh, fantastic. Cool. Problem solved. So over time, over the years, we've attracted some industry giants into the space. So Pfizer Ventures, for instance, led VitaDAO's last funding round together with former Coinbase CTO Balaji. We have many members, actually, or founders from Y Combinator that have joined kind of our space. Binance's family office, CZ's family office, Easy Labs is an investor into bio. We do a lot of work actually with the MIT. And so what unites all of these kind of industry giants that are slowly entering the space is really the hunt for innovation and community-centric biotech. And so I represent two organizations. One is Molecule, which is really this protocol for on-chain scientific IP. So we turn siloed research into liquid markets that are powered by open data, right? If we have to consider that the entire intellectual property system is still based on the patent system ultimately, right? And that was developed in the early 18th century, no, late 18th century. And there was one major reform in the 1950s, and since then we've used that as the kind of the base layer for innovation. And so one of the big technical innovations, and I'll get to that in a bit, is like tokenizing IP and data on chain, and essentially creating highly mobile and liquid data rooms or liquid labs. And who is the largest user of that? It's the ecosystem of BioDAOs that have emerged. And Bio is a curation and liquidity launchpad for these scientific communities. So we combine decentralized finance with decentralized science to enable these communities to like raise capital, flourish, and also to govern them. Right. So Molecule consists of three core components that essentially enable decentralized funding and governance of individual translational research projects. So we have a protocol that utilizes something called an IP NFT, and then an IPT, which by now can actually represent real world assets. So essentially, you can have development companies that can file for patents, that can also issue tokens, though, that enable communities of people, retail, consumers, to participate in what these companies are developing. Then there's an IP marketplace where IP can be freely exchanged. And the largest users of this are the BioDAOs. The core primitives of this, just mentioned that, are IP NFTs, which can be split up into their individual units. These can then be exchanged for work or for funding. So what is a BioDAO? We heard the previous speaker mention this. BioDAOs essentially create value by building on-chain IP portfolios, not dissimilar to what a biotech or a pharma company would do. So you have a community that forms with researchers, scientists from all over the globe. I think at peak, for instance, VitaDAO had over 30,000 members in its Discord that were all actively contributing ideas, novel research proposals, evaluating them, and then funding them using a treasury that the DAO has. So these DAOs can issue tokens. The tokens then become publicly traded. And community members use these tokens to essentially govern which research proposals to fund. So this is an example of VitaDAO's current IP portfolio. So on the one side, you can see different IP NFTs that have been funded over time. Typically, a DAO first funds like an individual research project, so you can see these as like on-chain patents. And if the research progresses really successfully, those can then be follow-on tokenized. VitaDAO has also done several equity investments over time, many of which have raised follow-on financing or actually were acquired by industry players. And two of the leading IPTs are actually in very advanced discussion for clinical trials with a major government. So this would be a worldwide first, that actually an online community has funded a new therapeutic up to clinical trials. So bio in all of this is sort of, if you're familiar with biotech or with Roivant, is kind of like a Roivant of DeSci. So bio represents a growing portfolio of all of these DAOs and intellectual property assets that are backed by cutting-edge science. And that number of DAOs, the number of individual IPTs that the ecosystem is issuing, the number of agents in the ecosystem is continuously growing. So just over the last 9 months, no, over the last 12 months, that ecosystem has raised about 12 million in additional financing and has launched, I think, 11 new organizations. And besides that, around 50, 60 individual new IPT and research tokens were issued. So together, this is like really a growing ecosystem map. We have organizations in synthetic biology. There's one in quantum biology, stem cell research, rare diseases, psychedelic research, fertility research. We have a DAO called Spine DAO, which is started by 30 of the world's best spine surgeons. If any of you are going to Breakpoint, they're actually hosting an activation there where they analyze your spine and offer kind of therapeutic approaches if you suffer from back pain or things like that. There's men's sexual health, chronic diseases, and then there's a huge cluster in longevity. And so we see this ecosystem like gradually expanding. We see a big kind of expansion with every major kind of crypto cycle because science is expensive. On the other side, though, many of the organizations on here are actually beginning to deliver real-world results. And so go-to-market is extremely important. Here are kind of like is an overview of kind of some of the tokens that you can find in Bio or that have been launched through Bio. And so Bio, in the sense, can be seen on the one side as a launchpad ecosystem and infrastructure to enable founders and scientific researchers all over the globe to launch. And on the other side, it actively manages a whole portfolio and can be seen as like a decentralized, ever-growing protocol-owned fund. So I mentioned this earlier, IPTs in this ecosystem. So this is like the most atomic research unit, can be exchanged for work, funding, or contributions from the demand side. And a really good example is actually VitaFast, which is an autophagy activator drug that we funded in 2021 with Newcastle University. So this is initially it raised 620,000. It was 2,000% oversubscribed. And since then, it's identified molecules that are 10 to 100 times more potent than rapamycin. So rapamycin, if you're familiar, is one of the leading longevity drugs. Is one of the ones that we have the best data on and is kind of being taken off label. And it's showing a 30% higher clearance rate in aged cells. And it's about to start its first in-human clinical trial. We have several other projects like this. So there's a lot bubbling under the surface if you go and peek into all of these individual research projects. And one really big question that we've asked ourselves, though, because token and crypto are very end consumer facing. So how does DeSci go to the end consumer? So Bio is launching a sort of Shopify for community-driven scientific e-commerce. And this is a really big trend. This kind of like don't trust, verify, like decentralized e-commerce for consumer health. So health is one of the largest online search categories with 400 to 600 million daily searches. And we think that AI agents will soon begin guiding consumer behavior. 46% of consumers reject products that lack clear evidence. And so we believe that DeSci communities can actually show pre-qualified demand for end consumer products. Token incentives can help scale organic demand. One quick question, how much of you spend a significant amount of their disposable income on things like supplements or longevity therapeutics already? Wow, okay, that's much more than expected. So that's almost I'd say, 60, 70% of the room. So I continuously also got back to this question of and then having to order your supplements on Amazon, the suppliers often change. I would love to have lab tested, qualified suppliers where I essentially have other community members who are actual scientists that backing that up, right? I think provenance, for instance, for lab tests would make for a much better end consumer health experience. And then on the other side, I'm actually personally really interested in developing my own stacks and my own supplements. Not my own supplements per se, but combination therapeutics. I'll get to an experiment we ran this morning in a little bit. So one DAO that is up and coming that we're launching is DermaDAO. DermaDAO's goal is really to democratize access to skincare products and develop entirely new serums and skincare medicine. It's a very skincare is a huge topic for many people. It's also one of the biggest spending items. But the large skincare companies actually don't have, first of all, they don't have very sophisticated R&D arms. So the amount of innovation actually that you see with new skincare products hitting the market is relatively low in terms of what could be done. On the other side, it's very difficult to verify some claims that some of these companies are making. Often a lot of it is marketing, 70-80% of it is marketing and 20% is actually focused on efficacy. We want to focus much more on efficacy. And so you can do community-based data collection. And DermaDAO, for instance, is an example of an organization that is directly moving to market with a product. So they're about to launch 2 products. One is a longevity serum that utilizes ferulic acid and very high dose vitamin C and vitamin E. and the other one is a completely UV filter that is entirely mineral-based, because increasingly it's showing that the typical UV filters that are being used in a lot of sunscreens can be carcinogenic. So what you kind of get out of this, so we talked earlier about IPTs. Ultimately, what is being developed, like one path to the end consumer, one is obviously partnering with industry, partnering with pharma. Another path to the end consumer is an emerging set of products that are emerging in the ecosystem. I'll give a shout out here also to Brian Majewski, the founder of Cerebrum DAO, which is focused on neurodegenerative diseases. And for instance, they have a supplement, I've tried it myself, it's called Percepta. It's developed by a Stanford scientist, and it's showing extremely promising data in the early treatments of Alzheimer's. Brian, are you going to speak about it later? Okay, fantastic. So one last thing that we really asked ourselves is like, how can scientific product and drug development in the ecosystem really accelerate? Over the years, we partnered with a lot of universities, a lot of labs, and who here has previously worked with a tech transfer office at a large university? Okay, also a fair amount of people. What was your experience like? No, no, exactly. It's incredibly slow. Yes, so really long turnaround times. And in some cases, we also often found that the science that you can actually get out of that, or the patentable IP, is not even that good. So for all the amount of effort that you have to put in, all the legwork, the legal work. And so increasingly, we actually found how can we enable the scientists in our ecosystem, or even kind of the creators in our ecosystem, to like rapidly advance ideas to market? And how can the ecosystem itself come up with really good ideas? And so one is obviously, like, one thing needed to accelerate is instant capital. That's one of the things that bio has really solved. Like even just recently, despite the slight crypto market downturn, we had a sale that was raising 50,000, and it was 14x oversubscribed. So there's a lot of demand to like move into scientific innovation. The other big one is automated idea generation. And so we have this fundamental hypothesis that scientific agents will automate core research functionalities and enable anyone to develop scientific products. So over the last year, we've developed a framework called bioagents, and these agents can generate thousands of hypotheses. Other agents can then rank, evaluate, and design experimental plans and prioritize them. Humans around the globe can interact with these ideas and provide key feedback for tokenized rewards. And then capital allocation among this like network of ideas that emerges, even before you tokenize them, capital allocation can decide the most promising path out in the open. And then we can essentially create automated pipelines, which some we'll hear from Benji later from Pump Science. So essentially automated experimental pipelines. This is one of our flagship AI agents. So it's the first decentralized bio agent for longevity research. It combines thousands of papers out of the longevity space, and it kind of represents Aubrey de Grey, which is one of the most famous longevity kind of scientists of our time. So the agent combines thousands of papers that are stored in a decentralized knowledge graph, together with a lot of unpublished emails, work, grant applications that he's written over time, talks he's given, all of his papers, to essentially form an extremely opinionated scientific agent. If you think about most LLMs, they tend to be very generalist, right? And that's often why why LLMs are actually difficult to come up with entirely novel research, because they're not very opinionated. They're designed to like agree with you. So instead, what bio agents really try to do is they try to impersonate like a very specific scientist with their opinion on the world and their worldview. Aubrey was launched in August. I think we'll hear a little bit more about Aubrey later and all the work that he represents. He is a steward of Aubrey's RMR2 study, which is the largest mouse rejuvenation study. So the funding and liquidity and volume that Aubrey is producing as a token is directly funding Aubrey de Grey's work and producing completely novel early stage basic research data. And so anyone can also, so it's also a chat terminal. So anyone can prompt Aubrey and generate novel hypotheses in public, refine them. And then we're just rolling this out in later stages, launch products with Aubrey on Bio. So these were some screenshots from the early days. Aubrey would respond, could respond to Brian Johnson, for instance, around the science there. And so Aubrey would automatically respond to people prompting it in public on X. It would also, in some cases, just respond to other scientists, and that drove a lot of public participation. So you could speak to Aubrey and say, "Give me a novel hypothesis about epigenetic reprogramming," and he would do a complete literature review, give you all of the sources, and generate a novel hypothesis in public, and other people could debate that. So what we've developed from that is really like a bioagent hypothesis to IPT-funded workflow. So you can have a hypothesis, an agent-collaborated hypothesis in public that generates a proof of invention. So a kind of a time-marked stamp on chain for the development of this idea. And then later on, you can launch an IPT around that. So since then, 2 IPTs have launched from researchers in the VDAO community, where Aubrey essentially defines, together with the researchers, an entire experimental plan, a whole literature review, and really refines the project. The latest project that was launched, I think, was funded collectively with 150K, focused on a novel, also RNA therapeutic, FOXO. It's called FOXO3, if you want to look it up. And the next kind of workflow that we see in that is kind of this open idea formulation. So this is one that we just did this morning. So we said, develop a sleep optimization supplement formulation based on the following target compounds and dosages using magnesium L-threonate, 1.5 grams of taurine, 1.5 grams of glycine, and 4 grams of L-theanine. And so it analyzes the combination of this. This is a supplement stack, for instance, I personally take for sleep. It works really well, can highly recommend it. But like, why would I be able to recommend it? Because there's no data on that combination, right? It's just like, and it's also personalized, right? So another big element that these agents will be able to bring in is elements of personalized medicine. So we gave it the goal to conduct a thorough literature review on each of the compounds' mechanism of action, GABA modulation, neurological recovery, and identify clinical trials testing these compounds individually or in combination. And then the desired output being a mechanistically grounded formulation rationale with citations along with recommended adjustments and an experimental protocol. And so within minutes, it completes a comprehensive literature review. It looks at all of the critical evidence gaps in do we have evidence for this already? Yes, we have evidence for this, or do we not have evidence for something? And then it suggests kind of the next steps, which would be a comprehensive trial registry search, identifying GMP certified suppliers, contract manufacturers, and essentially how a first trial around this could be run. So first, it analyzes the formulation idea that you have, and then gives you really experimental design plan. And then you can continue further and further developing that. And so the next step for us is really for anyone to be able to launch these things, get input from the community on whether their idea is good, right? And we always put it into like a very refined and like peer-reviewed prompting framework with the agent. And you can then fund it, right? So next step would be collecting 25, 50K in funding from the public to test whether the supplement stack could work. So bringing it all together, we're building towards a world where scientists spend 80% doing the science and 20% applying for funding. We're building towards a world where science becomes permissionless, self-sovereign, and autonomous. What I really like about kind of this idea of like agent-powered idea generation and testing is that like one of you could sit down at home, like on a Thursday night, a friend tells you what supplements are you taking, like how do you combine them, or like maybe there's something novel that you've heard about. You could spend 1 or 2 hours communicating with Aubrey and like launch a scientific experiment kind of through our framework of partners. You're not responsible now for looking for the CROs. Like VDAOs can find all of the lab partners and research partners, and the public, if they deem it worthy, funds your experiment. And a world where anyone can fund and participate in science, independent of institution and geography. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you, Paul. Okay, guys, we're going to break for a 10-minute coffee break. We are running over schedule as per usual. It is part of life. The bathrooms, there are bathrooms to either side. Coffee's over there. I'll see you here in 10 minutes. Oh, also, there's an open Wi-Fi network. You just need to click on it. It's CCAD something, if that's important to you. HDMI cable, plug it in here, and we will just be running the laptop on a live thing.
So in fact, I left December last year. So
What if you could see Dubai property values now? And 6 months from now? Now you
there can be larger investor buyer than on. Okay. don't assume that it's COVID. But right now, it actually looks smart computer.
Okay, so our next speaker. there is an open internet network that
ask a question or two rather than like a formal.
Yeah, just like run it anyway you want. Yeah, everything is. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Come, swing by, you'll see a lot of fun faces. All right, okay. All right, awesome. Cheers. I'll see you. Bye. All righty, hello. Maybe we'll give it a minute to get people in. Obviously, everyone outside feels like they firmly understand intelligence, and it's rather quite plentiful and bountiful for them. So nothing to learn here. Yeah, okay, well, just to effectively keep things running, and hopefully they turned on the screen outside also, I'd like to introduce Jonathan Nomley from Parasite. So Jonathan is a multidisciplinary academic. He's also a world thought leader, effectively around polygenic predictors, elements of intelligence, also bioethicist, and around just the general topic of human enhancement. And so, yeah, I'd probably sort of just turn it over to Jonathan, get him to present a little bit. We'll make this an interactive session also, ask a couple questions to the audience here, and myself too.
All right, yeah, thanks, Aaron. Thanks for the invitation. So I don't like to give passive lectures. I like to make it a little interactive. So the title that Aaron gave me is Upgrading Human Intelligence. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about first is, well, what is intelligence? If we're going to upgrade something, we should have a decent definition of it. Yep, a little bit of feedback here. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me see. I need to. All right, there it is. Yeah. Right, feedback from both mics. So what is intelligence? Actually, does anyone have a sort of offhand definition? What do you think about when you think about intelligence? Anyone? With life, but give you, let's say, Down syndrome, trisomy 21, for example. Okay, so what we're doing is just an advance on this. For 30 years, you've been able to test embryos for chromosomal abnormalities and single gene disorders like Huntington's disease. But it took a long time first to get a sense of the entire human genome. You guys know about the Human Genome Project that was roughly completed in 2000. But even after that, to really study the genome, we needed to create vast biobanks. This is where you sequence, you genotype hundreds of thousands or millions of people and then match their genotype against various life outcomes that you're interested in. How tall are they? Do they have schizophrenia? Do they have diabetes, breast cancer? And if you have enough people, enough representative samples of variants of the genome, right? Because most of the genome is going to be the same, but there are these genetic variants through mutation and so on, sexual recombination, that make us different from each other. If you have enough samples and you have really good phenotyping, for example, the National Health Service in the UK Biobank, you can just pull the records, the health records from the NHS, where people have been diagnosed by professionals hundreds of thousands of times, look across the whole genome and see which variants those people with diabetes have in common and which ones without diabetes have in common, and so on. Okay, so putting that all together, what you get from this process is you can do these genome-wide association studies now for the first time over the last 10 years and add up all of the parts of the genome where you see a correlation between various life outcomes and those genes, and then you can create, and I'll bring this back in a second, a polygenic score. What is a polygenic score? It's a way of gauging, actually I'll just show you one. Let's just take, for example, schizophrenia. A polygenic score just gauges how likely an embryo is relative to another embryo or in absolute terms to develop a particular condition. In this case, we have very low risks for all of them, but one embryo we put, the polygenic score says it has barely a 1% risk of developing schizophrenia. Another one, 4.5. If you have a family history of this, this might show something like 25% versus 10% versus 5%. It's never going to be 0, never going to be 1. Why? Because when you've got these outcomes that are highly polygenic, you're just going to get probabilities all the way down. Now, this isn't very different, actually, for monogenic conditions. A lot of people will say, well, this is just probabilistic, so whatever, it's anyone's guess. Not really true. If you have the BRCA variants, there's 3 different variants of the BRCA gene. Does anyone know what the risk of breast cancer is if you have a BRCA variant? Yeah, exactly. It's like 40%. So even one gene, it's probabilistic in that way too. So there's no real big difference between saying a gene causes an outcome or lots of genes interact or sum up to cause an outcome. It's going to be probabilistic in many cases either way. Tay-Sachs is different. If you have 2 copies of that gene, your kid is going to be in very bad shape. It's a protein folding disorder, and they're going to have a very short and miserable life. That's just the way it's going to go. Okay, so that's what polygenic risk scores are. Now I want to get back to intelligence. That was just kind of the precursor. Let's see here, get back to the main screen and talk about IQ a bit. So, and I think one of the motivations for this here in particular is really twofold. One, intelligence is it's a taboo topic in the West, in Europe and in the United States. So taboo that in the year 2020, the National Institute for Health and various journals, including Nature and Science, basically created a policy saying that we won't allow you to study the genetics of intelligence unless you're using it for very specific purposes. They're so worried about this trait. Now, this worry is not shared in India, in China, in Israel. Most of the world doesn't care. They think it's interesting. But basically, as I like to say, the winners and the losers of World War II both developed a taboo against traits like intelligence because, of course, these things were misused and the genetics of these things to justify various policies and so on in the 1930s and 40s. That doesn't mean intelligence isn't real or isn't interesting. It just means we have taboos against it. A second reason to be interested in intelligence is that in a world of artificial intelligence, which many people will talk about here, and not just machine learning, but strong forms of AI, probably we're going to want to have reasonably bright and, as you put it, adaptive children who can live in a world of complexity and can work with artificial intelligence rather than being subjugated by it. And by subjugated by it, I don't just mean some, machine, that has artificial intelligence is going to rule over you. I mean, people can use AI, of course, to control other people. Politicians try to do this all the time. Why wouldn't they do that? Of course, the world will be like that. And just having a bit more general cognitive ability, in a world like that, in a complex world, other things equal will be better. So I want to say a couple things, and then I'll ask you one more question. I want to keep to time. What do we have? A few minutes left here? Yeah, 2. Okay. I want to show you some interesting results. This is from the National Longitudinal Study, which is a racially and economically diverse set of people in the United States, almost 500,000, who were studied over a 30-year period for a number of traits, but one of the interesting traits was intelligence, as measured again by an IQ test. You know, take for granted the caveats that these are imperfect. And what we wanted to show is what would happen if you normalize socioeconomic status. So take socioeconomic status for granted, people in the same brackets, and then just look at IQ differences and what IQ is associated with in terms of life outcomes. Bachelor's degree, not surprising. It's not that hard to get if you're reasonably bright. So as you move on the right-hand side toward higher IQ, yeah, it's easier to get a bachelor's, but that flattens out. Now with a PhD, well, not surprising, especially if you're doing it in, say, physics or something I couldn't do. Sure, it requires every last IQ point. On the other hand, what's interesting probably for people here is things like, yeah, income, there's a correlation, sure, but what about alcoholism? Even after you adjust for socioeconomic status, you know, things like alcoholism and drug abuse, recent smoking, go down as IQ goes up. Here's my first question for you. Why do you think that might be? Anyone have a hunch? And I'll...
Short-term gratification, addiction, impulsive behavior.
I think the first and the third sound about right. I mean, the second kind of names the problem, addiction. So let's assume that genes that predispose you toward addiction are evenly distributed in the population. We have every reason to think that. Smarter people don't have fewer of those genes, but probably they have more self-control and probably more, well, they do, just on average, we know that, and more long-term thinking. The ability to plan and carry out your plans because you have self-control and you discount the future less. Even at different socioeconomic statuses, we know that to be true. So that's interesting because it shows that intelligence is a kind of health trait. We can do this for other health traits too, but it also, again, adjusted for socioeconomic status, leads to less criminality. It's not just that people who are richer are committing, you know, more crimes but not getting caught. Even when you normalize, again, socioeconomic status, as IQ goes up, criminality goes down, probably because of thinking about the future more, self-control, et cetera. An interesting result is cooperation goes up. Probably this is based in self-interest, not altruism. There's no reason to think smarter people are any nicer or better, certainly not morally superior, but they think about the future more. They understand that life is a complex game full of complex, you know, coordination games like prisoner's dilemmas and public goods games. And they realize that by sacrificing a bit now, they can get more later. We have a hand here. Well, it's all correlation, but, you know, as David Hume said, no. Remember, we're taking socioeconomic status for granted. So we're talking about within the same bracket of socioeconomic status. If you just happen to be born by luck of the genetic deck, right, shuffling and reshuffling, and you're brighter than your brother, and you grew up with the same family, same income level, you have these very different prospects than your brother does. So that's what's interesting about this. So it is true that if you're poor, you're more likely to steal if you really need like bread or something. That's obvious. But you know, we can take that for granted, take the socioeconomic status for granted, and it turns out IQ has these additional effects. And that's what's of special interest here. And then finally, even self-reported poor health, and then we can measure various conditions. So brighter people tend to live longer, healthier lives, probably partly because they're making better decisions, but it could be the other way around. There could be some backward causation, some other common causes, like you have sets of genes that cause you to develop in certain ways so that your immune system develops better and your brain develops better because you have fewer diseases, right? But that's because of your immune system, not your brain. Whatever the causes are, the overall summation of this research shows that intelligence predicts a whole bunch of positive life outcomes, including mental, physical health, various other good prospects. So I want to keep time. I don't want to go on too long. But we can now select embryos for IQ such that if you had 3 embryos, we could predict about an 8.5 point spread between the lowest and the highest scoring embryo. And if you had 10, which is a lot, but we have lots of customers with 10, we can predict about half of the overall IQ spread, which is 15 points. So I'll end by asking a question and giving an answer, and then I'll turn it over. If you had 10 brothers and sisters, what do you think the IQ difference would be on average between the lowest and highest scoring brother and sister? So again, same parents, same family environment. What is the IQ difference in real terms between the lowest and the highest between 10 brothers and sisters? The answer is about 31 points. It's massive, actually. It's really big. And we can predict about half of that now. So when you think about the individual and social effects of this technology, it's going to be very significant. The speed at which it's adopted will depend on price, and we're very expensive right now, but we'll get cheaper as we go in a year or 2 and 3 years. And on what states do about this. We were just, I think you're British from your accent, we were just in The Guardian yesterday, and they're complaining about all this technology, but guess who's not complaining about it? You can guess which countries are very excited about this. And I think this is going to create an arms race. I think it's a positive sum arms race, not a negative sum one. I wrote a book about this called Creating Future People, where I explore the ethical implications of it. Some will agree, some will disagree, but I'll just say that I think it's worth taking seriously this technology, because unlike gene editing, which is coming, I'm sure of that, this is here right now. People have already used it, they'll continue to use it. And so I think I have a very optimistic view of this. I think a slightly brighter population is better, other things equal, better for the individual, better for the group. But if you're worried about this, you should think seriously about it. The science is here, and we'll have to think through the implications. So thank you. A la carte baby. Yeah, exactly. I guess I should say, in addition to intelligence, what matters is moral virtue, social norms. I don't think intelligence is the only thing that explains, civilizations flourishing or people flourishing, but it's one aspect of the overall picture. So, yeah. What's that? Yeah, there are weird things like marital stability and so on that IQ predicts. There's a whole bunch of them, so we could talk more after, but thank you.
Yes, we don't have enough time in the day to cover the depth within these topics, but Jonathan was just on Modern Wisdom with Chris Williamson. He's big on the podcast circuit, so you can tune in. It's a little bit more. Also, the speakers will effectively be around, so feel free to grab them and chat a little further. But
yeah, no, you're on the stage next.
Next panel is with the venture capitalists and the investors, so Demir, Sebastian, Iman. And so we're just going to be speaking through basically the economics of innovation, like the power laws that effectively exist to support this new age of prospective exponential innovation, particularly as we see in sort of the life sciences. Please, we'll grab a high seat down the front, and we'll pass around some handheld mics.
Testing. This one, we good.
All right.
One for the speaker,
Incredible.
and then the post.
Well, we have more microphones for you.
Look at that.
All right. Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I think we've heard a lot from the innovators and people that are sort of really trying to sort of forge new ground. That you'll sort of respectively work on the investment or the capital allocation side of things, or helping these really exciting projects get going. There's also relative diversity in terms of what you do in sort of like mandates, institutional setup, et cetera. So I just would love for the audience to just hear a little bit about your background and specifically like how you sort of put money to work, the way that you're structured and all of that, and just like firmly what you're trying to achieve by doing that. Iman, I might start with you here. Yeah.
I'm living out my Mariah Carey dream with the karaoke mic, so I'm trying not to get carried away.
I'm Beyonce.
Yes, I have my backup dancers. So I'm Iman Maludi. I'm representing Renaissance Philanthropy. And I'm going to take a couple of minutes to explain what we do, because we are slightly different to my other panelists, and it's also an argument that I'm going to try to make. So between 1900 to now, the average lifespan across the world was 32 years. It's now about 72. And the reason for that start development across the world was funding of basic and translatory sciences. So, the more that you fund academics and researchers, the more you give them time to develop their ideas, and that has translated in a variety of ways that we kind of benefit from now. So Sebastian talked about antibiotics, various other life-saving technologies that have been developed, but it starts from funding research. So Renaissance philanthropy kind of sees itself as funding the 21st century Renaissance. We're sort of patrons to scientists and the science of ideas and fields. And so the last example that I'll make is the Rockefeller Foundation under Warren Weaver gave birth to the field of molecular biology. And it sounds like an overstatement to make, but it's relatively true. He had this theory, this hypothesis about physics changing the way we understand life at the molecular scale, brought together physicists, chemists, biologists. And between 1955 to 65, there were about 18 Nobel Prizes, 15 of which were awarded to researchers who had been funded by the Rockefeller Foundation for about 19 years on average before they were awarded. And so to wrap up and to finish introducing myself, I'm a neuroscientist by training. There's a lot I think we can do in creating new fields of science and technology. But if we want diversity of ideas, diversity of research, and diversity of industries, we need to fund them right from the beginning of that. So what we do is take bets on scientists and researchers who are unconventional, ambitious, who probably won't get grant funding. But if you're trying to come up with an entirely new concept, there are very few ways that you can power that research. But there are all the reasons in the world that we know from history, from ARPA-H, from BBNs to Rockefeller Foundation, as I talked about, why that can be truly game-changing. So that's what I'm here to talk about.
Great. Okay. Yeah, I need to figure out if I'm holding the mic at the appropriate distance. I guess that sounds good. All right. So yeah, philanthropy. There's a book everybody should read. It's called The Emperor of All Maladies by Siddhartha Mukherjee. Yes, we have some fans in the audience. This is a masterful history of the field of cancer research, oncology. Siddhartha Mukherjee, he's at Harvard Medical School. He's a Rhodes Scholar, very impressive guy. I think he's a oncologist who found the time to write this history of cancer. And in it, he points out that I think it was Sidney Farber and the Farber Institute, now Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, was really the first entity that believed you could treat cancer with chemotherapy. Before, the early, 20s or whenever this was, if a patient got a diagnosis of cancer, sometimes the doctor wouldn't even tell the patient. They would lie to the patient because there was nothing you could do. And, a small number of scientists having this crazy anti-dogmatic idea started testing chemical weapons, derivatives of mustard gas on leukemia patient cells in a dish, and found they could kill them selectively. And that gave rise to the field of medical oncology and chemo. In the modern era, happily, we have less toxic approaches than traditional chemo and radiation today. We talked about some of this, cell therapy, immune cell therapy, et cetera. But this is a really great case study of how philanthropy, and it was really a small number of people who spread this meme that actually cancer is curable therapeutically, that changed the whole face of research. And the oncology field is kind of the framework that all other fields of medical research have followed since. So, and that was started with philanthropy. You mentioned the Rockefeller Foundation, Cold Spring Harbor, which did a lot of genetics research, the likes of which Professor Anomaly just spoke about. So anyway, in brief, so I agree. We could not be VCs without philanthropy, and even basic government research, although there's controversy as to whether we should separate state from science, as many countries have separated state from religion because of the corrupting influence of government groupthink funding all the same kind of stuff. I mentioned the amyloid hypothesis earlier. All right, so briefly, maybe you heard my talk earlier, you can see it on the video recording. I'm a longevity scientist by training. I was at a bunch of different research institutes, most recently Oxford, doing hardcore biochemistry research. I ended up co-founding a couple biotech companies that became fairly prominent, raised money from famous people, put 2 drugs in the clinic, and hopefully more on the way. Today, I do venture capital, so I help launch Apollo Health Ventures. I was the first principal there. It's the largest aging-focused fund in the world. We have about 300 million under management currently, and 2 other venture funds in the meantime, and I help lead a new venture fund called Long Game Ventures, and we're investing in longevity biotech and regenerative medicine. And I just moved here. I'm making UAE my winter base, and I'm very excited to see how collaborative the government is here, that they really want to attract innovation and deploy capital into longevity. Mubadala has invested in a bunch of longevity companies previously, and I see sort of the holy grail, the potential for UAE to be the pinnacle of medical research and medical tourism, where drugs are approved here faster than anywhere else, and people will fly from all over the world to get access to new medicines that are not available anywhere else yet. So I'll pause there.
Great. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Aaron, thank you so much for inviting me, and it's a pleasure to meet you here in the panel and everyone else here. My name is Damir. I represent CE Ventures out of the beautiful Emirate of Sharjah. We are a very huge organization, and I sometimes struggle to actually explain what we do in detail. So there's Crescent Petroleum on the one side. As the name says, it's an upstream oil and gas company. And then Crescent Enterprises, CE, is the diversification and investment arm of the group. And within that, we operate out of 4 platforms that cover pretty much the entire spectrum of investments that you could possibly do in the private markets. And CE Ventures, that's the group that I'm part of, is then split into tech investments. That is everything that is not life sciences. And a team has allocated already, I think, north of $500 million in roughly 40 companies and more than 10 funds. And so I moved last year to the UAE from Switzerland. And my job is to build out biotech investments and a portfolio there. So we've started with our investments last year. And we want to allocate about $50–70 million over the course of the next 3 to 5 years or so. And our focus is very narrowly on therapeutics, simply because that's the only area in the life sciences that I believe to understand a little bit. So we would not go into med tech and diagnostics and all of that. And then, you know, there is certainly an overlap to the longevity space. So, I mean, we are very much focused on therapeutics. We're target-driven, science-driven very much. And so if we believe that there is a mechanism that a company is going after that could help extend health span or lifespan, then it would certainly be in our scope, and we would love to explore that. I'll pause here.
Actually, go invest. That's great.
A question for you. Just mentioned something about basically the asset diversification that sits across the organization. One thing I want to understand is, how do you communicate with your investment colleagues that sort of like sit outside the space, right? They're doing like enterprise software, or they're doing real estate and things like that, and they're like looking at you, and you know, you've got some excitement about a deal that you're taking to IC, etc. Like, how do you break down the barriers for other investors that effectively look at this vertical and they mentally check out? They just say, this is too hard for me to understand. You've got to have a PhD, etc. Like, are there any tips and tricks as to how you simplify things and you really pull people along in that sort of in you know, that journey of excitement?
Yeah, that's a great question. As you can imagine, I love to talk to them. They don't love to talk to me about this stuff. So, look, it's I think it's a very important point. We have a a dedicated investment committee for our life sciences investments. So these are people who've spent their entire life in that space, VCs, scientists, clinicians, and so on. Actually, one of them was just outside here. I bumped into him. And so that is all fine, but of course there are other stakeholders that are involved in the investment decisions when it comes to allocating money, and they need to understand what we're doing and become confident, and comfortable with allocating that capital. So there's a lot of education work that needs to be done, and that is, I guess, my responsibility, and I have to then expand on a lot of topic when it comes to portfolio building, and I know we will speak about that as well. So I will not expand now on that. But yeah, it is one of the responsibilities of the investment manager in our team to make sure that all stakeholders reach a certain comfort with what we're doing there.
Well, thank you for that. Just about the. I mean, you work with a number of very well-known families and rather quite prominent people who have pulled together philanthropic capital. I quite often hear, and this is sort of one of the reasons why we're big believers in sort of opening up market structures. Some people just say, oh, that should just be for the philanthropists to go figure out. But that is a selective handful of people where we're sort of pushing a lot of the world's problems. Particularly, health-related level towards them, and just them being able to gather the resources to be able to move things forward. But when you deal with, see the Walton family there, you mentioned Rockefeller, Eric Schmidt, et cetera, what keeps them motivated to continue to want to put resources, time, and money around advancing the space?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question, and I spend a lot of my time trying to find other sorts of outliers. And I think, to respond partly to your earlier question as well, people have a variety of interests that aren't immediate. You might be working in real estate, or you might be working in some other field, and also have a secret interest in quantum physics. And if that's you, I'd love to talk to you. But to your point, I think it's because a lot of the families or individuals that I work with have been a part of breakthrough technologies. It's either how they made their money or kind of the areas that they work in. And where we are now, there will definitely be a pre-AI age and a post-AI age. And we're all living in a time where we don't quite understand the technology that we're living in. So to go back to your earlier point, and it's not just about having to explain your investment to an IC. We're having to explain the world as it changes around us to ourselves every single day as we use different types of technologies. And so the comment that I often make is that everyone has a stake in technology, in health, and in science. Everyone wants a good quality of life. But the point that we end up leaning towards is that it is surprising how much of a difference you can make with a relatively small amount of philanthropic funding. As I said, I'm a neuroscientist by training, and as of now, we haven't yet mapped out the lymphatic system of the brain, which is, in shorthand, the brain's washing machine process when you go to sleep, and it clears away the metabolites of the day. And over time, in degenerations, Alzheimer's, dementias, you will see a buildup of that, and that's highly correlated with diseases like Alzheimer's. But we don't have a map for that system. So Renfil was in large part involved with funding the UK Biobank. There's other examples of philanthropically funded projects. And all of that gives vital data to other sorts of technologies as well.
Sebastian?
Yeah, just to dovetail on that. So, we were talking about DeSci, and one of the merits of decentralized science is that we can allow 1,000 flowers to bloom, a lot of different ideas to get funded, instead of the typical dogmatic groupthink. And I wrote some notes because Aaron kindly sent us the questions more or less beforehand, so I want to get these out there. The biggest problem in science today, having been in academia and biotech and venture, is the concentration of capital and legitimacy within a small group. This is the US NIH that funds the majority of biomedical research in the world. About 3 monopoly journal publishers that control what gets published. About 50 large biopharma VCs that control maybe 90% of the capital, and only about 20 big pharmas. And so what happens is they all hang out with each other. They all drink the same Kool-Aid and subscribe to the same dogma. And this is actually natural. There's a book called The Structure of Scientific Revolutions by Thomas Kuhn. This is where we get the term paradigm shift, where the way science happens is you'll have somebody like Galileo who comes up with this heretical idea, and he is burned at the stake by the Catholic Church, the most powerful organization in the world, for this idea that proved to be true. And so these dogmas are how science naturally works. And one case study is the amyloid hypothesis in Alzheimer's disease. We genetically engineer mice to have a bunch of amyloid beta in their brain, cure that, and then lo and behold, that's not what's going on in the human case. We've wasted tens of billions of dollars. We've wasted decades on this false paradigm. And so this is the greatest danger that I see, is that, you know, these generally well-meaning, very intelligent people all just subscribe to the same dogma and drink the same Kool-Aid. There's one reason I'm very keen on longevity biotech, long bio, because we don't rely on these contrived animal models as much. We give these drugs, like rapamycin, for example, to regularly aging animals across species who can enhance their robustness and lifespan, cognitive function. That's much more likely to work in the clinic in humans. And so DeSci offers us the potential to sort of dethrone these powerful dogma Kool-Aid drinking organizations and fund these radical ideas where the real paradigm shifts.
Yeah, thanks for that, Sebastian. That's really interesting. You know, I think one point you made there, and I think this one's really interesting for longevity, is how do you orchestrate, how do you incentivize the right type of consensus mechanism for people effectively supporting a scientific idea or breakthrough? You know, I think one thing I think about in terms of longevity at the moment is there's a lot of eyeballs on the industry. It's got huge cultural attention, but we haven't seen the commercial breakthrough at this point in time. And neither have we seen the agreement, from whether it be the academic community, investors or things of the sort, where, you know, like, say, for example, on AI, you know, ChatGPT pretty much passed the Turing test. And there was this point where it gave this sort of, you know, pivotal uplift or moment where the industry really took off. And so, you know, I feel that like broader-based agreement upon some things can really help the industry effectively advance. Sorry, you were about to say something.
Yeah, totally agree. I mean, when will that ChatGPT moment come for the long bio field? In a sense, it may already have come with GLP-1 and weight loss drugs and the shift of pharma mentality to these large-scale, very common disease indications. So actually, in Nature Biotech, which is the leading biotech journal in the world, there was an editorial from the editors of the publication saying, are GLP-1s the first bona fide longevity drug? GLP-1s, weight loss drugs, they kind of cause you to do fasting, caloric restriction. This has been known, fasting, for at least a century to slow the aging process. It's one of the best interventions that we have. But fasting is difficult. It goes against our evolutionary design. And what if we had a pill that would allow us to have our cake and eat it too? In fact, the first company that I founded, Samsara Therapeutics in Oxford, England, it's an autophagy drug discovery company. So when you do fasting, one of the reasons it's good for you is autophagy. It clears the damaged molecules within the cell and then rebuilds them. And so GLP-1s, in a sense, induce people to do fasting, and you get a lot of benefits from that. And GLP-1s are slated to sell something like $100 billion a year, and there are many next-generation GLP-1s and other weight loss mechanisms in the pipeline. In addition to weight loss, pharma has become very interested in muscle preservation and other metabolic-type drugs. And so this is very close. Metabolism, metabolic biology is a very close cousin of longevity. And a friend of mine was actually meeting with Dave Ricks, the CEO of Eli Lilly, which is a $1 trillion pharma company on the back of their GLP-1 work. And supposedly he said that Dave Ricks was positioning Lilly as a longevity company in the future. So that would be a pretty powerful ally. So yeah, I mean, the true ChatGPT moment for long bio, it might be something we're not expecting. It might be cosmetic, for example. You have a wrinkle and you've actually disappeared that wrinkle with a rapamycin cream or an extracellular matrix drug or something like that. I think that's something that's very obvious and apparent. Whereas, you know, people are taking rapamycin and other longevity drugs with strong evidence. They've been taking it for a decade plus, and it's a much more subtle effect. So I think we're going to need something pretty in your face to qualify. But yeah, maybe some of the embryo selection type stuff. That's also a long lead time. We heard from Professor Anomaly just now, selecting for health, longevity, and even intelligence, and really any other traits with embryo selection. Yeah, there's a lot that could be that.
If there's one thing I've learned today, we have a lot of deep thinkers in the room, and yeah, I think there's a lot that we can talk about. Jamir, I wanted to ask you a question around the title of the talk is like biopower laws. There's this thing in sort of like venture, I guess, like the whole investment return field, which is outlier returns, but like sort of like outlier outcomes and things like that. Like you mentioned investing in the therapeutics. You know, so what you understand, things like this. Like, is there a way you can prospectively see these outlier cases effectively coming through? Like, how do you mentally map what that could prospectively look like?
Okay, how much time do we have? So, okay, what I try to do when we pick those companies is I try to avoid mistakes. That's all I can do. I cannot predict really if I make 10 or 15 investments, I cannot predict, okay, company XYZ in the portfolio will do it, will generate this 15x return, it will pay for all the losses. So what I have to do is I have to understand the math of life science investing. That's most important. For example, I can build a machine from day one that is programmed to lose money. It's very easy. So if, for example, fear might cause an investor to not buy enough stake in the company at a certain point. Let's say you have to go through a phase 2, for example, and you give yourself a 20, 25, 30, 40%, whatever you give yourself, a likelihood of success. If you don't buy enough stake then, right, you might create a machine, if you place a couple of bets, that then ultimately, even if you have a winner after your phase 2 or whenever you have your exit, well, then you will celebrate. You will say, I've predicted a company that had an exit, but it will not pay for your losers. Why? Because your stake at the end will not be enough, even with the multiple that your exit will generate. And so these are some of the obvious things that you can make sure to get right when you build a portfolio. The other stuff, of course, is proper due diligence, that you look that it's similar. Like when you buy a car, it should have a wheel and you know, or 4 wheels, and it should have an engine or so, where you can make mistakes.
I've got a joke, by the way, that's pertinent to what you're talking about. So this idea of diversification, Peter Thiel and Stan Druckenmiller, who I'm proud to say is an investor in one of our portfolio company, or one of the companies I co-founded. Druckenmiller is the best performing macro hedge fund manager of all time. 20% returns a year for 30 years. It's incredible.
Crushed the Bank of England.
Yeah. He also, with George Soros, broke the Bank of England, and Scott Bessent was his deputy at the time, who's now Treasury Secretary, who's also one of our investors, thanks to your colleague. So to your point, I think it was Druckenmiller who said, what you should do is put all your eggs in one basket and watch that basket very closely. And diversification is a great hedge if you don't know what you're doing. So if you're a professional investor, and Peter Thiel has the same view, Founders Fund takes this position, I think they only have like 10 large positions in their fund, is you have to really bet big on the winners. So
thank you for that. Yeah, you have to, because And this is math. For example, Bruce Booth has written about this. I would recommend his. It's all free. He's been writing a blog for 20 years. You can look it up there. Sante has written a white paper about this, 20 pages with a lot of data on this. Beautiful piece. And these are the things that are obvious, and you can at least get that stuff right. But then in order to get really the super exit that will pay for all your losses and make you rich, I mean, even the stars have to align. I mean, you have to make sure, I mean, is it an unmet need? How big is the population? Who else is in the race against you? What's the science of the stuff that you are investing in? So all these are hygienic factors, really, and all of this stuff you have to get right, and then pray, and then get your astrology right, and then ultimately it will work. Right.
Yeah, yet another discipline that we need to understand. But unfortunately, we're running against time. I'd like to wrap things up. We could speak a lot longer, and I'm sure that people have a lot of questions of you. And thank you again for joining us today. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to mix things up in the lineup at the moment. We have a guest that's effectively popped in. So Joe Betts-Lacroix runs Retro Biosciences. So, Joe, we don't have a place card for you. Neither were you on the agenda, but surprisingly, pleasantly, you were in town. And yeah, so we exchanged a couple of emails last night, and you're doing something very exciting. One of the fields, I guess, Sebastian was talking about in terms of autophagy, et cetera. Would you just be able to share a little bit about Retro, effectively what you're doing? Also, just like why you believe it's a pivotal moment. What you're doing in terms of partial reprogramming, pursuits on autophagy, and then obviously the collaboration with OpenAI.
Great, thanks so much for fitting me in at the last second. It's a pleasure to be here. Retro, we're about 80 people in Redwood City, California, and we are a multi-platform target agnostic company going after a mission, which is to add 10 healthy years to lifespan using the biology of aging. And right now we're doing that through 3 separate programs we're taking to the clinic. And our first patient will be dosed on the order of a week. So that's going to be an exciting transition for us from discovery stage company to clinical stage company. So I can almost taste it. So let's see, I could talk a bit about the different programs we have and the science for them, but you asked about why now, I guess, and a little bit on AI. So zooming back, I would say the reason to work on aging diseases in particular is, I think, probably pretty obvious to everyone here, so I won't belabor it. The why is this happening now? I think it's because the academia is wonderful, but it's not necessarily super action oriented. So, it has its place. I hire lots of academics, and then their brains slowly switch over to action mode, and it's beautiful to see. The academic field kind of, I mean, it had been going in, so that part of the exponential curve where you don't really see anything for a long time. And then right around the early 90s, when Cynthia Kenyon showed that you could change one gene in an animal and double its lifespan, that caught a lot of people's attention. And so people flooded into the academic fields, and the academic field started building up. And like, lo and behold, it's this thing you can measure. There's all these different metrics. There's lifespan curves. You can modify them. We started getting sort of larger and larger general pictures of what aging is. And it kind of came of age right around the time that my second startup was winding up, such that there were a bunch of really exciting things to pursue. Finally, when I was first founding that second startup, there was like telomeres, which were like, yeah, not really a thing. and kind of winding down. And there were senescent cells, but it seems like there's some good efforts in senescent cells. But boy, around 2020, ready. So I think it's like the exponential momentum of academia that caused now, and also the tools are just fantastic. Like also during the middle of that second startup, we saw the rise of kind of Illumina becoming the new microscope for biology, and so single cell RNA-seq and a bunch of very parallel methods that help us understand and sort of decode what's going on in biology better. And then so there's like this multi-step process. A bunch of entrepreneurs get involved, and then a bunch of people with capital get interested, and that kind of snowballs. So AI and what we're working on. So we're funded initially by Sam Altman, who wrote us a generous $180 million seed check about 4 years ago. And that's great. It funds us all the way through human proof of concept clinical trials. So approximately phase 2 clinical trials for each of the 3 programs we have going, which I can get to if we run out of time, if we don't run out of time. But that, as you might imagine, that access also allowed us to ramp up a pretty robust AI team at Retro. And it's pretty much always been my thesis for many years that biology is too hard for humans to figure out. No offense to the probably extremely brilliant humans in the audience, but there are 20,000 genes, and if I ask my favorite Harvard scientists questions about genes, the number they have in their head is probably like if they're really smart, like 40. But then these 20,000 genes are interacting with 20,000 other genes through roughly 1 million different protein distinct moieties in circulation, and it's crazy. So we decided to build a generative model based on LLM. We did this with OpenAI, and the target we chose, we sort of brought biological know-how and also labs for testing the results into the collaboration. And OpenAI brought a couple thousand H100s, which are GPUs that are, I would call, unobtainium, and know-how and training, and a bunch of enthusiasm for essentially their mission is to show that AI could be used for something that could find it, and like an insight or an invention that humans couldn't do alone. That's part of their, that's like, okay, we're achieving a step function in difference of creation for humanity.
And you've already been demonstrating that that's been a very, very fruitful partnership. I believe you made an announcement in the summer.
The model we created, they called GPT-4B for bio, and it kind of had this sort of spine-tingly sort of Move 37 moment in it, if you followed the AlphaGo saga, where it generated these proteins, and we're like, okay, let's see if they're actually really proteins. But we cloned them into cells in a bunch of parallel experiments, and they were not only actual functional human proteins, like in different versions of them that have never been seen before. They were also massively rewritten in a way that most labs that are trying to tweak a protein for improved function could never do. Usually you modify 2 or 3 amino acids in a protein. Proteins have 1 or 2,000 typically, but they were like up to 80% sequence dissimilar. But then they also perform, several of them, a lot of them actually performed much better than the sort of wild native human versions of protein, some up to 50 times better at their function.
Which is extraordinary, by the way.
Yeah, it was like creepy,
incredible,
kind of good.
Incredible. Just one last question before we wrap things up. This is a question I'm going to ask of, like, I'd say quite a few of the companies that are operating with, like, I would say, highly, highly capable platforms, such as the one that you have. Is there anything you think about in terms of like regulatory structure, market structure, things of the sort that like really withhold the potential of what you're able to do? Like, I could imagine sitting around at your organization, you must unearth extraordinary biological insights almost on a daily basis. And then there is the limitations under which you have to deal with, which is market-related capital, the pace at which regulatory approvals work, clinical trial recruitment, the fact that we still only exist within a disease-orientated paradigm for like developing therapeutics. Like, I mean, if you had a magic wand, what would you change? And I mean, what do you think the bottlenecks are in terms of the sort of the current system?
Well, I would characterize it slightly differently in terms of us sitting around, since we're like sort of maniacal, like Silicon Valley startup people who are trying to go as fast as we can within the context of biotech, which is otherwise shockingly and sadly slow. And we think that having something in the clinic within 4 years of founding is pretty good. Still seems really slow from the overall framing there. What does this industry need? What do we need? Speed is always the mantra. So the reason I'm here in the region is that the Abu Dhabi government is very speed and forward-looking oriented, and I think their willingness and interest in doing clinical trials in innovative areas is exhilarating and inspiring. So that's really cool. Also, we're in the middle of a fundraise that's going to close on January 20th. So there's also a fair number of people here who are very excited about longevity and AI-powered longevity from a capital perspective, and capital also helps systems move forward. So that I think that the tools are already here. Regulatory infrastructures can slow things down, and so looking to venues where people are innovating on regulatory is great. And one of the organizations we support, which is A4LI in the United States and Washington D.C., have been working with the U.S. system and have as one accomplishment gotten this in Montana state right to try law passed, which allows people to, given a certain amount of safety proof. Yeah, let's hear it. Oh, thanks. To be able to just go straight forward and start using medicines that have a reasonable safety record, because adults should be able to make their own informed consent, right? But there are also changes afoot at the federal level, and then there are also possible venues around the world that are expedient and can help companies move forward. And for instance, we're doing our phase 1 clinical trial in Australia, and they're just really good at streamlining the phase 1s for small molecules, which are our first drug is a small molecule for Alzheimer's disease.
Sorry, one quick question, and then I'll ask you for any sort of last remarks. Just on clinical trial recruitment, you're thinking about longevity, et cetera. If you run trials across the world, what you tend to see is that, well, at least in my experience, when I speak to pharmaceutical executives, is people enroll in trials because they need, like, effectively the therapy. It's on offer, it's investigational, it has like a purported effect that's much better than prevailing standard of care. Do you think people are requisitely, if we had this regulatory paradigm where it's like, say for example, we talk about autophagy enhances, this is going to do great things for just your overall biological health. Do we have the right incentive mechanisms? Will people show up so we have adequately powered trials, or do we need to think about things differently? And just also on the data collection side, like the way that you would inform and effectively train your models to, like, with that like real world evidence and data, as opposed to some of the data collection points we might run through sort of acute care, or like what we can manage to get out of biobanks.
I think collecting data on humans is really hard, famously hard. And it's very easy to get fooled into thinking that X does Y in people, because there's a lot of noise in the measurements, unfortunately. So it's super critical to have control groups. I was part of this movement in the US. I actually helped found it at Kevin Kelly's house one day, called Quantified Self, and it was an attempt to try to enable people, this is quite a while ago, try to enable people to learn things about their own biology by measuring it. I think it structurally gave rise to a lot more data collection, which has then been used in some more population levels, like things like Withings, and then like from a lineage perspective, kind of Apple Watch, and then Aura and those kinds of things. And those are becoming part of clinical trials. But a beautiful thing about clinical trials is they have controls, and it's like it's really hard to separate out placebo effects from
synthetic control arms. Do you think that's going to become a thing?
I think with the right statistical powering, absolutely. But right now, it's like we're kind of like, I would say, on a transition overall, as an industry, and sort of as team human, from the state where we're going from essentially sick care to health care. And the whole infrastructure everywhere essentially is around, I have a disease, how do I cure it? And only in a very few spots have we seen sort of a glimmer of it going sort of the reverse direction, where it's like, well, I might get a disease and I want to prevent it. And we've seen that, but you need a big evidence base for that. And until you have that evidence base, and the only way to collect that evidence base is essentially to have controls. So you have this, imagine these two paradigms. You have the disease modality, where people are coming in like, I have XY, I'm getting early mild cognitive impairment. I'm going to get Alzheimer's. Okay, treat me. And then you have these other people who don't, and don't get treated, and then you have to compare them over time. To a paradigm where someone is just, I want to take this preventatively, and hopefully it will prevent me from going down that road at all. For the people who want to do it preventatively, how do you get a control? There aren't people who will generally walk up to you and say, I want to try this experimental sort of preventative treatment. I know it's, there's some risks, but some benefits, and I'm going to just, I'm going to go for it anyway because I'm a consenting adult. And then I say, okay, I'm going to give you something, but it might be a placebo. They generally say no. So it's very hard to collect actual hard data that you can draw conclusions from in that second paradigm. So it pretty much always has to start in the I'm sick, cure me paradigm to collect the data and then transition later. And that's just the road we're on. And if somebody can think of a way out of that box, I'd be extremely excited.
Well, I mean, isn't that always the inherent tension between like trying to have like good statistical power and inference, as opposed to perhaps some of the behavioral elements of clinical trial recruitment, and also the bioethical arguments about people going on placebo if something can effectively help them. Yeah, just one last thing. The panel was talking about it before. When do you think we have this longevity escape velocity moment, or this like sort of, Lee was speaking, the Turing test moment within longevity? What do you think it looks like, I should say?
I think I've started to taste it a little bit. Unfortunately, I think it isn't as purely binary as people might like to think, because the diseases that we're solving now, for instance, as part of retro and adding 10 years of healthy lifespan, people die on average around 80 now, and so we're working on therapeutics to help people stay healthy 10 years longer, and then die when they're, say, around 90, and that's our mission. And it's a hugely, ridiculously difficult mission, because if you cure cancer, you add like 3 years to healthy lifespan or something. If you work out the statistics, because there's all these other things people die from, or you cure heart disease, maybe 4 years. So 10 years is a lot. I believe that with our next funding round, I will be ready to put a stake in the ground and say we're going to hit our mission 10 years from there. So we're talking 10 years from January 20th, 2026. But that is for how we approach the diseases that people die of when they're 80. At that point, it'll then be our job to figure out how we cure the diseases people die of when they're 90 or 100 or 110, 120. And that's a whole other set of biology. It's different cellular processes or whatever. So in a way, it's kind of a never-ending process, which is exciting because I think life is a journey and not a destination. In terms of, you could sort of define it as sort of local life extension escape velocity, and that is my particular timeline that I'm on.
Love it. And what a neat roadmap, and what a noble mission. Thank you. Thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm also very happy to say that we've got about 2,500 streamers watching this. So if you are watching, thank you so much and thank you for your time. And to our in-person audience, of course, thank you to you guys as well. Next up, we have Caitlin and Alex who are talking about Aubrey, which is a bio agent and a longevity AI agent, making sort of predictions as Paul mentioned earlier.
Testing.
Actually, whilst I grab a microphone, just get Caitlin and Alex to effectively introduce themselves. And people are going to probably be familiar with the Aubrey story here. Really, very, very cool, super interesting. But can you just give us a little bit of background around the inspiration for it, and where we're actually situated with it today?
Hi, everybody. My name is Caitlin. I direct research at the Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation. You've heard the name Aubrey de Grey mentioned several times this morning. And so we are the third nonprofit research organization that he has led. Of course, as implied in our name, our mission is to accelerate the path to and hopefully reach longevity escape velocity. And so we primarily do that with our own research studies. We have a robust mouse rejuvenation program where we are trying to double the remaining lifespan in mice, which on its surface doesn't sound super interesting, but if we have a chance, I'll get into a little bit more. But we have been working with VitaDAO these last months because we're effectively a science team of two trying to run what might be classified as an institutional scale research pipeline, which is very, very challenging. And there's a wealth of resources available to us to help accelerate our progress. We internally don't have the skills to do them. And so VitaDAO saw an opportunity, hey, we can help fundraise and get this work done. But in the process, let's leverage the expertise that is latent in Aubrey's brain. Let's leverage that, make it accessible to the community, develop a tool that can be used not only by you guys, but by others as well to help accelerate the entire path forward, and not just this one research project. So that's kind of how we came to be sitting here.
Sorry, can I just intervene here? Just one thing about RMR too.
Yep.
So I actually heard Brian Kennedy recently on the Peter Attia podcast, and people passing it around. Brian was commenting that we needed a rethink through, some of these fundamental, these foundational research principles that are sort of underpinning longevity, which it seems to be the whole objective of RMR2. But could you just sort of describe that current sort of state of understanding or paradigm?
Yeah, so what Aubrey is known for in the field is kind of this engineering framework, this way of conceptualizing aging as various kinds of damage that can be repaired if you allow yourself to sidestep your ignorance and treat it like an engineering challenge. And so instead of thinking about the specific mechanisms of, okay, this is how this gene interacts with this protein and it causes disease, we look at categories of damage which cause progressive failure. And we know that aging is, of course, this complex interplay of multiple systems interacting and progressively failing over time. And so it's kind of by definition going to require intervening at multiple damage points. Sebastian and others have mentioned today that, say curing all cancer raises life expectancy by something like 3 years on a population level. And that's because there are multiple other kinds of damage that are accumulating in parallel. And the next one is not being stopped by curing cancer. So something else is going to kill you in short order. And so our approach to trying to treat aging right now is to kind of see how much that threshold or how much the damage burden needs to be reduced by addressing multiple different systems simultaneously in order to get a much more robust effect size. Because thus far, the monotherapy approach that pharma uses, one drug, one target, one disease, it's really only brought us incremental change. And that's not enough for us. And I don't think it's enough for anybody if we want to reach longevity escape velocity. So, yeah.
Amazing. Alex, how are we tackling the problem of incremental change? And just share a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you everyone for being here. I'm Alex, part of the core team at VitaDAO. So for those of you who were not familiar with VitaDAO, we are a longevity collective that was founded in 2021 with one single goal in mind, which is to eradicate aging. So we've been funding and developing a bunch of academic projects related to longevity since then. We deployed over $4.5 million into many academic projects. We were backed by Pfizer, as Paul mentioned earlier, alongside other crypto investors. And talking a little bit about Aubrey and the motivation behind it. So we had two goals in mind when deciding to launch the AI agent. One was to lower the barriers of entry and enable permissionless science. So this goes in line with what Paul was talking about earlier today. We wanted essentially to bring PI level intelligence to the public and to other researchers that we have in our community. So for instance, we have a bunch of independent researchers that may not even be affiliated with academic institutions that want to pursue their projects, and they're now using Aubrey to refine their hypothesis, to run ideas through them, and hopefully one day also use the agent to operationalize their experiments as well in wet labs. So this was the first goal, and I think we've gone quite a long way, and we made quite a lot of progress on that front. And the second one was really to support the work of Aubrey Gray and Caitlin at the Longevity Escape Velocity Foundation. We've been huge fans of Aubrey. We really like his approach. And the launch of the agent was a way for us to crowdfund for his project, but also build a product that they can use inside their own labs. So during this fire chat, I think Caitlin's going to be talking a lot about how they're using Aubrey already internally. So this was really the second goal.
Thanks for that, Alex. Caitlin, question for you around, I think we heard about the larger, broad, foundational, generalized models before. Why is it important that you, we have an agent here that's really trained with the perspective of Aubrey and the way that he sort of sees the world?
So, I mean, Paul said something earlier that the agent is trained to be highly opinionated. I actually don't agree with that because I find the agent quite useful, and Aubrey and I argue about science things all the time. And I don't butt heads with the agent on this front. But it is particularly useful, especially when you're trying to conduct longer term research studies. Having guardrails in place can actually be really challenging. There are lots of different interesting tangents that you could explore. There are lots of trendy assays that you might say, oh, well, I want to include this and measure this, and it's really not in line. It's not an efficient use of your money or your time because it's not actually bringing you further toward your explicit research goal. And so when we're able to program in these are the specific guardrails within which I'm working, then you can kind of get nudges one way or the other when you're starting to veer outside of that. Yeah, okay, this is interesting, it's technically sound, the experiments that you want to use are valid for what you're attempting to measure, but is this really what you need to be measuring given what you've told me about what the purpose of this experiment or this study is? And so it's extremely helpful to have those kinds of guardrails in place that you can also, turn on or off when you're changing the settings of the agent when you're interacting with it. The other thing people discuss a lot is with respect to literature. Now, Aubrey, the agent, has been trained on a very specific but very broad corpus of longevity and longevity adjacent literature. It is a multidisciplinary field. It's like an omnidisciplinary field. It touches nearly every aspect of medicine and physiology. And so looking at a really narrow scope of literature, the way that academia is currently siloed, most PIs, most career-long researchers really only have a very specific domain of expertise. Now, when we're trying to address something as complex as biology, you have to be able to reach pretty significantly outside of that. And so I think the challenge isn't that we need access to publications. We have access through PubMed and bioRxiv and all kinds of other platforms, but the challenge is synthesizing it, especially when that synthesis is across multiple domains. And so that's where having an agent at your disposal can be really useful. I would also say that what differentiates this from an LLM is LLMs are really good at giving you information that's known. So it's a shortcut very often for a Google search. I want to know, tell me everything that's known about, this pathway or this thing. And it'll spit back a bunch of information about things that are known to the extent that we can ever know anything in biology. What they're not good at is identifying gaps or blind spots or saying, hey, this is what's missing. And one of the things Aubrey and I talk about a lot is thinking about aging in the context of like a Rumsfeld matrix. So the mapping of the information space between information that's known and information that's not known, and whether or not we're aware of that. And we try to focus a lot on what we think of as unknown knowns. So that's information which is available. People have studied it and collected it, but we are not aware of it because it's outside of our immediate scope, and things that we don't know that we're not aware of. And so having some kind of agent at our disposal, which is really good at pointing those things out to us, that can be really invaluable and save, potentially millions of dollars and costly mistakes when you're conducting, $5-6 million studies. So,
Alex, just a question for you. So, biology just isn't text. It's the study of living tissue and certain types of interactions, et cetera. But, what are the prospective multimodal capabilities that we're looking here in relation to the agent? And how can it interpret different types of data other than just text?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think we built the agent to be a science machine, really. And what it can do mostly through the new mode that we launched, the deep research mode, it essentially can, given a prompt, for instance, a user or a scientist is trying to formulate a new compound or maybe combine two therapeutics that have already been tested out in humans, the agent can essentially scrape through the entire literature, or at least the corpus that we trained it with, which is quite vast. It can go look for how many papers have tested this out at what dosages, and have there been any synergistic effects between these two compounds and so on. So that's one super powerful thing that the agent can do. The other thing is you can actually upload a huge CSV file with your research data, for instance, if your project have already started. And the agent can essentially interpret that. You don't even have to spend a lot of time, formatting it and so on. The agent can interpret that, run that against the literature corpus. You can cross-reference, and you can essentially try to suggest next steps, or how you should continue to investigate your research. It also browses through clinical trials data sources, and it tries to assess if there is any safety guidelines that it should pursue and so on. So overall, given a prompt and perhaps a data set from the scientist or from the community, it outputs a complete report with how you should move forward, and if there is any grounding or background in the literature about what you're trying to do.
We just happen to be running up against time, but just one last thing I sort of wanted to sort of outline and get your comment about, I think it's super cool how like you have this broad community that just jams with the agent, they come up with hypotheses, you know, people effectively comment on it, and you see this like almost like this degree of online collaboration. It seems like this very expanded research community. We'd just love to hear your little thoughts about like what you've witnessed so far, any validating stories, roadmap for where you think this is all effectively going to go with like automated on-chain science and, you know, the relevant sort of like you know, the prospective scientific outcomes that we could hope to expect.
Yeah, absolutely. Happy to talk about that. Albright today is the worst it would ever be because it's been trained on data that is already out there, but it's always improving on new data that is coming in. So what we want to do is we want to have Albright almost like installed in many different research projects, and we want to be further training its knowledge based on the research outputs. So based on the raw data that research produces, but also the reports, right? So as I mentioned earlier, VidaDAO is a collective funded and developing research science, and we've funded and developed many of these projects, like more than 30. So if we can have all of this data flowing back into Albright to improve in its knowledge, I think that's how we can create this kind of like knowledge flywheel effect and turn the agent into a really good science machine.
Yeah, I guess as far as future directions, you know, we talk here a lot about democratizing science and, you know, expanding, you know, access for people, capitalizing on untapped talent. Oftentimes it's people who are outside of a field or domain that can come up with some of the most interesting ideas. I think the challenge in science in general, like it's the job of a scientist not to really come up with ideas, but to ask the right questions, meaning that you have an idea and you come up with a way of testing it empirically that is sound and that gives you, you know, likelihood of answering your research question. And so one of the challenges when you're talking about democratizing science, you know, one is certainly access to facilities. So if you are an independent researcher, you don't have a place to do your work. And even if you have funding, going through all of the CRO agreements and everything, sometimes they won't even conduct your work for you because you're not institution affiliated. That's one problem. But I think the bigger problem is without specific bench experience, actual experimental design is quite challenging. And like I did bench work for, I don't know, 5 years, you know, some years ago. And even within that, like my specific domain expertise is very small. And so for the scope of things we're trying to conduct, not having an in-depth understanding, having done those things yourself, it makes it very difficult. And having a framework that is able to say, okay, well, I understand what it is that you're trying to do. Based on what I know from all of these other things, these are things that you're currently missing. So if you're really trying to test X and Y, what you have here is valid, but you're not going to get complete information without including this other group. So helping people kind of refine their approach to answering the research question, I think is a really essential step and a valuable use of this agent. I also look forward to hopefully using this for publication. I don't think that we'll get a chance to talk much about it, but there's a lot of stigma in the academic community to this day about the use of LLMs or any kind of AI assistance in conducting science, because it's as if it's cheating or you're somehow, you know, not a very good scientist because you're leaning on AI to do it for you. It's the same using an AI tool as it is with any other tool that you would use in the laboratory. It comes down to how you use it. And everybody's using these kinds of tools in academia to the extent that they're useful, but nobody wants to talk about it. And being that we are a nonprofit and independent of academia and pharma, and we can do whatever we want, I would really like to see us be able to really showcase how, you know, if something really is truly a novel contribution, if there's something that the agent is coming up with, we test it, it's, you know, valid, that there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to cite this, even potentially as a co-author. Because just like with any other co-author, you always validate anything, like you're attesting to the content of that publication. So whether it's AI generated or whether it's human generated, like the validation step really doesn't make any difference. But I think that being one of the first people to hopefully be able to publish with Aubrey as a scientific co-author, that might help change people's attitudes about the way that we use and admit to using AI in science and make sure that people are using it in a productive way.
Well, whoopsies. Thank you very much. Super informative. Love what you guys are doing and appreciate the time again today. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's lunch. Yeah. Do you want to tell?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we have lunch outside. We'll be starting in, I'd say, 15 minutes again. Please feel free to go eat a snack.
And sorry, just one thing. The talks are on the big LED screen outside. We're running over time a little bit. It's sort of, the talks are highly informative. People have a lot to say. And so, you know, we've effectively let them run, which is sort of cut into the coffee breaks and effectively the lunch breaks. But I've asked for the big LED screen outside also to be put on, because I think we'll just like effectively run the talks through lunch to make sure everything effectively gets in. So, you know, if you feel free to just like sit here and absolutely absorb everything that everyone has to say. And, you know, we were talking about fasting before, so also feel free to skip lunch if you really believe in, you know, autophagy. But otherwise, you know, you can go out, chat and mingle with people. I really want everyone to get to know each other, and you can hear some of the content on the big screen outside also. Thank you.
I'm sure we'll get it. I don't know where you go. I'm here to go.
Who's switch off? Class. Can you check? Okay.
But don't worry, we'll pay. I tried to be gentle. And, yeah. Every single person has to be yeah, this whole history. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
and the point he asked me roughly from, I just download that and remove it to the sponsor and just give a because he told, yeah, he thought it was you are actually on A1 has yeah.
I found it really interesting in our opinion. I don't think not yeah, well, Now, I think so. I think you're not sure. Now I think it's because 9% of participants out of recognition because doctors have to so there typically is slight but I'm curious how you can purely understand. We want to like make sure there's really big. Yeah, the thing is sort of like it needs to be like it out or it is that are one of the most no. It's really great to make your parachute into the. That is actually what it is. Yeah. You know this country. No, it's something like when they sometimes in shape. You know when you have a fire. Yeah, so you turn it on like you're trying to go. Literally feels like I'm doing that for a year. I'm like, oh my yeah. I think we got one. Yeah. But it could be interesting. That's what that's what I'm looking at one that kind of do you know what I mean? So yeah. Yeah, you know, because so I've been flirting with this and I've commented out for a couple of years now on how we write about what's happening. You can't tell a person in because they'll go. And now it's like patients like that. Gathering together. I've never seen as much experience. Much more sophisticated. That and then there is that exactly. I didn't realize it. Yes. No, pilot I entire. Yes. Yeah. What a camera. Like I think it's you know, you gotta throw some spaghetti against the wall. But now we're very yeah. All these things. Yes. But then we one of our investors Or like, or the ones in the street, like medical tourism is sort of standard. I think so, that was- US started to very small. I mean, we don't call ourselves longevity, but we're not, that's not the thing. Yeah. But everyone knows, but you move more, you live longer. Yeah. For GLPs is working like that fast. Yes. Earlier, so we end up having it. You didn't answer the question, which you should. We have delay the timing of when you get to go. Delay it by 3 weeks. I'm very much a longevity. We're talking living. And actually, that was the rationale for us. And I think I'm going to try to say this on the right to try, because we successfully this summer, we manufactured a picture, and that's why and they have it's right across. And but so we submitted it for debilitating chronic disease, which means a chronic condition. So then when we are longevity, yeah. Debility, yeah, and that opens up, I think, part of the reason why it's like that's not getting learning, because we don't have the same modality. We're not making metal. Yeah. As the guy I was currently treating at TA. So why would they invest in that? And then the people who do know about self, why is it cancer? Yes. Yeah. So that is nothing from longevity. We didn't know it's the same exact problem. And so the patients on the day ones. Yeah. They all get the baby. That's the idea. So it's interesting. You find it kind of which is like, especially when you're like fighting, and then you're like, oh, never happened. Yeah. I was like, no way is that her. This is cool. Yeah. I am better than that.
Okay, I'll be back with you in a second.
Yeah. And honestly, or like better and a little rough around the yeah. And I'm not up in Canada. The North Canadian and South, yeah, always switch, like I'm not Australian theming there. You know, so like surfer skier. Yeah, that's my tribe. I'm not, but I can tell you in Australia. Okay. And I thought about the Bay, but it has a different spiritual. There was something very. But I don't know. To delve into the film. Yeah. And I was like, I think I heard it. Yeah. Awakening. I was just like, oh my gosh. Yeah. How do I explain my yeah. That's one of the. Yeah, exactly. Oh, maybe actually, there's something. But that's my problem. You know, it's like migrated. So you're pretty amazing. So I think that's the intersection. I did that. Yeah. Like a lot of people have experimented.
Yeah.
That is fun. Yeah. Yeah, very steak.
Oh, goodness. Because one person may have been born.
There you are. I mean, like, outside of the picture, and I'm running. Yeah.
Oh,
No. I didn't.
hello, your help.
Hi.
No, it's when a person sort of getting here, you know,
well, I have a yeah, and then yeah. But I mean, it's easily.
I love hearing from them. Yeah, well, that's the thing. You want to hear from those. Oh, you know, I just thought that. Like, so you're like, you have a little pig. I also want to say that I have one these things. That's later on. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know. Good idea. Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so becomes fun. Yes, well, we definitely need to connect that. Did you come to just see the connecting? Were you there?
I haven't been in the last like before.
Yeah, but you should see. You should. Sure. Let me know.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Incredible. The West map.
I don't know, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I saw it.
All right. Well, anyway, we should probably just start.
15 years?
Oh, really? Yeah.
We were both part of the breakout.
I don't know. The only thing I don't think I can share is the online courses. Also, the speaking. So because I haven't literally. I don't know how many shots. Yeah, I think he's scheduled 220. Yeah, but I don't also want to keep people held back.
Yeah. Yeah. Our session was 1:30.
Yeah, 1:30. I think what we'll have to do is I will then push it to. Well, let's get up and do it now.
I mean, if I.
Yeah. If you can just go and actually try find Matt and also Shane here. That's yeah. He's alternate. That's not Keel's. No. Because it's not a big mini circle. Yeah. Yeah. He's like, that's a mini circle. Yeah. Then you can also. That's let's okay. Yeah, all sound all good.
Hello. Hi. Matt, we were trying to find you. You did a run-up. Yeah.
Stop a little dark.
I thought you were dosing people upstairs. Yeah. Well, I think people will start to filter in, and I probably have to start with haste because I've got a next person waiting online. But yeah, so the title of this talk, by the way, I feel like I'm going to learn a lot, and I will also put my hand up to be like patient zero on like all your prospective therapies is something I dearly need. I titled these talks, and I just wanted them to sort of like sound really like flashy and interesting. But Wolverine regeneration, new generation stem cells and genetic medicines. I think things a lot of us that are starting to age need, and also as we put our bodies through like a significant amount of stress, and also for those of us that like really love sports or like running up into people, etc. And also I saw we have some of the very famous MMA community here too, floating around. And anyway, I just Shane, probably starting with you. I'd love to hear a little bit about background. You're sort of clinically involved also, so if you could share a little bit that about us, and just also how you've experienced these new modalities, how people responding to the queries, like the cultural intrigue, etc.
Yeah, so just a bit of a background. I actually come from an athletic background, thus the link with the enhanced games. At the age of 21, I was the 10th strongest man in the world and 130 kilos, a shadow of what I was. Unfortunately, in reaching your potential, you don't know what your potential is until you exceed it. And that, for me, was tearing my pec major off the bone, both biceps off the bone, both supraspinatus, both knees reconstructed, hamstring off the bone, and a broken back. So, no, cumulatively. So ultimately, my athletic career was over, and I'd just done a degree in biochemistry, a postgraduate in nutrition, and then a third degree in exercise physiology, so I could become #1 in the world. And now I'm a degenerated 25-year-old. So I changed all that science into what, I'm 58 now, so some 33 years ago, there was no longevity or regenerative medicine, but that's basically the path that I took, using that biochemistry, the nutrition, and then the stimulus through the exercise to work out how I could rebuild myself to start with, then optimize my function moving forward. And lo and behold, here we are 33 years later, and it's a booming industry. So that's how I fit into the equation here.
So I have a far less athletic history. I came out of the world of cybersecurity initially, and got into bio with this thesis that, you know, the essence of life was information, and if you could manipulate that, you could do anything. And back then, I was trying to port some of David Baker's software to cryptographic hardware, and he's a password cracker to fight a virus. And that led me to start a company called Immusoft, which made the first engineered B-cell therapy to go into human trials. And it was a similar story. I suppose back then there were no approved gene or cell therapies, and the biggest objection was by far, you're insane. You know, that won't work. And now, you know, we have thousands in clinical development, a few dozen approved in the US, and began focusing on aging and longevity, but with the same idea that you can't take enough pills to undo aging. You gotta upgrade the code. And so at Ocean, our lead program now makes you build muscle without exercise, and others to selectively kill fat cells.
Incredible. And Nina?
Hi, nice to meet everyone. I guess I got into this from a bit of a nerdy background, from a pretty academic family. I actually had 2 colorblind sisters and a brother with a degenerating eye disease called retinitis pigmentosa. And that's what motivated me to get into engineering. So for me, it was actually electrical engineering. I was interested in the brain-computer interface kind of aspect of how we could cure blindness. But of course, electrical signals run everywhere in the body, especially across cell membranes. And I got really interested in figuring out, well, how could we use those electrical signals to grow human tissues in the lab? So I started growing retinal tissue, heart tissue, bone, cartilage, skin, and then started a company years later after a stint as a pharma med device consultant. After I got bored with that, started EpiBone. So EpiBone makes bone and cartilage platform technology. We have completed a phase 1/2A at Cleveland Clinic US, hoping to launch a trial in UAE very soon, mapping that towards osteoporosis. So even though, you know, tissue engineering was only coined in 1988, I think that's interesting to think about 33-year arc. But you know, it wasn't called longevity, but in many ways, you know, skeletal health is human health, you know, and is a huge driver, not just the hard, it's almost like, you know, how do you change the tires on your, well, it's not hardware, but on our apparatus, firmware. You know, firmware, you know, so the more we, you know, we talk about health span, I feel like with skeletal health, it's about joy span. The happier we are, the more we move around, the longer our life. And so we really have found friends within the longevity community. I mean, I think it was very early days when I was at GenSpace, this dates me, first biohacking space in the world, community bio lab where I met Aubrey de Grey back in like 2010, something like that. That's when I figured out we were actually working on longevity.
Amazing. And this is probably going to be a very familiar question for all of you, but you must speak to people that are just like, when can I have this? Like right now. And you were clapping at the back of the.
Maybe I'll just
maybe you should
pass
start.
it back to you guys
So,
and just
yes.
chime in on that one. So, what happened to me, we called the past 2 years the biotech winter. It was the biggest trough in funding for biotech companies in the history of biotech company getting funded. So it was a really difficult time. And you heard earlier panelists talk about how the math needed to change. And that was over math was when Aaron and I became friends, because we tried to figure out how do you change the math on clinical trials. And I think one of the interesting ways was to think, well, how do you deal with patients? I kept pitching people, I kept pitching investors, okay, during this biotech winter. And I just kept thinking I needed to pitch more investors. But they kept starting to say, if I invest, can I have your product? If I invest, when can I get the cartilage? And that's when I realized it was taking too long. And I started trying to figure out, how do I treat that patient? And that's when I figured out we needed to move. And so we came here, that's how we met, established operations here in the UAE to kind of accelerate by changing the math, not by changing the science. How do we sell product after safety, but during clinical trials? There are ways to change the math on biotech. And I think that the patients clamoring for access has been a huge driver. And I clapped for Right to Try because EpiBone, our company, has been in operations for 11 years. And we have been in clinical trials, preclinical and clinical trials. So to become legal overnight in 4 US states, one of which is larger than many European countries, is a huge feat on behalf of patients advocating for themselves. So huge hats off to that community for really driving change. Yeah.
Sorry, just
we're planning to launch 5 to 7 years earlier than we planned. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, and also very, very helpful for those people that are wandering around and suffering.
Oh my gosh, my sister, my husband, me. I mean, this is everybody. So thanks for the opportunity.
And we'll get back to, because you have real pedigree and rigor around the science you haven't. Maybe just from your perspective, because you're offering, you're talking about changing the code and going straight to, inherently the building blocks of ourselves. Could you just share a little bit about, we've heard a few things about one of the, you're working on follistatin as one of the prospective sort of modalities or advancements, but maybe just a little bit about the technology itself, and also AbbVie is a big backer of yours. So what does a big pharma company see in muscle health?
Oh, it's a great question. Well, I think the muscle stuff has become suddenly far more attractive to pharma because of the rise of the GLP-1 drugs. And this did something I think really fascinating. If you look back at the first GLP-1s, their forecasted revenue is $80 million a year. It's I think this year it'll hit 70 billion. And this was an obscure diabetes drug. It wasn't there to make vain CEOs and trophy lives look better on the beach. But what it did was it really dawned on big pharma companies that people will pay a lot to look or feel better. And I think that this is probably the first broadly accepted health span improving drug available. The side effects are amazing. The reduction in cardiovascular risk, cancer, all this stuff. And so I think that the loss of muscle mass, though, because of those, has gotten everyone thinking about muscle far more than they used to. But AbbVie itself, I think, is very interesting in that these guys are the undisputed world leader in injectable aesthetic medicine. So Botox, breast implants, fillers, these kinds of things. And that's a very different than just a cosmetic. And what I think is going to be fascinating about this is that as regenerative medicine moves along, it will set up a winner-take-all type environment in the aesthetic space. Because, do you really need makeup if you can regrow your own tissue? Think about it, and very few companies are actually equipped with the regulatory chops to take a drug. Botox, you think about this, is one of the most toxic substances known to man. You could wipe out everyone with what you can fit in your hand. But it's approved for reducing wrinkles. And that's a fascinating regulatory conversation to have. And they've mastered this. And so I think that they're, taking steps to basically seeing where the writing is on the wall and the path is going, and looking at some of these tools to secure empire.
Wow.
The interesting thing, we were talking about the regulatory process in being able to use this. As I said, 30 years ago, I needed them, not now. You're just getting follistatin through in terms of a gene therapy. I used follistatin 25 years ago, the problem being the 30-minute half-life.
Yeah.
I had to inject it constantly over the day, and you become pretty tired of that pretty quickly.
You could electroporate it in. So this is actually a great point. So the first drug acting on that pathway that was like in normal human trials was 20 years ago. The first follistatin gene therapies, normal ones that were FDA sanctioned 10 years ago. So like we know this pathway pretty well. Like if you think of the Belgian blue cow that kind of inspired all this, that was characterized in the 1800s. And it's just that the science is catching up to it. And like back, on the regulatory side, when I got into the world of bio and medicine from computer science, the one thing that occurred to me is that the person who has no say is the patient. Doctor won't give it to you, you're screwed, insurance won't cover it, not approved. And we don't really count all the bodies that stack up before a drug gets approved. And as therapies have gotten more advanced and moved from like small molecules to biologics and gene therapies, that problem has grown more acute. And so side project, to make a open source in vivo electroporator, a tool to do gene therapy in the developing world or the garage. And we did this with Ebola antibodies initially, but follistatin is a reasonable thing to electroporate in if you don't mind being tased.
And that's the thing, everyone should have their own individual autonomy to take whatever they want, whenever they want, as informed adults. And that's where I was 25 years ago, because I didn't unfortunately know you or have access to it. So I just had to do what I could do with the products and the knowledge that I had. And it worked.
It's impressive you're able to get your hands on it. Actually, the recombinant
that was through, I was on the Australian-China Business Council, so I had access there. But the point is, 25 years later, we're now at this point where we're able to do it. And I have had the follistatin gene therapy. And just to give you some stats, in 4 weeks, I put on 6 kilos of muscle, lost 2 kilos of fat, and that was without changing anything else. I'm very static with training and diet, etc. So the follistatin definitely worked in the gene therapy. But the point is, 25 years ago and today, I don't accept what people tell me I can and can't do with my body. I do as I believe is good for me. And those numbers you're talking about in terms of 70 million for the GLP-1s, that's through pharma sourcing. It's more like 200 billion when you add research grade peptides into the equation. So the market's huge. And they are limiting it, but that doesn't mean people aren't accessing it through research grade protocols.
So just curious, you must have lots of conversations with people that go through the clinic, asks, wants, need to get my hands on this, those sorts of things.
Asks and wants are one thing, but the therapeutic indications another. So people come in because of social media. I saw this, I saw that. I want follistatin gene therapy. Great for the appropriate indications like perimenopausal or menopausal women that you're trying to save their muscle mass loss during that period, or osteoporosis. So there's clinical indications, and we do that. We look at the diagnosis, we then see whether they're deficient or dysfunctional or diseased, and then give an appropriate treatment, not just what they want.
Yeah. Just sort of taking that a little bit further, because you're talking also about this even more acute problem around health sovereignty, and the fact that, I think about the regulatory environment. We set a bunch of laws and rules even before we knew the structure of DNA, and we haven't really advanced the architecture or the regulatory structure since then. And so, how much do you effectively feel that, provided a couple constraints, so very strong understanding of safety, et cetera, that people should be enabled to effectively make their choices, and how much medical oversight or supervision or consultations that should sit in those processes? And is it also variable for different types of modalities?
I'd say fundamentally, I think I should be the arbiter of what goes into my body. And that doesn't mean that stupidity won't have consequences. So I think when you're looking at marketing a drug, we have labels that show that it's safe and effective for something. And but historically, the FDA didn't regulate either of those things. All they regulated was that you couldn't lie on the label. And I think that there's a need for a middle ground like this, because it makes sense that a lot of people either don't want to or lack the ability to evaluate any therapeutic you could conceivably take in any circumstance. But in the end, I should have the option to. And so maybe you go back to thinking like the predecessor of the FDA was there, when they sold heroin as a children's soothing syrup to make sure that they properly labeled the bottle. They notably did not say you couldn't give heroin to children. They just said, you have to put this could be dangerous. You need to label it properly. And so I think science is progressing faster than regulation can. And it's not that it's ill-intended or even unnecessary in the sense like there has to be something for not everyone can master this, but there also, I think, needs to be a pathway to let it, because I don't want to die waiting for a therapy to exist. And every day, you're on clinical hold or you're in early development, people are out there suffering and dying. And there is very much a cost to the delay.
Nina, a question for you first, and then probably to the rest of the panel. We're talking about people making informed choices, and then also sometimes it's hard to avoid like relative stupidity of people that just like want to put things in their body. How much do we've been talking a lot about AI, I guess, today. It's just always a topic that sort of recurs. What people don't tend to speak about a lot in terms of AI is whether it is like it helps enhance understanding and how relatively informed the public are about approaching certain types of medicines and making health choices and things of the sort. So do you see that as a prospective pathway? What needs to happen? I know that people are sort of like querying LLMs a lot more, but even like, what would it take for someone to effectively look at what you might have to offer, even if it's not effectively approved by the FDA, and consider whether that's, a right choice for them?
Yeah, and we're going through this now. And I think I think we don't like that 90% of regenerative medicine is still outside of complete regulatory purview. People do get hurt when the product is so complex to manufacture. I think at least manufacturing needs to be tightly controlled, or at least tightly regulated. How do patients that I interact with make their decision? Well, I think they ask questions that you're probably not surprised to hear. Like, what have you tested this in before? If it's animals, they're like, okay. As soon as you say human, more, is the data more relevant? The closer the data that exists is relevant to me, the more easy it is for me to make a decision. And I think that's just what we see. And I'm lucky that, at least our modality is easy to explain to people. We're not reprogramming cells, for example, so we don't have to get deep into the explanations of biology. But most people understand that you need diet and exercise inside your body to grow cells. So the idea that our technology provides diet and exercise to cells outside the body to grow tissue is something that makes sense to people. So beyond that, actually people tend to like our technology because we can understand that mice heal similarly in terms of fractures to humans, maybe more similarly than other biological mechanisms. But yeah, it's really data driven. And I don't know what, in terms of AI, I think that, and this alludes to a question you asked on an earlier panel, I do see the willingness of regulators in various geographies to be open to using AI for, you had said synthetic control arms, or even negotiating, like NICE, for example, in UK has signaled that they are open to negotiating prices based on whether or not your structure of your clinical trial utilizes some of their data, right? So I think we're going to start to see folks use data in different ways. I think for us, because we're launching a trial in a hybrid manner, we're launching a product in Florida next year in parallel with seeking FDA approval. Okay, so AI is going to come into play for us because we're going to have to stitch together and have a real data strategy to make sure that we are stitching together our data such that we can submit all that data to FDA. And it's not going to all look like data FDA has seen before, but we are highly optimistic that the FDA will be able to wrap their heads around it, just like a lot of other, sound mind humans. I think there's a lot of common sense that humans have when it comes to looking at data. I think I would like to give the general population more credit than we usually do for their discernment. But yeah, there should be some regulations. I don't like the idea of a total free-for-all. Yeah, but people are smart.
We're up against time. One last question to the panelists, and it's something I think all of you touched upon. There's also a huge gray market that's effectively hovering around all these things. You mentioned search peptides, things like this. In a lot of my conversations with people from industry, everyone's they're cautiously watching this, and you see new actors coming in every day, et cetera. And, that can compromise the whole space if things don't go right. So is there anything that we can effectively do? And, how can we make sure that people get the right type of access that they effectively need to regenerative medicines? There isn't too much overall systematic drag so that, you're not kept in a 20-year R&D development loop, and people feel like they're making the right informed risk return sort of assessment. Sorry, Shane, I might start with you.
I think what you just said is embodied in what the enhanced games are doing. That's going to give the athletes their body autonomy. It is medically monitored. Some of the products are outside of the indicated use, but the data is there to show that these athletes will reach their peak potential in a medically monitored manner with their health parameters measured, as opposed to the IOC or the WADA measuring drug use, catching them for drugs. The beauty of the enhanced games is they're monitoring health of the athlete. And ironically, following these athletes for the last year, their health parameters are improving, even though they're using products that are not indicated for sports enhancement. So I think the enhanced games is going to generate enough noise to maybe move this body autonomy in the positive direction.
I think it's worth pointing out that we fundamentally don't understand biology very well. It's not like computer science where every bug was put there by you or your friends. We're going blind into a lot of this. And so, but if you consider you had like cancer, you're going to die in a year or something like this, even if you had right to try and all that, like you'd be dead before it got to phase 1. And it took me 10 years to go to phase 1 with the first one. And so I think that we shouldn't delude ourselves about what the risk is with these things. Like there's always a patient zero, basically, right? There's always the first patient in a trial, and there's only so much you can know about it. And generally, if a drug couldn't kill you, it doesn't do anything at all. And so there's going to be a risk of it being fine in most people and dangerous in others. And I think and making sure that the manufacturing of it is regulated is about as good as you can get in this, because no one's going to know what the limit of the enhanced athletes are until they exceed it also. And so I totally support this, but we do have to understand that we're tinkering with a system we can't possibly understand.
Amazing. Any last thoughts, Nina?
Well, if you have any aches and pains, feel free to talk to me, and go to epibone.com/forum if you want to sign up for our patient waiting list. We're treating patients in US and UAE and Thailand.
Well, I'd love to thank you very much. Very entertaining conversation. And track them down and bother them and ask them lots of questions after this. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're running a little bit behind time. This is one of 3 sort of remote calls we effectively have today, and unfortunately Axel couldn't be with us. But he has something very, very interesting to present. I think something we effectively speak about all the time. We don't really understand an internal state that we deeply desire to have an equilibrium, and this is effectively happiness. And so Axel Bouchon, who is just effectively joining us now, he is a seasoned pharma veteran. So he ran the investment team at Bayer. He was an executive at Moderna. He's also a venture partner of probably the most formidable biotechnology fund in the world. He is a neuroscientist and is obsessed with happiness, and has had a very long journey effectively through industry that sort of led to this culmination of being here. And so we are getting Axel on screen right now. Hello. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
And thanks for being very patient, by the way. As you know, these things sometimes we run a little bit over time. But a lot of people have, the title of the talk is the biochemical signature of happiness and how science can make you live a longer, happier and healthier life. That seems a little bit paradoxical to people. People just believe happiness is this sort of ubiquitous state.
But
could you just start to break that down a little bit? And you do have slides to present because literally people asking me before to see data and like get an understanding of what you're talking about. So maybe if I can hand it over to you there and just run us through what you have to share.
Yeah, thanks so much, Aaron. I'm just from a logistics perspective, can you see my title page, and am I in control of this or not? Because I just
let me go in and speak to the AV room because it's not
yeah, it's just like this. So it's basically saying that I share, but I don't know whether you can.
Sure. I mean,
they also have a copy of the presentation back up there. Also, Ella, can they turn the audio up?
Yeah.
All right.
Let me maybe just try to do this again. If I press share, did something change now?
We got a black screen. They can also project it through the AV room. Nope. All right.
Too bad.
Yeah. No, they can. I can certainly see it in front of me, but it's not the screen here, but it's not actually projecting onto the main screen.
Okay, so then you see it. That means it's just like a projection challenge, maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
maybe in the meantime, while they're actually setting this up, just to sort of contextualize a little bit, what is meta neuroscience? What have you been seeking to achieve, study, DeSci, etc. Just to sort of like set this up for the audience.
Yeah, I think I even can try to do the voiceover of the first 2 or 3 slides, so we don't lose more time, and maybe we can just get us going with the slides. Just because I would love to show you some brain pictures, of course, right, from our MRI studies. So in a way, when I was a PhD and I thought I came with a brilliant idea to my professor, he always said, you know what, why don't you just go to the library? It was library times at the time, and just read and see whether it's really a new idea. And actually, I think it never was. Right? So it was always someone like 40, 30, 5 years, 1 year ago had a similar idea. So when we started this, we actually just did the same thing. We literally, before we even founded Matter, were in a research mode for 5 years, trying to really understand what is known about the science of happiness. And there's one message that I think everybody in the audience will appreciate, because there has been a lot of studies done, actually very, very good studies. And the key message out of these studies is, if you feel happy, you add 10 to 15 healthy life years to your life. For someone who was 20, 25 years in the pharmaceutical industry, this is almost the best drug claim I have ever seen. So in the presentation, I just put all the references in. So after that, you can kind of read all the great work from other people that have just proven that. But if you ask me today, how to live longer, I would immediately say just live happier. That's actually what all the data of very, very large epidemiological studies have done. So when we started Matter, we all felt that we need a new equation for the good life. So we started with writing down actually a mathematical formula that goes, normally you would have it on screen, and Aaron, you let me know in case my slides are seen. Good life equals a long, healthy, and happy life. This is basically like a 3-vector equation. So lifespan in physical years, healthy life years, you can use whatever metrics you want to use here. Qualities are used in the pharmaceutical industry. And then, of course, your happy lifetime. So if you imagine for a second a triangle, that is, one corner has basically a long life, a healthy life, and a happy life, you come to an ideal triangle, right? Because in your ideal life, you would get 100 years old, you always would be healthy, had always good time, and then you're hit by a milk truck, and that's it. So the area under that particular
we have your slides on screen too.
Okay, great.
Just the title page.
Yep. So you see, that was the triangle I was trying to explain right a few minutes ago. See, that is what we try to solve in matter. How to maximize the area of that triangle for each of you, and myself, of course. So the interesting thing is, if you have a 3-vector equation in mathematics, you can actually just feed inputs on each of these vectors. And thanks to all the advancements in AI and advanced machine intelligence, you can actually solve that question for yourself. So just to give you a little bit of a teaser, that's my triangle. Okay, so what it actually tells you is that when you're about 50, you have wasted a lot of good time already. So just to kind of make this clear, if you're trying to win 5 or 10 years on the total lifespan axis, you see that this triangle most probably will not get much fuller, because it's just at the end of that. That means you're already quite impaired by your health vector. So the key point we kind of just wanted to do is create an experiment to solve that and actually train a machine algorithm to kind of help us or help each of you. The biggest challenge 4 years ago was, how the heck do we measure happy lifetime? Universally, right? Not subjectively. And that actually gave us a hard time to solve. Actually, we failed for 4 years, unless we kind of had a huge support from a small group. This is a busy slide. I just kept it there, so you may have just a look at it later. Because Siemens, together with a high research focus group in Maastricht, actually resolved how to get to a level of resolution with functional MRI that was unheard of before, based on a 7 Tesla and higher magnetic field. That, for the first time, allowed us to look at a spatial resolution that we have never seen before. So we failed to kind of just find spots of happiness or good emotions for 4 years with all kinds of diagnostics you can imagine, all wearables you can imagine, EEG, FNIRS, 1.5 Tesla. We simply failed. But then we combined it with 2 other expertises that I quickly want to mention before I show you the data. We actually invited experts from positive psychology into this because they simply said, look, the general science is working with stock photos, right? They anticipate, showing a cat is giving you some kind of oxytocin or kind of just like nurturing love. If you show me a cat, nothing happens. Other people kind of just like get totally aroused about seeing an apple because they love apples. If you show me an apple, it's actually pure disgust because in all honesty, I kind of just had I had to eat too much apples when I was young. So you see, in a way, a lot of studies in the past were basically flawed because we were not asking the specific question about you as a person, your particular good emotions and happiness. So our positive psychology partners, we're working together with the World Happiness Research Institute, has basically just dedicated their focus on that. And the last thing is they actually wanted to see whether during the study, people really feel better, right? Because that's the concept, right? We would say if we stimulate happiness, do they feel better? The last thing was then coming more from my side, trained by chemists, basically. We really wanted to map this to molecules. So I just love molecules because molecules don't lie. You know exactly what they are. We have some information, at least what they do in biology. So we broke up in these studies the term happiness into 9 positive emotions that have been defined in the course of evolution. And I just list them here because they play a role throughout the talk. Excitement or enthusiasm, sexual desire, recognition, family love, contentment, friendship love, amusement, pleasure, and gratitude. Don't worry, I will come back to them quite a bit as we go. So in a way, we kind of combined functional MRI with so-called PET MRI data, what are showing you where in your brain specific molecules are located. So enough talk. This is basically the data. Actually non-published yet, but you see it's pretty high end. In essence, this is the highest resolution of the positive emotion map of the human brain. What is quite interesting for me just to understand that the top is kind of just like looking at the outer layer. So you see it's completely left laterally focused. Right? We don't have much emotions on the right side, outer layer. And then the lower 2 graphs are showing what happens if you cut your brain open. And you see there's also a lot of activity kind of in areas that are really like older structures. So just you can read the brain a little bit like when you cut a tree. So the inner rings are kind of just old structures and the outer rings are kind of just younger structures in evolution. So we have certain areas of very old activity and certain ones are very young areas in the brain. The beauty was, and I just therefore left it here as a very high resolution description, people who have lived very long and were basically had an absence in any mental disease or kind of just like dementia, almost had particularly high neuroplasticity or regional gray matter volume in all these regions. So in a way, somehow, this is a pure correlation, but just that you know that. Now you can imagine the beauty is now that we know where the activity is, we can zoom in and say, hey, which emotions are actually allocated at which spots? And if you just look at this is just like an early slide set. So sexual desire, the red dots, they're actually just in the oldest structures you can imagine. Whereas amusement, laughter, is actually really at the youngest cortical structures we have. So when we kind of just added data to this with more, meanwhile, more than 100 people, we actually could identify 16 clusters where we know exactly which emotions are kind of in these clusters. So not only we know the areas where this is, we know also that this is basically universal. So in other words, if Aaron feels grateful that I'm here, he will basically have this area down here on your right hemisphere will kind of just light up. And if I kind of feel grateful to be with you, I have exactly the same thing, even though the trigger is different, right? It's kind of you making me grateful, I make Aaron grateful. See, that's the key thing. So that the engine is universal, but the triggers are specific. So now that you can imagine we have a brain activity map, it was in particularly a highlight to see that the activity links exactly to how people experience their emotions. So in other words, when I ask our participants to rate a certain memory and kind of rate an intensity of an emotion subjectively, I could see the activity in the brain exactly increasing at the same way. At the end, indeed, we didn't even ask the participant anymore. We could read from their brains what was the rating they gave. Like, was this a memory that was under my top 10% of my life or among the lowest 10%? So the predictability algorithm was actually extremely strong there. Now, the next and last step that we wanted to do, as you remember, was now we know the functional map where the emotions live, but which molecules are actually really involved in this? So we had the benefit of overlay molecular maps that are available. Just to cut that short a little bit. So like this is kind of just like the correlation of our emotional function map. And this was the correlation of our molecules. We picked molecules from the most important serotonin receptors dopamine receptors, cannabinoid receptors, GABA, morphine receptors, glutamate. And if you just look at it without kind of just like, and I give you the details in a second, you actually see it actually looks pretty similar. And the only real difference is this area around the ear. You see this blue one where there was a difference. And the major difference was that we had challenges with oxytocin receptor. Oxytocin receptor traces are just toxic. So we just miss one molecule in this whole data set. But now we can imagine what we could do is, I just jump back, in this area of pleasure, for instance, we could now overlay, hey, which molecules are in this patch? And then we went on and we said, hey, in this gratitude patch, which molecules are in this patch? And that's basically what I want to conclude with almost. That's the code of human happiness. It's a mixture of 6 neurotransmitters and 9 positive emotions. And I just take a little bit of time to explain you how it works. So dopamine is the oldest neurotransmitter, and it creates enthusiasm and motivation. Testosterone plus dopamine together, see, it's a combination of two, gives you sexual desire. Very important early in evolution because you had to get interest to find a mating partner. And next oldest was basically serotonin, because when you had a choice, it's a huge benefit if you feel recognized when you're successful. Right? So serotonin and dopamine gives you the feeling and the perception of recognition. These 3 are stone ore. They're basically in all animals down the road. Just to steal a little bit of the thunder, these are the 3 that our current economic system are triggering. It's only these 3. Excitement and recognition. So basically, our current economic system is leaving us on the same level than all insects and all lighter animals, like where we were already 800 million years ago. Okay, so that's just like the key message here. As the next thing, opioids came up that give you, together with dopamine, pleasure. And then there was a huge jump in the evolutionary hierarchy, because only like 30, 40 million years back, oxytocin came up. That is the hallmark of mammals, who, what is interesting, are kind of taking their entire life, take care of their kids. Energetically, that doesn't make any sense, but evolutionarily, it makes a lot of sense. So we call this nurturant love because it also works when you are taking care of pets, or kind of as a teacher taking care of your students. The last one is starting now to become really only available in higher mammals, because higher mammals are actually living in tribes, herds, and even humans live in cities. Right? So it's like pretty weird if you think about it, but there's no immediate evolutionary benefit. But because we have a molecule called cannabinoids and their receptors, we experience friendship love, what leaves us with other people, what somehow has an evolutionary benefit. So these are, I think, a lot of the emotions that we know. Interestingly, humans have 3 additional ones, because all of a sudden evolution allowed us to combine more molecules. Dopamine, oxytocin, cannabinoids gives us the experience of contentment. A possibility to feel good when we are with ourselves. So somehow we can hug ourselves, right? The oxytocin was normally a family thing. We can hug ourselves and make this experience. Amusement or loud laughter is almost reserved to humans. The last thing is gratitude seems to be completely reserved for us. So if you just look at it, you see everything we need to be happy. Because remember, these areas are at different spots. So in other words, feeling proud because of your work, just to make the example, will never fill the areas or stimulate the areas that are responsible for friendship love. The areas for friendship love will never fill the areas of family love or nurturing love. So our life is basically a decathlon, just staying with the enhanced games for a second, right? It's not javelin throwing. It's not sprint. Our brain has distinct qualities that when we focus on all of them, we have the healthiest brains. And we can prove that based on the connection from the beginning, right? All the people who lived long and felt happy had completely kind of absent of mental disease by definition. So in other words, what do we do with this? The first thing is actually what you do, hopefully, right after this talk. You live a life based on these things, and that's pretty easy. Because in a way, I just skipped that. In a way, we know whatever we do, how we spend our time, with who we spend our time, where do we spend our time, and how our expectation levels trigger these molecules. And if we trigger them good enough, we will go above a certain threshold, and we will experience it as emotional significance. And then our brain decides, hey, this seems to be important. Let that human not forget that. So immediately we form a positive memory. Now, of course, everybody's like, oh, this is easy. I take cocaine, watch porn, MDMA, heroin. I don't know anything here, but then and weed, and then I have it all. That's easy. So let me explain why that doesn't work. Because it also just works the other way around. If you just imagine what you learn if you take a substance, any substance or any medicine. I could have substituted MDMA with SSRIs. I could have substituted cocaine with Adderall. You see, all their medications are in the neurospace. You actually just learn the associated activity, meaning I need that pill to feel like something. But actually, our brain is built to tell us how to live our lives to feel it. And I think that's the most important, message for today is, if you just think about it, if you take a medicine for feeling pride, how do you want to learn what makes you proud? It's impossible. Right? If you take something what is pushing your excitement, how do you want to learn what really excites you? All of a sudden, I'm in the glass business. It's so amazing, right? It's amazing. I did the best glasses on the planet. Right? But that is not how it works. The point is we want to know what we are really excited about. So in other words, what we actually can do now is learn ourselves again, and we have the freedom to kind of just switch on and off these things. So I take the last minute for two things, and that is, so what do we do at Mathematis? Number one, we help patients. So Stanford is basically running a study, over 200 patients, but we actually try to use their good memories as antidepressants. So literally, because we now know the muscles to train, we try to really train it with them in the MRI to kind of re-experience what a good emotion is. And the second thing is we said, hey, let's have a look at the healthy people, call it prevention or call it fun. So we basically just invented an emotional fitness club. Because literally, like your biceps can be trained with a biceps curl, we know that my friendship love area can be trained by having a call with Eric. So that is kind of just like the entire concept behind it. And we are literally now filling all this data in the triangle, remember, to solve our good life equation. That's what we're up to next year. This is kind of just like how the club looks like. And just to leave you with one observation that's still puzzling, and that we are kind of just like really excited about. We have now seen, I think, over 20,000 positive memories from different people in the MRI. We have seen, I think, more than 4,500 peak memories, so the best moments of humans in the MRI. The top ranking, independent who was in the MRI, were memories where they made someone happy. So not when they focused on their happiness, but when they had the moment of making someone else happy. And this is why we kind of just like try to translate this. In our app, we currently have this already. We kind of just like invented a little bit of a gaming currency that is literally just rewarding you when you made someone happy. And if you are interested to kind of just like join us in that study that starts, I think, in March, write me an email. That's it. I'm so sorry that we can't sit on stage and have some questions on stage, but I hope I just didn't run over too much. I think I stole a few minutes, but Aaron, thanks for the time.
Thank you, Axel, for that. I see everyone was effectively really dialed in to the presentation that you were sharing. And I saw a lot of people actually taking photos of the content, which actually really struck a chord with a number of people. Please do take note. There's going to be a broader-based study around this. We could speak a lot in nauseam, and also Axel has a documentary that you can find on YouTube, which is actually called it's called Happiness. Axel?
Yeah, it's basically just from a movie director called Max Joseph, and it's on his YouTube channel, freely available. There's 6 episodes. So Max was just actually shadowing us for the last 4 years, but it was just, I think, was a huge opportunity having some independent person kind of just like documenting his own way on happiness and a little bit kind of showing what we do. So Max Joseph, director, if you Google that, you basically have it, but I'm also fine, Aaron, if you just share the link later.
Yeah, I will. Sorry, we've got to cut it here. But Axel, thank you so much for your time today. Appreciate your patience. We could speak a lot longer around what you're doing, but it's incredibly exciting. I think you're going to see more of our community really engaged in what you're doing, and on behalf of all of us, thank you for actually clinically investigating this. It's starting to demystify a number of things that we either aspire to or take for granted, or we form some a very crude understanding around. So thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
Fantastic. Okay, we've got another panel now. Token economies and alternative models of drug development. Diana, come join us. I'm also looking for Jackie and Brian. Oh, ignore me entirely. We're doing our fireside first.
Hello. All right, this works. Let's sit down. Hey, everyone. Good to see you. So my name is Clemens. I'm CPO at Bioprotocol, and I'm joined today here by Diana Dia. Thanks so much for joining. Maybe a little bit of background to you. You've been working for Binance and BNB for a long time now. You led the Binance live
stream and then Binance feed, what we so-called Binance Square right now, and also the Binance affiliate. And then I've been at Chain for more than 2 years. And I'm the head of SWAT for DeSci.
Awesome. I think your experience in the Binance and BNB ecosystem probably rivals almost no one, having seen how the whole community there and the people have been growing. I just recently read, actually, this morning I checked the numbers. The BNB chain itself is actually one of the chains that has most users across all chains. I think daily active users of 4 million. And then I think 2 days ago, CZ also tweeted that now Binance has 300 million users on the platform. So maybe you can share a little bit about the community there.
Yeah, so I think for this year, I think for most of the years, we are trying to be the most, be the chain with the most daily active users. But this year we have existed not only on the daily active users, but also the trading volumes and also the TVL, and especially on RWA. So the RWA TVL this year of BNB chain has exceeded more than 1 billion, just the RWA TVL. And I think also prediction market is happening a lot on BNB chain. Lots of builders are building related feature product. And Yeah, I think that, and also AI actually. So AI has lately, so AI, they usually have the most innovation, because I think when it comes to DeFi, when it comes to RWA, it's more about institution and fund flow and tokenomics, those kind of things. But when it comes to AI, it can be real innovation. We have projects that are working with OpenAI that they're building on BNB chain, and then I think we are still at a very early stage of AI technology, because right now AI mostly is AI agent launch a token related with the agent, and it's just still if we look at the whole launchpad, it's basically still Ouroboros. But when AI technology that agents can interact with agents, I believe lots of scientists are using AI to support your science technology, and I think lots of things can happen.
So we'll basically bridge to DeSci in a sec. We've heard amazing talks around the science today already. The infrastructure of blockchain is basically carrying the promise of the democratization of the data assets, of the IP assets, of people to collaborate together on scientific innovation. Now, just coming back to the BNB communities and the people that are there, how currently is the splitting between, let's say, like its presence in Asian markets and the Western markets? Because I think from our perspective from Europe, it's been extremely dominant and has a huge presence in the Philippines and Vietnam, in a lot of these Southeast Asian places. And I think that's very important for when you're looking for nascent communities that want to develop their own things.
Yeah, I think not only the communities that is related with Asia region, we actually have users globally. However, if we think about bioscience, I do think with the strong communities in Asia, it's because why it's important is because there are actually certain disease. I think it happens only in certain region. It might be agriculture related, like for example, Inner Mongolian. Correct me if I'm wrong, scientists. I think in Inner Mongolian, because the mountains are really high, so it's usually very cold, and the people, they grew very tall. So and they don't have much vegetables to eat. Most of the time they eat meat, so high protein, and then most of the time they eat very salty food. So it causes their bones easy to have problems. And so actually, I think I did some research, like in China, the Inner Mongolian has very good technology in solving bone problems. So we might think like originally, oh, this region may cause some issues, but actually, from the other hand, this region might be good at solving this issue. And also in those humidity regions or dry regions, like Middle East, like in the desert, I think people are very good at solving the skin-related problems. I was actually in Oman, Kasab, for a few days, and then my hands are usually dry. They're like continuously dry, so I have to continuously put like hand cream on my hand. So I think if there's a region that they have the related disease, so it might be also this region have most likely to have the way of solving these problems. And with DeSci, I think maybe we can help to spread it out, like a niche disease can be solved, and the treatment can spread globally.
I think you're alluding to something there that is extremely important, and that is that people try to solve their own problems where they are. So that might be health issues because of certain environmental conditions, but it might also be expertise that has been growing through like thousands of years through traditions, where people have noticed that a certain way of treating something in a certain area can yield huge results. And I think untapping this knowledge, untapping also the tapping into these problems and solving them where they are, that's something where DeSci could help, right? And so maybe now bridging like with the huge footprint that the BNB chain has to the users in these regions, I think there's an opportunity for a lot of funding of like community-led research to happen in this area. Have you seen something already being done in this?
Well, we've seen that one of the project that I believe Bio is already in touch with. They're doing like human genetic tests. So they're backed by like the genetic test companies, and then what they are going to do is to create a human layer. So maybe then we can find out. Maybe with some AI agents doing the research upon this human layer, then they can find out like some diseases are related with some genes that human has never found the relation, but AI could find the relation. So that's very important because through blockchain, we can allow AI agent to do the research, lots of research, very efficient, and at the same time to keep the privacy of the patient's or user's information. So I think this is very important that the efficiency and the privacy can happen at the same time with blockchain technology and science.
Cool. So maybe let's touch a little bit here on the tech. I think we have seen a huge push for like ZK knowledge tech, but at the end, AI agents will be awake 24/7. They will be, if prompted correctly, might be working for us continuously on different projects, whole agent swarms. How do you see BNB actually continue supporting this endeavor? Because we will be running into infrastructure problems pretty quickly if we're building this out.
Yeah, this is exactly what we are doing. We haven't announced this, but we are actually building something really new, infrastructure-wise. So we want to increase the fundamental throughput frequency with no compensation on the gas. So we're building this new fundamental technology to support BNB chain. It's going to be connected with BNB chain and Greenfield and all of the one BNB chain we have right now. So no worries if you're currently a builder on BNB chain. It's just going to enhance the technology. This is one thing so that we can support the nonstop 24/7 AI execution on chain. I think this is from the technology side. And there's also one thing I actually want to mention is about the fund flow. Like everybody knows like DeSci is for fund, for science, but why? Actually, I have my personal point of view is because I don't know if you ever have heard of movie. It's a Chinese movie. It's called I'm Not the God of Medicine, but it's a very niche disease. There is actually the medicine. It's not that niche, and then the medicine sold by the government is very extremely expensive that the patients and their family couldn't afford. So they actually there's a smuggler. He smuggled it from India because Indian people somehow found a way to figure out the ingredient, and then it's not regulated at all. So it solved the disease, but it's not regulated, and you have to smuggle it in. So the smuggler, yeah, so the smuggler did it for money, but then the police are very strict with trying to find a smuggler, so they stopped. But however, at this point, the patients are begging them to smuggle the medicine because it's not about earning money right now. It's about saving lives. So I was trying to think, do you trust the government?
Do you trust the government with our health is an important question, I think.
I trust them now, but I don't know if I can trust them forever because things are changing. I'm not against any government. I'm just saying that can you trust human nature, right? So I trust them now because the resource is kind of enough right now. But if one day the resource is not enough, who controls the science? Who controls the life? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think even if we assume a benevolent government that is trying to eradicate the largest diseases for everyone, there will be nascent communities, like small communities that have certain problems that will just be ignored because they're not assumed to be the most important ones, because governments also have only a limited amount of resources, and they will need to focus on something that touches on most people. And so I think rare diseases being one example touches maybe just a small amount of humans, but they're willing to go all the way to figure out a solution to their problems, right? And so coming back to, I think, these communities, this is where I think we need to support them finding a solution. Maybe they already have one, it just needs to be scientifically validated, and then actually funding the products to come to market, right?
Yes, I agree with you because at the big, I do agree with those big corporations that they have take the risk, they have to spend a lot of money to do a lot of experiments, so then they came up with the medicine. But so they have the right to decide how much they want to sell, but who gave them the fund at the very beginning, right? So to those who are against DeSci, I would think science should belong to everyone. Maybe after a few decades, everyone born with another level of science tech knowledge that we do right now.
Thank you so much. Maybe a last word to everyone building in the space. Why should they be building on BNB right now, and what is coming that you're excited about?
Okay, so first, why should people build on BNB? Is because we are taking the responsibility. We are playing our role very hard so that we provide the most highest frequency, the throughput, and we're trying to give the lowest gas fee at the same time to provide you the infrastructure that you can build your product very efficiently. And the second time is we respond very fast. So yeah, I believe on the way of building your product, you need to pivot a few times. Even if you have a BP at the very beginning, you never follow the BP. You have to change, you have to find your position, and you need suggestions, you need help, you need support, and we are always here. Yeah, we grow with you. Let's build together.
Thank you so much, Zian.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Now we have the panel that I was talking about. Diana, don't leave too far. Diana? You're on the next panel. And we have Jackie, and then we've got 2 Brians. My panel's 50% Brian. Give me a second. I'm just going to grab the other mics. Oh. Cool. Thank you so much, guys. I think we're short 1 mic, so you guys will just have to pass it around. But cool. Thank you so much, everyone. You've seen my face already quite a few times. But today I get to be the moderator of this panel. We are discussing token economies and how they relate to drug development. And now each one of my panel guests has either launched a token, their job has something to do with tokens, or they are looking to launch a token. So I think maybe the first thing we can start with is we'll do a round of intros. And I also just kind of want to discuss, like, where do tokens fit into your sphere of life and work? So yeah, maybe we'll start at the end with Brian.
So I'm Brian from VitaForge, and we are creating a platform for de-risking late-stage preclinical longevity assets and getting them through early clinical stages, phase 1, phase 2. So trying to build platforms and strategies to capitalize those early stages and get more assets into later stages of clinical development.
Amazing. Brian.
Okay, I'm the other Brian. 50% Brian, but importantly with an I, so it was the correct way. No offense to anybody with a Y out there. So Brian Majerski, I'm a founder of Cerebrum DAO. So we're a global network organization that crowdfunds solutions for brain diseases. Our ambition and goal is to end all brain diseases and have a world with only healthy brains. We look at brain disease as a function of aging. So we're also, I guess, to be considered a longevity DAO, because if you don't have your brain health, you really don't have anything.
Hi, my name is Jackie. I come from Diabetes DAO, and we fall in the camp of we're about to launch our token, and we'll hopefully be as successful as the amazing Cerebrum DAO. So yeah, we are focusing on accelerating diabetes research to a point where we can hopefully get to a cure. So much money is spent yearly. I think just on T1D alone, $500 million US was spent last year on funding scientific research around T1D. And yet we're still not at a cure yet. So anything that we can do to help is obviously needed. I come from an academic background. And so what brought me to DeSci and this role, I guess, was, I guess, how fed up I was with the current academic system and the issues that I was facing every day. And I'm really excited about the DeSci movement. Hopefully we can touch on that a little bit in this chat and what it can do for trad science.
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, I think I already made my intro. I'm from BNB Chain, the Ecosystem Business Development Manager. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you. So I think in the world, we kind of have a sort of spectrum of people, mainly sort of the crypto people who believe that everything will be tokenized and, token economies are the future. And we're on, an inevitable march that way. And then you have, the entirely other spectrum, which is often a lot of scientists that I meet that go sort of, why would you add tokens to a really complex system? What value do they bring me? So I think I'd love to hear from Brian and Jackie. You guys are looking at launching a token and you've decided to go the token pathway. What was it? What sort of issue were you coming across that made you reach out to tokens of all things?
So I think tokens offer an opportunity to scale capital to the specific de-risking steps in clinical development. And that can avoid this problem that happens in biotech where you may IPO and bring in $160 million and deploy 20 million of that in a phase 1A. But if you have an adverse event, that remaining capital becomes trapped in your public vehicle. People don't want to make further investment into your entity. And because of that, that capital tends to just kind of cycle around stuck in your biotech corporation. And because of that, basically, we just wait until you start trading below net asset value and wait for somebody to come along and scavenge you and collect the premium. And so if we can design tokenized models that will allow us to fund specific stages of clinical development, that can help investors to de-risk their investment, but also create an opportunity to bring more things out of preclinical stage and into that critically de-risked phase 1 trial so that we can start to identify more potential candidates that can actually come to provide therapeutic benefit in the clinic.
Yeah, mine's a little bit more upstream of that, but that's a really good point. So the quick story for Cerebrum, like why did I even decide to start it, was many people have heard this before, but my youngest of 3 kids, daughters, has Down syndrome. She's also a type 1 diabetic too, so I really understand that field too, unfortunately. But so what I understood when she was born is people with Down syndrome have almost a guarantee of early onset Alzheimer's, dementia, and they'll start developing the pathology in a pretty bad way in their early 30s, and they're not making it past their 60s. And so about 8 years into her life, I took stock of where we were with Alzheimer's, like what were the prospects of her having a therapeutic before she was 30. And I looked at the last 8 years and really not much had happened. And it was just very frustrating. And so I started asking the question, why? And looked at it from Charlie Munger's perspective of, if you show me the incentive, I'll tell you the outcome. And I looked at all the incentives, and what you had was, despite 10xing of funding from the NIH to $3 billion for Alzheimer's, really not much had happened. And you looked at the bureaucratic institutions that had built up over decades that understood how to get that honeypot of money and what they were incentivized to do, which was publish and then move on. And you just had, as Sebastian said earlier, you have a very few number of people who all have credibility and imprimatur that are all making these decisions, and not enough is being done without enough urgency. And then I also looked at, well, how can I have an effect on this? And you can say, well, let's go do a foundation and raise some philanthropic money. Well, that's been done. It's been done many times, and they're sitting on billions of dollars too, and they're funding into the same mindset and structure with the same bureaucratic infrastructure. And so then you step back and you look at, well, what's going on? We have an aging population and you have a neurodegeneration crisis upon us. It's a global problem that's affecting hundreds of millions of people. And so I looked at it and said, well, I'm really interested in crypto and I'm participating in that. What are these things good for? Well, they're really good for coordinating talent and capital on a global scale. And so the thesis was, well, what if we reached out and said, let's make this the world's problem. Let's empower everybody to fund into a problem that we all care about, which is keeping our brains healthy and avoiding Alzheimer's disease. We can pool money, we can pool talent, we can pool capital, and we can give people participation rights that they don't have even with philanthropic donations because they get the annual report. And then now these tokens can be used in a variety of different ways. They could be used not only for funding vehicles, but they could be used as rewards, incentives, and coordination mechanisms. And so we could build this whole flywheel that is powered by the people that really want to see these diseases solved. And so for me, it was more on the early end of this, and it said how we can. This is the way to disrupt getting things done. And our thesis with brain health is I want more shots on goal and a broader diversity of hypotheses. That's what was lacking. Well, now we're already seeing that we're making a dent in that with Cerebrum, and it's a very early innings. And that's tokenization. That's what it can do for you.
Amazing, a glowing review. Jackie.
Yeah, really great points. Actually touched on everything I wanted to say, but yeah, just to add to that, I really see the power of tokenization in bringing the power back to the community that the research will ultimately benefit. And as you touched on, these philanthropic organizations and charities, they're amazing. They're actually what funded my research back in the day. But as a funder of those, we often don't get to see where exactly your money goes into this big fund, but you almost certainly don't get a say in it either. And so that's what really excites me the most. And I think it's just a way to mobilize a community that just hasn't really been engaged in this way before.
Amazing, amazing. So I think also what's really interesting is you three over here are all looking at launching your own token, but Diana, you come from a bit of a different side, coming from BNB. And the name of this panel is Token Economies, and it's one thing to launch a token and have your own token, but to sort of create these entirely novel financial systems where there really is a complete flow of tokens. What do you think is going to be necessary to create this sort of proper biotech economy with tokens?
Well, first of all, tokenomics is very important, as they have mentioned. But the second thing is science experiments can be successful or it can be unsuccessful. And then what if the result is unsuccessful, but this is maybe not yet the final result? So how do you convince your investors, the communities, that you're not leaving, you will still building, but you need more fund? How can you let them to still support you financially, to still hold the token? This is one thing. The second thing is, even though we can see many very serious founders that building very hard related science to try to solve the problem, to try to solve the disease, find a treatment, but there are scammers, right? They 100%. Pretend like they are going to do the same or similar things, but their goal is just to launch a token and dump and go. So how can you convince your communities that you are not them, because fakers can fake pretty well? So I think this is a very important thing to solve at the same time, so we don't ruin the confidence of the community, and the DeSci can really go to the day that we would want to see the prosperous it is.
Amazing, thank you. I think you touched on a super interesting sort of rub that we have in the DeSci community, which is, to do science, to do serious, real science, there's no way we can put that entirely on chain. We still have to interface with manufacturers, the FDA, sort of your patients, most of which who are likely not on chain if you actually look at the statistics of how much of the world operates and uses Web3. So in sort of, DeFi, it is possible to operate with just an entirely Web3 native audience. DeSci, not so much. So we have this continual rub of the crypto feeling quite daunting for a lot of traditional partners. I would love to know from you three is how are you interfacing with the traditional drug development and bringing in your tokens to that? Maybe Brian, you can start. Yeah, because
Sure. Yeah, I don't really see that as an issue so much. If you look at the model, like one of the models we've looked at with the DAOs is to look at rare disease communities. And it's a very similar thing that they've done. They just did it without tokens, which is you've got a small community of people with one specific problem, and they just pulled together and funded a lot of research and ultimately led to developing therapeutic drugs. And it was a space that would have been ignored otherwise had they not pulled together and done the research. So for us, the way we're looking at it is we're funding a lot of the early stage preclinical work in using tokens and engaging our community. At some point, that IP is ready for clinical and development, and we see multiple pathways that can interface properly. We can spin that IP out into its own company and go and raise venture capital into it, and then go through the traditional process there, where the token holders just decide we're gonna move the IP into a legal entity, or you can just out-license it, and at that point, yes, you are negotiating with a biotech or a pharma to either acquire it or have some kind of a royalty agreement, but it's a legal structure. There's going to be a process by which the token holders can vote to move the IP into a proper wrapper that can then be commercialized. So I think there's going to be an interface. Like if there is a promising therapeutic that's got the data behind it, that's got the people behind it, we will find a way legally to make it happen.
Yeah, it's a nice point. Sort of if it's there, people will end up coming to it. Jackie, I would love to know sort of when so Jackie's recently left her job as a scientist and come to DeSci, which is a very proud moment for me. Jackie originally did a DeSci course that I ran. So it was nice to see sort of the full vision of that from scientist to coming to DeSci. So thank you very much, Jackie.
You red-pilled me.
I did indeed. But sort of when you were explaining to people like your next career move, obviously speaking to your colleagues and that sort of thing, what was the aha moment for them when you were explaining what your next step is?
Yeah, so I definitely didn't lead with, crypto, Web3, because that does obviously scare a lot of people that aren't in the space. I think you forget that you are in somewhat of a bubble. And so I positioned it as, hey, look, there's this movement, like speaking to DeSci in particular, there's this movement that, in my opinion, finally addresses all the issues that we're facing when we're talking about the funding crisis in science, the reproducibility crisis, and the publishing issue. All these issues, like we've been trying, us as academics have spoken and moaned about it for years, but we aren't any closer necessarily to, we haven't been any closer to a solution. And so when I lead with that, like, hey, I've found out about this infrastructure that can actually address this, and you reel them in that way, and then you say, look, it's using blockchain technology. When you actually break it down, the concepts aren't that difficult, as you were able to do so well in the molecule course that I took earlier this year. It actually isn't as complicated as it needs to be. I think what we can do collectively as people in Web3 is maybe not overcomplicate things, and let's try and simplify it. That's how we're actually going to be recruiting people to DeSci, but also just Web3 in general, right? So I do lead with, look, we've got a solution. It's using blockchain technology underneath it, and just kind of outline it as simply as possible without getting into the nitty-gritty too soon. Like I try to avoid token talk early, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Wean them in slowly.
Yes, we kind of have a thing going on in the office, which is basically we've got like a token swear jar that every time you mention the word token, you have to put into the swear jar. Amazing.
So I got a little story on this. It was funny because we were talking with one of the tech transfer offices, and the second we sat down, they saw DAO, and they're like, we're going to be talking about tokens. And I'm like, yeah, maybe. And he's like, well, can you explain this? And I explained what an IP NFT was. And the guy was like, oh my God, that is the first time I've heard a use case for a token that made any sense to me. He's like, all right, now let's talk.
Yes.
And
Amazing.
so if you explain it in simple terms, it works.
Yeah. I mean, that's also one of the big comments I've sort of gotten repeatedly about DeSci, which is that a lot of people feel like, okay, cool, we've heard about blockchain technology, and like, here's a really cool use case where this infrastructure can be applied and really make real world progress. I would love to know, coming from a more crypto background, would you say this is a common sentiment?
That always launch a token?
No, that it's sort of DeSci has a really good use case for blockchain technology, and it could sort of be a flagship for when you're trying to, push the blockchain cause, when you can say, well, hey, look, real science is getting funded, progress is happening, and this is entirely because of these on-chain communities.
Well, I would say DeSci definitely has a reason why it has to go on chain, because we can. Well, as a DeSci user, you don't really need to think you are using blockchain. You can just think that this is a new app. It's like Kickstarter. Like I have a project, I use Kickstarter. And then you don't really need to understand the blockchain technology until you try to figure out why this is fair, like why I can trust the token. And then I think from all of the users that new to Web3 come to Web3, they don't really need to start from the technology of blockchain, Web3, crypto token. They can just try to use the app, like a normal app that they want to use to solve their daily problems. And then when it comes to the point that they wonder why I can trust it, and then they can start to understand the technology behind. And I think from cycles of crypto, we've seen lots of narratives that come and go, and then they come again to the next narrative, to the next cycle. But I don't think that's a really bad thing. So there are, of course, people trying to get money during the cycles with these narratives. However, some concept comes out, but then it goes because the infrastructure is not ready. However, I think with the AI agent right now, it's not only a token that being launched, but AI agent with the 402 features that the agent can interact with agent even on chain. I think there's lots of things that can be done in reality, not only as a concept. So I'm very looking forward to see the future with design, like with AI.
Yes, Brian.
You mentioned the cyclicality in the crypto space, and that's something that in late stage biotech development that you deal with. So we deal with the credit cycle, and it makes it very difficult to advance assets. And I think that is an opportunity for tokenization to really fulfill a need in creating more efficient markets where you can deploy capital in a scaled way, and you can de-risk assets in a stepwise function rather than inefficiently deploying capital and being unable to advance the same number of assets, and we get capital trapped in the wrong places. And so if we can start to break away from that cyclicality, and I think this is really critical, particularly as you look at the digital asset treasury space with these ideas of digital credit. We have these high yield products now, and this can start to break that cyclicality. But if we don't de-risk our business models, then it's going to be very hard to attract capital away from a 10%, 12% return. In biotech, we can provide that high alpha potential for a high return, but we also have to demonstrate that we can start to reduce the risk associated with our development process. And tokenization is one of the most promising pathways towards that.
Amazing. Okay, cool. We are having to wrap up. Just before we finish, Brian, I would love you to tell us a little bit about your project that you're launching soon.
So at VitaForge, we're developing a digital asset treasury strategy for public vehicles that will enable them to harness the volatility of early clinical stage biotech development through convertible note capture and arbitraging fiat currencies as a strategy for you have to deploy the money associated with your clinical trials, but we think that the interest and the price uncertainty that you inject into your equity will provide an opportunity to do capital fundraising over long-term convertible notes and actually generate yield on just the actions of being a highly uncertain business model. And so that we can de-risk overall the model of early clinical development.
Amazing. Okay, cool. Thank you so much to all of my panelists. You were great. I've enjoyed this so much. Thank you. We're done.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know. How crazy that I'm literally in. Amazing. Am I on still? We have a 5-minute coffee break. If anyone would like to grab some coffee. Oh, so I ran this. I've done 2 rounds of it. It's like a 8-week course where we do 8 modules. I have so much fun doing it. It's great. It's quite intense, like work-wise from our end. So I'm not sure we're gonna run the next one, but it's like cool. We do it like we have like a bunch of guest lecturers, and we do it from like a science side and then from the Web3 side. So we kind of really do like a breakdown on everything. Like we'll cover like the basics of blockchain and how to make a wallet and stuff, but we also cover like the basics of drug development. And so like what does it take? What does a clinical trial look like and that sort of thing? I mean, so the last, yeah. So I mean, the end goal is someone like Jackie. So we like the last course we ran, I think we had 40 people, of which like 60% had been in business for 10 years or more. So like quite senior, and like people who can bring in like quite just solid skill sets. Yeah. Like I'm always looking to onboard like young students and people with lots of energy, but I think what we've seen in DeSci is a bit of a vacuum of like highly skilled people. Because obviously they've, all a deeper entrenched career, and the idea of moving into DeSci is a little bit more daunting compared to like when you're a student and you're like, oh. Yeah. Yeah.
You can be there. Okay.
Okay.
How long you had for?
Just till Sunday.
So then, the finance. Ah.
How was your?
Wasn't just going on holiday. It's 2 weeks. Yeah. No, so it was actually meant to be 3 weeks, and then after a week, I started panicking. So I pitched it after a week and a half.
Okay, hello guys. We will be beginning again with our panels. So if everyone can make their way, I'm gonna go and try and hustle some people in the coffee area. But yeah, we got 1 or 2 minutes before we start again.
Testing.
Mic check. Harut, pleasure.
Amazing. Can you try that one? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Mic check. Yo. You're
gonna rap?
I was about to.
Shall we get started? Ella, are we good to go? Ella, we Gucci? Let's go. Hello, everyone. Very excited to have such a cool panel of, a variety of different phenotypes up here. We'll get into it, but yeah, so my name is Benji. I will be moderating this panel. The title is something along the lines of biohacking and peptides and citizen science, but we'll try to cover those pieces. But yeah, definitely want to just see where this conversation goes. But yeah, just to kick things off, I definitely wanted to let each of the different panelists introduce themselves. And so yeah, just so we can understand their backgrounds a bit better. And yeah, just wanted each of them, if you don't mind, to talk about your current role, what got you here, and based on where you are, was this always the plan, or did something happen that kind of shifted your worldview that got you here? So let's go my right to my left. Is that okay?
Yeah, so Naz Al Jafari, Chief Medical Officer of DNA Health.
the best way I describe it is that we use a medical approach based on best available evidence that we have right now to help people live better and longer. We now have 6 clinics just in the UAE. And I actually started off as a family physician or a GP in the UK and quickly realized that there's got to be a better way of caring for people, and stumbled upon functional medicine. And this was, say, 12, 13 years ago when this sort of practice was considered witchcraft and the system wasn't set up for it in the UK. So came over to the shores in the UAE and never really envisaged having my own clinics. Thought I'd probably just slot into a bigger facility and just provide better quality care for people. So yeah, sort of I need to pinch myself every now and again, but we just keep going.
Yes, it's better this way. Really quickly, who is your favorite, functional medicine guru? If you had to pick one.
Yeah, you see, I wouldn't pigeon myself with one person, but pigeonhole, I should say. But I think Jeff Bland, one of the originals. The thing that I don't like about a lot of the current crop is they just become a bit compromised and commercial very early on.
Oh yeah.
Okay, hello everyone. So nice to be here today in Abu Dhabi. My name is Dr. Elena Saranova. I'm the founder and CEO of NMN Bio, which is a longevity supplement company that I started after my PhD in the UK at the University of Birmingham, because my PhD project was actually a very fortunate choice of a project. It was on neurodegeneration and stem cell biology. And what we did is it was an unbiased metabolomics approach to see what contributes to neurodegeneration. So long story short, the biggest hits in that unbiased metabolomic screen were NAD metabolites. So this is how I got into NAD metabolism, basically, and I saw how efficient they are in the work that we were doing in the research. And then I realized a couple of companies out there are already selling NAD boosters back in 2019 as food supplements. So I said, you know what? I already can see what effect they can have on my cells in the lab. So let me just try this out as a food supplement myself, because I was always fascinated by supplements. And then I bought some NMN, and then 2 days later I wasn't tired anymore, which was very surprising, because I was experimenting with supplements my whole life and I've never felt such an effect myself. And then long story short, after a few months of researching this more, I realized there is a real need to have a reliable supplier for NAD boosters basically on the market, because I would email other companies, they would never reply, no customer support, no certificates of analysis. And I said, there has to be a better way for myself and my family. And this is how I founded NMN Bio back in 2020. And now this year we are the biggest supplier of NMN in the UAE market. We hold over 70% of the market here. We're in all the Aster pharmacies, Benzina pharmacies, Dubai duty free. So retailers across the world in UAE, but also in the UK. We just launched with Boots, stock NMN Bio as their preferred longevity supplement range supplier.
Amazing. And just really quickly, do you guys manufacture it here, or where is it manufactured?
Everything is manufactured in the UK, because we don't compete on price, we compete on quality.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Hello, everybody. My name is Harut. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Blue Scorpion. And my background is in business and human physiology, biomechanics, sports performance. So it's kind of cool that to know a lot of people in this space are coming with health and wellness, exercise science background. But my journey is with Blue Scorpion. What we're doing is we are changing the way we approach inflammation through Blue Scorpion venom peptides. And we actually have a product already in the market, first and only of its kind, that's FDA listed. It is a homeopathic natural product, and we are going after inflammation, the number one problem that we have in the health space. Now, our product can be used for systemic inflammation. It can be used for any kind of symptom relief that's associated with systemic inflammation. On top of that, integrative medicine. So, for example, if you're doing modalities of stem cell or any kind of regenerative treatments, managing inflammation is always going to give you better results. So we have that approach, and then also fitness, lifestyle, optimization, things like that. So our goal is to basically have an alternative natural product that really works, and we're excited to validate the efficacy of it in real time in front of the entire world.
Let's go.
Let's go. We're excited.
Awesome.
And
no, go for it.
I was going to say, and we have I'm a competitive athlete, so we have that background. Same thing with my partner. So we're very competitive, and we're excited to finally, after collectively 20 years of this entire journey with our, chief scientist, Dr. Arthur, that's been studying blue scorpion peptides since 2003, to in the last 10 years to now having the product in the market, and now having a Web 2 side and a Web 3, a complete true ecosystem. I mean, now we're ready to kick ass and take names.
Hell yeah. Awesome. So the title of this panel has the word biohacking in it. So I would love to hear from each of you guys, what does that mean to you? Is it a real word? Does it have a definition? And, if it exists, how does it differ from something like functional medicine or medicine?
Yeah, I mean, I don't particularly like the term. I think it has connotations that imply that you can substitute hard work for a quick fix, and health is hard work, as we all know. That's not to say that you can't use these typical adjuncts that people relate to when you're talking about biohacking to enhance maybe how you're feeling and how you're doing, say, cognitive and physically. But for me, I think the real biohack is starting from sort of accumulating sort of multi-level data to sort of establish a baseline on yourself, and then applying or understanding what's needed, and then applying a precision medicine approach that's based on the best available evidence that we have right now, tracking your parameters longitudinally and continuing to make changes to achieve better health. So for me, that's what biohacking is.
Amazing. Love that.
For me, I think biohacking is tuning in your own system in real time, because I think what we see with conventional medicine is just oriented towards pretty much palliative care after you've had a diagnosis, for example. So there is not much focus on prevention, but with biohacking it's the other way around. So for example, chronic inflammation, right? So this we actually have a term, inflammaging, right? So this is one of the hallmarks of aging, and it does start happening after the age of 30. So what do you do to offset that, right? And this is where the citizen science comes in, and we start searching for a solution to actually prevent the problems before happening. So I think that biohacking is a more, let's say, decentralized approach to health, and everyone is in charge.
Love that.
Ditto.
Works for me. I think that's pretty well
said. Yeah, I mean, ditto. I mean, I don't know what else to say, but in my own couple extra words is really optimizing your personal performance, whatever that may be, doing the right things, and then using, like gentleman said, is using, modern medicine to really tap into the additional layers that you thought you didn't have. So, and why our product, I believe, is the #1 foundational biohacking tool is because it's foundational. If you're going to manage inflammaging, you're going to need Blue Scorpion pain and inflammation relief, cellular inflammation management. Then you can vertically build on top of it and optimize and really reach your true potential. So yeah.
Amazing. So just to kind of like thread all of these different definitions together, biohacking is, monitoring yourself in real time, kind of almost looking at yourself as a machine that has all of these signals that you can read. And, regardless of whether you have a disease or not, just always trying to reach some sort of optimal and kind of chase that in real time, regardless of, whether medicine has decided you have a diagnosis or not. Great. So Dr. Jafari, would love to turn it over to you. So you described a bit that you kind of manage your own practice. You have several clinics, but, with this idea of biohacking, it's a very general term. And, ultimately somebody is sitting at home and they decide, hey, I need to, go to a clinic for X, Y, Z or reasons. So, where you're not necessarily like treating patients who have a certain illness, why are people coming to your clinic? Are they trying to feel better? Are they trying to look better? Are they worried about something? Like, and if you could, think about just at a high level, what are your immediate kind of go-tos for each of the different things that people come to? I know it's probably super hard to get into, but I'm super curious.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the very fact that we're all sat here now kind of shows you that in recent years there's been a huge drive where kind of health and certainly longevity medicine has gone from a sort of niche pursuit to sort of a baseline requirement for a lot of people. I think there was also, a perfect storm in the, we had COVID. There was a lot of developments in the longevity space, and then you couple in social media as well. It's really just perked people's interest. But, it's led to a huge demand, but actually a lack of provision or supply of physicians and infrastructure in the place. And unfortunately, it's not something that you just can suddenly rebrand as, and a physician can start practicing. I had to almost forget what I'd learned and relearn over 10 years, and I'm still learning. So, what does that lead to in terms of what comes through the door? I think there's 3 buckets. There's, of course, the kind of die-hard longevity client who is just carte blanche to, at the end of the year, they just want to be better, and they'll allow you to do whatever you want to do from a testing and intervention perspective. And that's good fun.
Lab rats.
Essentially, willingly. And then there's a big cohort who come with problems that aren't handled very well in the traditional system. So often multi-system or multi-system disorders that present with symptoms and signs across various systems that often are just given very, very vague terms or syndromes that are just descriptions of symptoms that, as I said, aren't handled very well. And we just essentially utilize the best available testing that unfortunately isn't necessarily available in a lot of clinics or hospitals to get a
People that are aware how the hack your people style that as a just like a consumer, but how you like what is unlocks you to yourself.
or just say, you can do So,
That's what we're excited about. Next up, my name is Becky. Everything was awesome. I don't want to share and personally and a lot of broken mechanisms designs all and they were thankfully, but it's just kind of in this video, more speaking much better, and so I think this is going to be Steve, which is both panels, no idea how to do this perform, and figure that. And this is actually also as a buyer and your kids should be and so all major high levels of I think we're that the overseeing all these things holding accountable and also the consumers and the so now is basically on the left, x-axis is healthcare measure, y-axis is life expectancy. And so this is people like technology improvement, our perspective on and you know, probably a big guy for and because these unfortunately so you have simple being results in decentralizing. So centralization, for example, decentralization where anyone can go anywhere. That's very scary, but the problem is number one, these but the second part is 60% are fake. So and so really absolutely are being caused. And so what is the people need to trust their you know it's going strict the ones who are used accurate people are the questions who is the most you probably heard from Dr. Department this chat bodies of these tools where I pay for if you're selected and you know it basically but there's there because the guys see and the more consumers are going to use AI that's true in the actually where everything comes up. So before such that AI was the problem that was for the question. So we believe this is the future where you know they can do things to do the they could be doing that for and to back to the so what we realized we were building actually stores that be for all involved. And the things we thought who need to subject themselves to regular for the systems. And because all the testing and so those installs were we offer that we test it so yeah truly and believe in the possibility or products there's still some ability to get out and what the boss actually does to people. And so and also if you turn their get some also so for so when it starts to perform these scientists is
That's the all the changes and so it's the procedure the more advanced thing so the key word is here, which just we apply the results back from the combination, and so far that's for the so ultimately and which basically the first time the same protocol and so that's so basically role to get the product for free and yeah, basically the I think you do that for me to do process. So before we launched that 3 years and once it's approved, that's also after we run studies for is to be like the FDA for and if the vendor understand the concept which is that and their customers. And it's the brand and the customers. So our tokens become this economic value where we have the and the trust the customers and the customers deliver. So no so this is because we we're really optimal. So if something good on your and we can hopefully share even as well. All of the and is and so this is really what we see optimal for it doesn't just become about and shilling. It really, bottoms out at the quality of the data that the products can generate. Brands can build goodwill by running studies on their products in an industry where goodwill is certainly lacking, like health and wellness. And brand coins can create an economic alignment between the communities and the brand tokens. So with that, would love to thank our community. We have a massive community, 13,000 traders. None of this could be possible without them. I wanted to give a huge shout out to them. And yeah, thank you all so much for the attention.
Thank you, Benji. Great to have you on stage. Okay, next up, we have a fireside chat with Simon and Aaron, who will be chatting. I actually don't know what the talk's about.
The next wave of scientific markets.
Perfect. You heard it here.
And no one better to do it with other than the Chief Innovation Officer of, thank you, of XLPi, which is a Hong Kong Stock Exchange listed multi-billion dollar market cap company, actually a trailblazer in AI drug discovery and other things, which I will ask Simon to sort of better tell effectively the story. But yeah, I think like a great place to effectively start is like, it's a big organization that you run. It's still, I mean, you have incredible investors, Google, Tencent, Sequoia, like all these, and and you're publicly listed now. But I'd love to hear a little bit about like, firstly, your background, what you do on the company, and then also like the whole Genesis story, because it also did have a little bit of names, which was CrystalPi, now XLPi, etc. And you also have some very famed drugs in the market, some that are really, really well known.
Yeah. So first, I would like to thank Molecule and Bioprotocol for holding this wonderful event. I have been here all day and really enjoyed every talk and every panel. And thank you everyone for having me here. So I'm Simon. I'm from XLPi. As Aaron just mentioned, XLPi, we are a China-based company and we got listed in Hong Kong exchange last year. So we're doing AI plus robotics. We use this like cross-border technologies to help drug discovery and new materials discoveries and something like that, etc. So so for our company, the whole journey started in Boston, Massachusetts, in MIT. It's the campus of MIT. Three of our co-founders, I'm not one of them, I joined afterwards. So three of our co-founders, they are, I would say, schoolmates in MIT, and they're trying to find, they are all in quantum physics. They're all quantum physics scientists, and they're trying to figure out what they can do using their science findings, right? So one of the idea is to do the drug discovery. And the first algorithm we have is called CSP. It's called Crystal Stability Prediction. That's why we name our company Crystal Pi. And Crystal is kind of not innovation enough, I think. So we modified a little bit to Xtal Pi. That was the name, as you asked, where the name come from. So in 2014, we started doing the CSP. And this is still I would say, our killer algorithm. We are at the top of the world for doing the crystal stability tests. And for this, when the COVID happened, Pfizer want to do some drugs like efficiently in very fast pace. So they ask us to do the CSP, to do the crystal stability test, and we run it for them. That's what makes the Paxlovid today, as you guys might know. So after we developed the CSP, I think our co-founders just think like the CSP is too narrow in the drug discovery world because the drug is very long pipeline. You have a very long time. You know the 2 10s discipline, like you need 10 years and $1 billion in investment to do a new drug, to bring a new drug to the market. So it's a very long process in the whole drug discovery industry, and the CSP is only one very small part of it. So we start to develop on this point, and to embrace all the technologies to do the drug discovery. So for now, we basically can do drug discovery using AI models and robotics from the target identification till the preclinical trial. So we have models for all of that. And very interesting point is, like, after we do the algorithms, we find one key point to do the drug, or say one key bottlenecks to do the drug discovery AI models is the data. Because the data, there are too many gaps in the data, and there are too many walls between the I would say companies or institutions who do the researches. There are high walls between them, and when we want to train the model, we cannot find the data from that we can use from all over the world. So we decided we need to do that by our own, and we built our first robotic labs or automated labs in Shenzhen, a border city near Hong Kong in China. So it was in 2020 during the COVID. So we started to build this robotic labs, and now we have more than 200 robots working for us 24/7 to do the chemical experiment. And the outcome of the robot experiments is it can produce data. It's like a data factory. So we can get data from our own, and we can train the model based on the data. So it is precise and very efficient.
I mean, that's a lot of automation, which is extraordinary because, I guess data is the constraining factor. I mean, we connected over the sort of ethos of DeSci, and, you and the rest of your colleagues are sort of big believers in sort of a remodeling of like some parts of the ecosystem. Just taking like the data part, for example, how do you think we can gather better data to help train models to help develop like more effective like healthcare solutions and things like that? Is there a world where like blockchain or the incentives offered through like crypto and some of the Web3 technologies really help push and advance some of those, bottlenecks that you just spoke about?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, like the biotech or say the pharmaceutical industry is a very long journey. So every part of it should have a different model aiming to deal with some target questions on that process, right? So for us, what I just mentioned, we use robots to do is to build chemical models. So the chemical models only in charge of the molecules, I would say a crystal part, right? We're still finding the cure for the disease. It's in this part. So for this model, when we thinking about the data, the reason why we use robots or automation to do the data is because robots is precise. Is for those of you who ever do any chemical experiments, when you see one drop of some liquid, one drop could be 0.2 milliliter, it could be 0.15 milliliter. It depends on so many things. But for the robots, the one drop is one drop. It's very precise. So under this precision, you can have the most obviously valuable data. You can maximum the efficiency of your data on that. That's why we use robots to do that. And other than that, because as you mentioned, like the longevity part or say the human part, also if we want to use AI to tackle some of these questions, you need to have data from you need to gather data from the people, which might be sensitive, which might be regulated. So I think DeSci might play a great role in dealing with this kind of data. Yes, that's why we really want to dig deeper into this field.
And I mean, really delighted to like have the collaborations and the interest that you're effectively showing within the DeSci ecosystem. One thing I find interesting is you've got this big technology platform. You're just not doing disease-based therapeutics. Like you've just released a consumer product that's super interesting, or modeled, effectively model one. There's the stuff in material sciences and industrial applications. Like, do you want to speak a little bit more about the aspiring breadth that you have, which sort of sits exclusively outside of just like disease-based therapeutics?
Yeah, for sure. So again, pharmaceutical is long, but our technology, or say the chemical part, or the what AI can help, what our AI model can help is basically before the clinic, and all the, I would say, cosmetics or the consumer goods, they don't need clinic trial. They just do the toxic test and they're ready to get into the market. So that's why we kind of put some of our effort in the consumer goods or the cosmetics part. And now we have some hair grow shampoo, hair grow thing. We have the skincare things. We just start to doing this kind of things, and we're using our models to develop some new material, new ingredient inside of it, and we develop product based on the new ingredient. Yeah, so that's basically how it works.
I mean, just for, a sort of comment in relation to that is to think that technology that was used to develop and refine like one of the top COVID drugs in the world was delivered across a whole bunch of people, that now that technology is being pointed in consumer health applications and things of the sort, where some of the talks earlier we were talking about, like to ensure that we've got real science, real rigor around the products that are effectively getting to the consumer markets. It's such a welcome thing to effectively see the way that you're applying your technology.
Yeah, also there's another thing, because when we are using AI to do the drug discovery, we can see the efficiency of our part, of the research part is maximized. It's very fast, but the bottleneck is the funding part, because the clinical trial still needs decades. You still need to wait decades to get your investment back if you're still doing the drug thing. But for the cosmetics part, it is better. It's much better, because you don't need to wait for decades for the product to get into market. You've done your research, your product can be ready in 1 year. So it's very fast. But I think with the DeSci, with the fundraising methods as DeSci, the drug discovery part can also, this bottleneck of fundraising in the AI era can also be tackled.
Yeah, which is, I think a really interesting matter of collaboration, because I can see, a really highly capable platform. And then also on the other side, you've got like, what do people really want to see in terms of how that's effectively applied? And so you sort of, I guess in the traditional drug development world, the researchers were really far away from the patients. And it happened to be like, either grant organizations or VCs that sat along the way, and then you had, the search and evaluation teams from pharma. And so, it was like a game. It was a game of like sort of like whispers where people got along, and you hopefully that message was passed right in along the value chain. Whereas here, I think that there's a much better orchestration mechanism, which sort of means that everyone can come together, and then you can have that true degree of alignment. But I just want to ask you about real world assets and RWAs. Like, there is a lot of talk out in Asia about RWAs at the moment, and we've explored the space in terms of intellectual property RWAs and associated royalties. I guess this has come out of like stable coins effectively becoming of interest. But I mean, how significant do you think RWAs could be for biopharma and the R&D industry?
Super. I would say super, because that's why we are very eager to get into this field, because RWA is, obviously pharmaceutical assets is one of the very crucial RWA, I think, in the market right now, because first, it is a real asset. It is real world. It can generate revenue in the future. Secondly, different from the real world asset we are looking at right now, like the real estate or say bonds, they are fixed returns, right? But the drug discovery, the drugs as a real world asset, it's more like naturally VC, pro VC kind of. It has like natures like this. So in the RWA, we are thinking of RWA. So the real estate and the bonds, they are like the low risk asset, but all the crypto things, they are kind of high risk, but you need some middle risk thing. And I think the drugs can fill this gap. It can be a middle risk because it is real world. It has some back from the real world asset, and also it can generate returns, which is much more than the bonds or the real estates.
We're just sort of running up against time, and we have our next guest that will dial in a moment. But I just one sort of like last question about like, if you had a wish, like you could change, like a magic one, you could change the market structure and get all the R&D funded that you want, or there need to be simple, like a simple change. Maybe regulatory process is shorter. You don't need the confirmatory phase 3 clinical trials and things of the sort. Like, what would be the most powerful, impactful change that you would make into the ecosystem that could like really benefit what you're doing?
It's hard to think of it because the industry just changed. I would say it evolves by time. I would call it like a recurrent evolve. It evolved in this part, and this part kind of bottlenecked, and this part will be evolved later on. I think this is how the industry works. And for now, I think the bottleneck part of the drug discovery might be the clinical trial, but clinical trial is also crucial. It's also important because it is very important to the people's health, to the patient's health. We've been dealing with that. So I think the next thing that might happen is we use AI to do the clinical trial. We use AI to help the clinical trial, or we use AI to empower the clinical trial to make it more efficient and make it faster. Thus, can also speed up the whole drug discovery process.
Yeah. I mean, actually, just on that one, we had a couple talks. I mean, Benji just before, the team from Blue Scorpion, et cetera, where we're using these like incentives to like get people into running the trials. It's the human data that's effectively really, really needed. And so you think that like DeSci could help serve a way of like getting people into the trials, getting them incentivized, at least showing where they're interested and where they would participate.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
It
Amazing. I probably answered the question for you. Anyway, I'd drawn the conclusion in my mind. But any like last minute remarks, any things like that you want to share, like aspirations you've got of like the interaction with the DeSci world?
Yeah, so I just want to share another thing where we're trying to do right now. So we're trying to do we call it solopreneurship, because like in the past, in the traditional world, when you do the drug, you need a group of people. group of scientists to do everything, and you need to wait a long time to do that. But I think in the AI world, with the help of our AI model, with the help of our CRO or CDMO facilities, it can shrink the time for not only shrink the time, but also shrink the team. I would say that's the number of people you need in your team. So you need ultimately, I hope there will be some like 1% company, like you come with the idea, we do all the help in the research with our AI and robotics. We do the
hello, is it working?
We have your project. You're just a solopreneur.
It's just like you have the idea, you have the insight, and it's just cloud infrastructure that supports everything. It's sort of like it's like the they talk about it in the software world, which is the one person.
Okay, great. Yeah,
building a unicorn company where you just you could have coding agents work for you.
Yeah, I mean, for the software companies, you can already do that. But for the hard tech companies, now we cannot do that. But hopefully we can see some of the future.
Just the last remark around this is Josh Wolfso, who's the founder of World Tech VC, is like he thinks like the killer idea is like this like autonomous loop science, 24/7 science, automated, and someone sitting on a beach in the Bahamas, and it's just like they're just effectively instructing a series of agents like go and do everything, the IP filings, run all the like design experimental plans, run it, etc.
Yeah, no, I think that like this kind of startup structure will fit the DeSci structure like perfectly.
And it's going to be a wild world. Exactly. Thank you so much for your time. Incredibly insightful. We're so grateful to have you made your way here, all the way to Abu Dhabi, and thank you again.
My pleasure. Thank you, guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. Next up, we have Professor Ed Boyden from MIT. Ed actually spoke at a previous conference of ours, DeSci Berlin, and was one of our favorites. So unfortunately, even though he couldn't make it, we decided that we needed him back on. So we've invited him to come speak to us. Thank you so much, Ed.
Yes, it's great to be here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
I can start
We're going to turn volume a little bit just while we get.
Oh, great. Yeah, sorry I can't be there, and but I'm very excited to get to share with you some of the things that we're doing. Is this working, the screen share?
We can't.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Perfect. Amazing.
Okay, great.
Ed, please get going. You're good to go.
Yeah, so I lead a group at MIT that's working on technologies for controlling and repairing and increasingly trying to build computer simulations for the brain. And this has kind of been accidentally a DeSci odyssey, and I wanted to kind of talk about how going forward we would love to do on purpose what we did in the past accidentally. For me, the story begins because I trained as a physicist, and I really wanted to understand philosophy. Why are we who we are? Why do we do what we do and feel what we feel and think what we think? And the brain, which we're zooming into in this animation, of course, is the engine behind our thoughts and feelings. It makes us who we are, but it's incredibly complicated. Brain cells are gigantic objects, and yet the connections, which we can now zoom into, are nanoscale. And we are made of biomolecules. There are 20,000 genes in the human genome. We're made of countless biomolecules that are encoded by those genes. But it's worse. There's also a time dimension. If we look at the progression of Alzheimer's disease or the aging of the brain, the learning of a language, these take years, even decades. But the fastest events in the brain are very brief, millisecond timescale electrical and chemical events inside brain cells and between brain cells. So here in this animation, you can see brain cells flashing. Those are individual electrical events that occur. But of course, this is just a cartoon, right? Can we see these and control them? And then finally is heterogeneity. You know, other sciences like physics are much simpler. They have a couple things, right? Electrons, for example. But we have 20,000 genes in our genome, countless biomolecules. So from a spatial standpoint, a temporal standpoint, and a heterogeneity standpoint, biology and brain science are very complicated. Now, this is not just for philosophical interest. There's also a lot of urgent brain diseases, Alzheimer's disease, ALS, spinal cord injury. The list goes on. And none of these can be really cured. And the treatments that exist are partial and have a lot of side effects. In fact, these are some numbers that I think are actually now far worse. You know, to do a brain clinical trial could take a decade. The failure rate is like 95% or more. The cost is at least $3 billion by now. And even if you get all the way through that, I think a lot of people like to talk about regulation being in the way. But even if you make it through a regulatory process, there's a good chance that the technology or the therapy only partly works, and the side effects can be quite daunting. So I would argue that this is not because of reasons beyond the primary reason, that this is the way it is because of the complexity of the brain, the fundamental scientific complexity. Now, scientific fields do undergo revolutions. When a scientific field hits its ground truth, which I define as the list of the fundamental building blocks of how they interact, then you can really accelerate progress. Maybe nowhere has this been more successful than quantum mechanics. So in the early 20th century, people worked on quantum physics, and that directly led to the microchip. Now, the microchip, you could argue, is sort of like the DeSci democratization of physics, right? Now, anybody can do applications based upon it. In fact, you can drop out of college and start Apple, Microsoft, and Facebook, three of the biggest companies of our time. You don't see dropouts curing diseases, right? And I think it's because we have this fundamental scientific risk. But if we can make a map of the building blocks and how they interact, this is what I like to call the microchip moment. Maybe we could convert biology into a mature science, the way quantum mechanics did it for physics. So to do that, we need to build tools so we can map and control the building blocks of the brain. Control those signals I told you about, record the signals I told you about, and make a map of those molecules and wires and so forth of the brain. Now, these data sets, of course, are going to be incredibly complicated, right? Because the spatial, temporal, and heterogeneity dimensions that I told you about earlier. And that really means that we need software simulations of the brain to understand them. Now, software simulation of the brain is more than just a convenience, right? If you could simulate a brain executing a thought or an emotion, you could try to pinpoint therapeutic targets that can help us treat a disease like Alzheimer's disease or ALS or spinal cord injury much more efficaciously. You, of course, could try to probe philosophy, understand what thoughts and feelings really are, maybe even tackle consciousness. And of course, everybody's excited about AI right now, but can we really build human-like AIs that think and feel the way we do? You know, I think nobody is arguing that existing AIs work exactly the way the human brain does. But if we could get the data for human brain, maybe you could build true human-like AI. So how do we do that? How do we get these data sets? Well, I've directed this lab at MIT for the last 20 years to build these tools. And going forward, I think we're ready to start integrating them towards understanding the brain at this ground truth level. Let me tell you about some of these tools. First, let's talk about space. So brain cells are gigantic objects, and yet the connections between brain cells and the molecules within them are nanoscale, right? How do you manage from nano to macro, right? I think we've all seen images like this, right? Brain scans. Each yellow blob is a voxel, and it contains perhaps millions to billions of brain cells, not single brain cells, right? So ideally, we could see individual cells in their functions. At the other extreme are microscopes, but even they struggle because light has a finite size or wavelength, and we can't see things much smaller than the wavelength of light. Unfortunately, the wiring of the brain and the molecules are much smaller than the wavelength of visible light. So we start taking inspiration from polymer physics. This cartoon shows baby diaper polymers being swollen by adding water. The white lines are the polymer, sodium polyacrylate. When you add water, an experiment that millions of babies do every day, then the polymer swells as the water comes in. Could we do that for our brain? So we developed this idea of what we call expansion microscopy. Let's chemically synthesize a dense spiderweb-like mesh of swallowable polymer inside a brain, winding its way in between and around the biomolecules. Do it just right and add water, and we could then make the brain bigger. And so this works. In panel B is a piece of the mouse brain, mice being commonly studied in neuroscience. Panel C is the same piece of brain tissue, a day 100 times in volume, about 4.5 times in each direction. And now we can make the swelling much bigger. We can blow things up 100 or even 1,000 times in each direction. Here's a movie showing a piece of brain tissue being swollen. It's half an hour, sped up to half a minute. We formed the baby diaper polymer in the brain earlier, and we added water about there. I hope you can see that this piece of brain tissue is growing before your very eyes. Okay. So what's happening at the nanoscale? What we think is happening is shown in this cartoon. The golden brain cell on the left is being turned into the constellation of biomolecules on the right. If two molecules were touching, they were pulled apart. And if two molecules had some distance between them, it was scaled up by a linear factor. Here's some actual data. These are brain cells from a region of the mouse brain that's involved with memory, amongst other things. And each brain cell is expressing a fluorescent protein, a glowing protein from jellyfish or coral. In the upper middle, you can see the wiring brain taken on an ordinary microscope. It's very fuzzy, right? The upper right is the same brain region, but after we expand it, and now you can cleanly resolve individual wires of the brain. Here's a movie showing a little bit of a fly-through of this brain region. And working with a nonprofit spit-out, E11 from our group, we are working on a collaborative project with E11, led by my former grad student Andrew Payne, to try to build barcodes so that every cell can get a unique color code. I hope you can see that we can see the fine wiring. Now, the expansion method works not just on the wiring of the brain, but it seems to work even on individual molecules. In gray are individual proteins, and the false color images are expansions of single proteins. This is work led by Silvio Rizzoli's group in Germany. A protein is anchored to the polymer, shattered into pieces, and the pieces are pulled apart, and then non-specifically stained. And what you see are these non-specifically stained protein shapes. So imagine you take a brain and expand it, and just match every blob to its AlphaFold prediction, let's say. Maybe you can read up a whole map of the brain. Now, the brain, of course, is not the only biological system. If you could expand things and map the brain, why not map cancer? We were in a collaboration to try to see if we could do early cancer diagnosis. Now, 7 out of the 10 leading causes of death, if you can catch them earlier, you can save more lives. But early in a disease, the changes are really small. They're hard to see. For example, early in breast cancer, there's a stage where doctors disagree half the time, 50-50, the coin flip on the diagnosis. Is it cancer or is it not? We convened a team of pathologists and we expanded actual human breast cancer biopsies. When the doctors looked at the expanded samples, they were able to train a machine learning classifier to be much more accurate than when they gauged the unexpanded samples, as shown in the bottom part of the slide. So one exciting possibility is that early in a disease, when it's visually very difficult to know what's going on, maybe we can make those invisible changes more visible. Expansion microscopy, as we call it, is now 10 years old, and we've disseminated it to thousands of basic science groups in academia. On the left here, a group has pointed out that they've studied malaria in Ghana. Expansion is the best tool we have. On the right-hand side, Yongshin Zhao, Professor Carnegie Mellon. Expansion microscopy is so easy, even my 9-year-old kid can do it. So we share all of our tools as freely as possible. We truly do believe in democratization of science. And not only is this experimental technique maybe the cheapest way of doing nanoimaging, but for many applications, it might actually be the best or one of the best. That's space. What about time? How do you deal with the high-speed activity of the brain? Well, expansion microscopy is not going to work on a living thing, right? You separate molecules from each other. It's more like for anatomy. Can we control and image the living brain? Well, I co-invented a technology that we call optogenetics. Basically, if brain cells compute with electricity, and we can install little solar panels in them that convert light to electricity, then shining light on a brain cell could turn it on or off. If you activate a brain cell, you could figure out whether it could trigger a therapeutic effect. Or if you silence a brain cell, you could see what it's needed for. This animation shows you what we did. This is an animation of a single-celled green algae. And these algae have 2 tails or flagella that let it swim around. What we did was to figure out that a gene that is converted into a protein that lets this algae sense light. We figured out that we could use this to control neurons. Now we just zoomed into the eye spot of this algae, and other pioneering basic scientists had found out that this eye spot contains light-activated proteins that convert light to electrical flux, and allow the single cell green alga to sense light and navigate. And this is where we got lucky. It turns out that this protein is encoded by a small piece of DNA, small enough that we can put it into a gene therapy vector and deliver it into the brain so that brain cells could express this gene. So to start the experiment, we started by experimenting with, for example, the mouse brain. We could take the DNA that encodes for this light-activated protein, put it into an AAV vector, an adeno-associated virus, inject the virus into the brain, and this is where we got lucky part 2. The brain cells could express the protein. This didn't have to happen, right? It's from algae. It could have been toxic. Maybe it would not have worked. And that leads us to serendipity part 3. This protein was fast enough, safe enough, and strong enough to mediate neural activity when exposed to light. When we shine light from an LED or laser on the brain cell, we could fire electrical activity, not unlike the electrical pulses that are happening right now in your brain as you hear me say these words. What can we do with this? Well, we can study the brain, and we can also try to heal the brain. So here's an example, which we did with a lab led by Chris Riello to look at dopamine neurons. These are neurons that, when we activate them with light, we hypothesize could drive learning or reward. Dopamine is often talked about as the pleasure center of the brain, but of course, everything's more complicated in reality, right? We made these brain cells sensitive to light activation. We implanted an optical fiber in the brain aimed at these cells. Whenever a mouse poked its nose into a little portal on the right, it would get a pulse of light. When it poked its nose into the portal on the left, nothing would happen. And here's the data. The mouse pokes its nose, gets a pulse of light, pokes its nose again, gets another pulse of light. I think you see the pattern. This mouse is working for light. So we can use this technology to prove that activating a set of brain cells is sufficient to make the brain do more of what it was just doing. What about using it in the brain itself? Well, here's a blind mouse. Millions of people have mutations like this mouse's mutation, and they've lost the photoreceptors in their eyes, the light-sensing cells. This mouse is in a water maze. The water maze has 6 arms. As the mouse navigates, it's trying to find a platform and can crawl out of the water because mice like to swim, but they like to sit and do nothing even more. So there the mouse just found the platform and crawled out. But it's not using vision to do that, right? It has to do a brute force search. Okay, so these mice are blind, they've lost their photoreceptors. What if we could take our light-activated protein and put it into the spared cells of the eye? The photoreceptors have died off, but the rest of the eye is still there. Well, this is what we did. This mouse was blind a few weeks before, got 1 gene therapy vector dose of the light-activated protein gene, and now the spared cells of the eye have been converted to a camera. It can now learn to see again and to navigate to the platform. Now, for many years, this is a scientific curiosity, but a couple summers ago, a brave team in Europe, led by Dr. Rosca and Jose Alasahal, started a human trial. They took blind patients like this man and did a single gene therapy dose with our light-activated protein gene and put it into one eye, leaving the other eye as a control. He was able to see household objects like these cups. He could see doors in a hallway or lines of a crosswalk. Not perfect vision. He had trouble recognizing faces, for example, but still a huge advance. And many people work on making more advanced versions now. We can make the light projection more precise, working with Valentina Miliani. She was the pioneer of holographic optogenetics. We can build holographic optics that project basically 3D sculptures of light into the brain. And then we could try to, as some of my colleagues like to say, play the brain like a piano. We can dial in activity in 3D patterns. We can also try to study the brain with these tools, and our hope is that we can eventually make simulations of a human brain, but let's validate the approach on small brains, starting with worms and fish and then mice. So we've shown that we can adapt these tools to these smaller brains. Here we adapted the expansion protocol for the larval zebrafish brain with 100,000 neurons. We've also done it for the worm C. elegans with 302 neurons. I've also been working on ways to image the neural activity of entire small brains. For example, we can build very fast microscopes that can survey neural activity across the entire brain of these small animals. So here we are building a very fast microscope that can scan the voltage of individual neurons across the whole brain. So this is sort of the opposite the light activation I mentioned earlier. Now we're asking neurons to fluoresce or to emit light. And that's what we can do now. We can scan this brain 200 times a second, and each cell that will glow with light in proportion to its neural activity. So what you see here look like electrical traces, but they're not. We're imaging these glowing cells, and the glowing is proportional to the electrical activity. So if we can image all the activity across the brain, control it with holographic optogenetics, where we use the light-activated proteins to mediate optical control of the neurons, and then use expansion microscopy to make a map of the brain, maybe we can make a model of the brain. So with a growing cast of characters listed at the bottom of the slide, our aim is to make dynamical maps of the brain, shown in blue in the upper left, make molecular maps of the brain, shown in gold in the lower left, and then make three kinds of models. Black box deep learning models, shown in pink, where we learn just from activity how to predict more activity. Bottom-up physiology models, shown in purple in the lower right, where we learn how to project activity from molecules. And then inferential models to stitch these layers together, shown in green in the middle. Our goal is to solve eventually the human brain, but we're starting to validate our procedure on smaller brains, starting with worms, fish, and mice, but our hope is to scale as fast as possible. So to summarize, we built tools to map, control, and image the brain. We hope to have the first ground truth understanding of our brain, and we hope that'll help us pinpoint therapeutic targets with our models, explore how brain cells interact to create thoughts, emotions, and even consciousness. And of course, we build AI that acts more like a human brain. We're looking for supporters, collaborators, and more. We like to build this as a DeSci network and make this a global enterprise. We shared all of our tools, like the expansion tools and the light-activated proteins, with thousands of groups all over the world. Our goal is not just to democratize science, but to allow everybody to do the best possible science at the cutting edge. And recently, we've also started to talk about our group's problem-solving skills. We built all these learnable, teachable creativity skills, and we started a group blog, engineeringx.substack.com, where we're starting to also to write up our descriptions of how to do these kinds of strategies, such as this most recent article in the upper right. How do you think of every way of solving a problem, which is easier than it sounds? So in these short talks, it's not time to acknowledge all the people who led these projects. I just wanted to point out this is a truly omnidisciplinary collaborative enterprise. Our website, synthneuro.org, has more information about our work, and my email is edboyden@mit.edu. And with that, I can end, and I would love to take questions or stay in touch.
Thank you so much for that, Ed. I mean, truly inspiring work. I can also see the tenacity and persistence in terms of, the optogenetics and also what you've done in expansion microscopy and being able to actually forge or catalyze some of those breakthroughs. We're up against time, but I just want to ask one question, because this point came up 3 times. You repeatedly referenced it. It's about the point of serendipity. And, I know that we've spoken about this before, but is there prospectively a way to greater engineer serendipity in what you need in terms of advancing some of these breakthroughs? Is it a matter of resource constraint? Is it that you need prospectively a lot more sort of idea generation and concurrent testing and evaluation at the same time? So I'd just love to have you share with us the way that you think that we can actually enhance the prospects of being able to get through to some of these critical breakthroughs.
Yeah, just very briefly, I think there's 3 things that I really can be done to engineer serendipity. The first are these learnable, teachable creativity skills, like the ones that we're describing in our blog. They can be learned, and you can use them to try to think of every idea for solving a problem. The second thing is collaboration. We often collaborate all over the globe to make these kinds of things happen. I don't have time to go into detail, but maybe I should write a blog post about it. But all of our techniques, expansion microscopy, optogenetics, and so forth, were only possible because of long chains of collaborative synergy, what I like to call involuntary collaboration, where we might not even know somebody, but then we end up becoming close colleagues. And the third is indeed playfulness. And playfulness does require unbridled resources, because if somebody has to keep their nose to the grindstone to chase a short-term milestone, they're not going to be playful and try something that could be truly groundbreaking. And you could argue that all the really great biology innovations have had a big dose of playfulness, right? CRISPR was originally found in yogurt, right? The fluorescent proteins are found in jellyfish. Our tools emerge from extreme playfulness as well. But it's hard to be playful if you have milestones that are monthly or quarterly. You need to be able to really let your imagination run free.
And that is an extraordinary and amazing place to end this note. Love what we do, like push in terms of the playfulness, and then hopefully see just the fruits and rewards of that activity. But thank you again, Ed. Like really appreciate it. I know that everyone here, and there's actually a whole audience outside, effectively watching. So we're running an LED screen in the breakout area also, and then a lot of people online. But as always, incredibly insightful, really motivating, and thank you again for your time today.
Great. Yeah, let's stay in touch. I'm really excited to learn from this community and see how we can help.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Ed, and have a lovely day. Bye. Bye. Okay, amazing, guys. We are almost at the end of the day. It has been a huge day of talks. Thank you so much for sticking around. We've had about 8,000 people watch the stream. We've obviously had all of you guys. It's been really great. This, for me, has been one of my favorite DeSci conferences. I've done about, I think, 6 or 7 of them now. And one thing that I sometimes find happens is we get caught in this DeSci loop where we talk to people that we know about things that we know. And this, for me, has been a conference where we haven't done that, and we've really opened our sort of boundaries. Without further ado, we have one more panel, and then one quick little 10-minute talk from Clemens, who's going to tell us a little bit about bio, which has been the name up on the screen most of the day. But just while we're here, I also want to give a massive shout out to Aaron. He has been on stage all day, and you don't know how many countless hours he's poured into this event. It has been a mammoth task, so massive congratulations to him. Okay, can my panelists come on down?
Test. Works? 3 mics.
We can share. No, it's fine. We've got one more.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Test. Works. Nice. Good afternoon, everyone. Also to the millions watching at home, welcome. Good to be here. First of all, I think congratulations to everyone who made it this far in the conference. A lot of input, so give yourself a round of applause. Also to the panelists here. Really happy to be hosting this panel today. You see it, I guess, on the screen as well. We're talking about the intersection between AI and biotech. My name is Kevin. CPO at Molecule. So you see the logo down there on the screen. And I'm really happy to host this panel with my fellow panel guests. So without further ado, would actually like to introduce every single one of them, probably by yourself. So you're much better at doing this than me just reading it. So maybe we can start from the rest with you, Alex, and then we just take it through.
Sure. Hi, everybody. Alex Halper, president of In Silico Medicine. We're in the AI-powered biotech, discovering drugs with our AI platform, and we're also catering the AI platform to academia, big pharma, biotech industry.
Hi, guys. I'm Simon. I just introduced myself and my company, so just skip this part.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maria. I'm a product manager at Molecule, and I've been working with the team for the past 3 years, and I'm super happy to be here. Just learning from all of the researchers, new people in this space, and also the amazing, big brains that we have here doing amazing things with AI.
Cool. Thank you so much. Couldn't have said it better. I think Simon had a lot of intro today, so we skipped that. Cool. Actually, I would like with the first question to go beyond the LLM hype. So I think we've all seen how AI transforms the day-to-day, right? You even have the reference to the ChatGPT moment, an actual breakthrough for a certain technology that it gets referenced to. But without LLMs or agents or AI getting all of the initial hype. I wanted to kind of understand a bit more like how AI systems can actually underpin scientific progress. Like, how do you see this from your perspective? What do the models have capabilities that not necessarily trend on X that are just yet known, just also from your perspective? And then, of course, Maria, if you can, at the end of it, just in case for DeSci, how do we apply there?
Maybe I can start. Well, our journey with AI started when we founded the company back in 2014, almost 12 years ago. And before any LLM, before transformer architecture was published, our first work was in generative chemistry for oncology applications. And we applied Gen AI, generative adversarial autoencoder, to generate real molecules, structures that are novel and can be used for oncology applications, long before transformer and LLMs gain popularity. So even beyond LLMs, you can see the impact of traditional AI, deep learning, combined with high quality predictive modeling, physics-based approaches to accelerate drug discovery cycles. And for us, the kind of the breakthrough, the inflection point was our first program in lung fibrosis, which has just completed phase 2A study in 70 patients with lung fibrosis, and where we showed that the molecule out of our platform is not only safe, but also shows efficacy trend where patients regain lost lung volume in just 12 weeks of taking the pill, which is pretty incredible.
That's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, so for me, I think in like a language model is for sure the hype of this wave of AI, but artificial intelligence is not only about language. Artificial intelligence is intelligence. It can be everything. It need to be everything. It's not only about answers, reply to your questions or something like that. So in the chemistry or say in the science world, for example, the drug discovery is a very experiment-oriented science. We need to do a lot of experiments. So I was thinking the intelligence in the experiments are also very crucial or very important. And plus the language models we can use. There are so many tools. So I think the AI in the science world is more like an agent, like to synthesize everything, every tool you can have, and it can help the researchers to build something better.
Yeah, I think that's the way also that we're testing different AI models is in the agentic kind of workflow. So we think that, people is really exposed to LLMs, but the value that we can bring to the world is to really test specific workflows within the science development and try to make them very effective and efficient, and then try to create those POCs that show value and a proof to then build an entire, more autonomous process. And for example, within the area that we're working, we envision a way where researchers can submit data to these data rooms that are available and permissionless, and an agent can buy the token to then access the data and run some computations. So we can think of blockchain technology as a great testbed for agents to operate, and also the element of tokenizing science as kind of the currency for them to access the layer.
Thank you very much. Would you say that there's maybe one, let's say, largest misconception from scientists around AI? So you all mentioned that it's kind of like a supporting function, right? Helps you iterate shit, helps to experiment a bit. But is there something where you say like, okay, you kind of see it in a way that, there's just a bit like a misconception about how to interact with AI. Maybe it's on a day-to-day basis as well, or just overall ways of working. No misconception.
Well, I would like just to double click on what Simon said. It's not ChatGPT, life sciences, where you can evaluate the quality of the model just by simple text-based metrics. You need to do more robust experimental benchmarking of your models, go in the lab, physically make the molecules, test them. So that's a misconception, right? So the validation cycles in drug discovery in life sciences are longer intrinsically because you cannot really benchmark until you go in the lab and make the actual molecules, test them in biochemical assays and cell-based assays. So that's, I think many people don't understand that. And that's a big kind of barrier to entry for new players, right? So we need to invest time and resources into validation.
Appreciate it. Yeah, please go, Simon.
I'm thinking like some kind of misconception between the science world and non-science world. Is like the non-science world always thinking the language model or say the AI we are using, AI tools we're using right now can solve all the scientific problems or questions. And the scientists think there are too many hallucinations in the AI models. I think they are both wrong. There's some middle ground of this. And as I said, not all the AI tools we are using in the research world are large language model, and some models based on the knowledge is like knowledge-based models. They are trustful, right? They are trustworthy. So I think they are people need to. They're just different group of people. Like the scientists may be experts in chemistry, but they don't know AI pretty well. They need to know all of the fields a little bit more, I think. So I think.
Yeah, I think for my side, like I think one of those misconceptions is that AI is going to steal their jobs and replace them completely. And I am a believer that AI is here to really enhance all of us. And I think that what is important is to change the role and really see ourselves as the designers of the best AI model that we can figure it out for ourselves and for the work that we do. So there's a bunch of personalization, customization, optimization for specific tasks and workflows that should happen. And that is not going to happen unless researchers get into the role of designing these models with us.
Yeah, I mean, without AI, I will lose my job. So.
Yeah, I think it goes for a lot of different roles, right? You have to be a bit open towards AI, explore it a bit, and be able to, enhance your workflow. Otherwise, you probably get left hanging at some stage. Yeah, very much appreciate it. I do want to shift a bit the focus more towards, I guess, the scientific entrepreneurship. So I know biotech founders, and you can probably speak from your experience as well, face some of the hardest translational and commercialization challenges probably in any of the industries. Sorry, long day. So where do you see AI playing, let's say, some crucial role when it not just comes to discovery and support, but also, for example, when it comes more to the R&D process, or let's say the entrepreneurial journey in general?
Well, I would say that now is the best time to be in this space, because AI truly provides an unlock of what you can do with minimal capital. You can, like, typically big pharma and biotech industry starts with from the lab, from the experiment on the bench side. And now you can start, on the AI side first. You can model biology, chemistry, clinical stages with AI approaches and reduce the number of steps required to get into, candidate selection process for your drug program. So I think right now the capital required to enter a clinic with the molecule is significant, like orders of magnitude lower. So it's the best time to be in that space for new entrepreneurs, because AI provides a huge value add and democratizes, or makes it more affordable to go after real drug discovery programs.
Yeah, I would say AI definitely changed the structure of entrepreneurship. I was talking with one of our audience during the coffee break, and he was the early team member of Palantir, and he just told me he used the AI coder, of course, and the code that take him maybe 6 to 8 weeks to write, or the original thing is take a team to write for 6 to 8 weeks. It can be written by AI now in 10 minutes. So that's a game changer. You don't need a group of people to do the coding stuff. You just need an AI and your thoughts. You can do everything. That's in the software world, but in the science world, I think it will become true in the near future. So we have the agents. You are one very talented people with your idea in the science. You can just tell the agent, and agent will do all the research works for you, and you can just enjoy the work of the AI agents. So yeah, as I mentioned in the fireside chat just now, we have the new concept called solopreneurship. You're just one talented people. You bring your idea. We have all the services using AI and robotics, and you can be a one-person company, one-person hard tech company, and I think it's a game changer.
Yeah, I think in the similar lines and something that other previous speakers have already mentioned, I think the vision that we have, at least with Molecule and the products and platform that we're building, is that we want researchers to own their initial IP, be able to develop it. And with the help of AI, all of a sudden they become full entrepreneurs and they have the ability to define their projects in a much more effective way. So it can be commercially viable, to make sure that there's no, existing patent, or is not like extremely competitive space. They can already define their experiments in a way that the market is going to be interested on them. So we believe that it's just a fantastic tool for entrepreneurship, and also a tool for the general public to learn about the science itself. So I do also think that is a kind of two-way, where AI can also translate what the research is about in a format and in a way that others can consume, and can make science just much more accessible and much more participatory than what it is now.
I like this a lot. I think in particular, just doubling on what you both said, right? Like the speed of execution, and also I guess this one-man army is quite an interesting concept. And yeah, I think you hear this over the board, right? Now is the time to start something. Now is the time to be an entrepreneur, because it is that easy. Not that it is easy, but it's much easier than before, because you can try to, support your work streams quite a lot through AI, which is interesting. I have one more follow-up on the entrepreneur journey through AI. Have you actually seen, let's say, fellow founders as well pivot because of AI? Or was it something where they had an initial sketch out, maybe an existing company that you kind of worked with that changed their business model drastically because of AI, or haven't even started their business because of it?
Right now, it's hard to find top 20 like pharma company that doesn't have AI on the front page, right? So it's been like a pivot for everybody. Yeah, in terms of like smaller startups, we saw a flurry of those, especially like a few years ago. There were like thousands of AI drug discovery companies. The industry has consolidated a bit since then, but we still see new kind of newcomers that embrace AI and focus on specific modalities, therapeutic modalities. Yeah, I think nowadays, if you don't have like the AI component, it's really hard to, even be seen as like investable, right? So everybody and it's not unfounded, right? So you actually see value that AI brings in many of those niche areas. So yeah, it's almost a must to have it.
Yeah, I think that was for blockchain for some time as well.
Yeah, just want to echo what Alex just talked about. So the environment has been changed by AI. Like people may not notice that, but when you use a software, like you use Instagram, you use TikTok, the algorithm, the recommendation algorithm is based on AI, right? So it is not like what we wanted or not, but it's happening. It changed your life. I think it might be similar in the future in the science world.
And yeah, from me, it's just seeing the space, like the crypto space. We're not launching any agent token now is one of those really big categories, right? And the same thing for us. Just a few years ago, we weren't launching agentic, like Aubrey, just that we weren't launching AI projects. Now we have, scientific-led people-led project and also agent-led projects. So we're already seeing that that's like happening across the board, and especially like now Bio specifically has a launchpad that can enable agents to launch, right? And we do have, for example, a platform that is capable of programmatically feed information from an agent into a data room that other people can consume. So I think we're just seeing the transformation of that, and we're all kind of exploring and testing and having fun with the technology the best we can to learn from it.
Perfect, thank you. I want to steer the conversation a bit more into the data side of things. So I think you've already touched upon this, Simon, in your prior talk. Of course, you need the data all powering all of this, right? The models being trained on proprietary data, I guess instances as well, that can be in competitive edge, right? So if you look at Aubrey, for example, it's trained on the private communications from Aubrey de Grey. So just what the project that Maria mentioned. But what I wanted to understand a bit and also think about like reproducibility crisis, siloed data sets, and also I guess dirty data is whether there is an actually data problem in science and also the accessibility, right? You touched upon this. Now you have a whole factory generating data in Hong Kong right now. So yeah, just wanted to get your talks about this. How do you see, how does it get solved? Like, how do we make data more accessible? Maybe you don't even want to do that, right? But like, what's your take on this?
Well, as many people like to say these days, data is a new oil, right? So public data sources have been commoditized and already utilized. So a lot of goes into generating proprietary data, synthetic data these days that would differentiate newer generation of models. So focus on data generation is something truly core, I mean, to our company, and we've been generating data, proprietary data for a long time for many of our internal programs, drug discovery programs on both preclinical and clinical side. So in terms of data biases that exist, right? So you need to well, fully acknowledge it, right? So we have specific bias in terms of like population data that is available. How we do drug discovery is heavily biased towards, you know, Western data generated in the Western part of the world. And we need more initiatives on generating longitudinal data across the globe. And I think initiatives on decentralization of data generation and allowing to generate data and extract value from that data on a global scale, on the global south, is super important because we still lack the data. And this kind of notion of dirty data is also kind of you know, subjective, right? So because dirtiness of the data is a function of time, right? Data that is generated now that is considered clean can be considered dirty in 10 years, just by intrinsic like noise of the equipment used to generate it. So yeah, we're all in favor of generating more data, specifically around aging, because we truly think that aging is underlying cause of many of the diseases, and we must tackle aging process as a whole holistically, and we need more longitudinal data to track how the disease happens, the onset of disease, the progression of disease in time. So it's true, like true causality metric, right? So how disease happen in time.
Yeah. So from my side, I think my opinion is based on my I would say area of working. So our company is based in China. So in China, also I talk with some of my colleagues in Korea and Japan, or say in the East Asia, the things are pretty much similar. People care about their data. People know the data is valuable, so they keep it privacy, right? If you want to use their data, they are very sensitive. They are very defensive. Sorry, they're very defensive about their data. So when you're trying to approach to a professor in the university and say we can collaborate together to do something, you provide your data, we provide our algorithm, 90% of the time they will say no, because they think their data is more valuable than our algorithms. But the question is, if you don't use your data is worth nothing. You need to use it. So how to how to tell them like your privacy is proved, and your value of your data is extracted from the database you have. I think this is one crucial problem we need to solve, and this might be the decentralized method can help. So we're also eager to see there's some more progress or development in this area.
Nice. For me, I think my hypothesis is kind of twofold. Like the first one is, what is the sort of incentive that in our case, like many of the researchers have to give us their data? And also what is the incentive they have to bring data with a specific format, right? So that's one part. And I think that in the world that we're trying to build in, where we're incentivizing via this kind of token economy, the researcher actions that can be solved. And the other one, I think, is the feedback element that I don't think that has been built yet properly with many of these agentic flows or AI, is that when you're submitting that data, you can get an instant feedback about how that submission is or how well formatted it is. So I do think that if we create a much high intensity feedback from an AI system to the human that is submitting that dirty data, we can potentially solve it at the moment where that event is happening, instead of figuring out later after like an entire trial happened that the data isn't usable. So I think that that's one part. And the other part is the distributed network. So if you're able to run the experiment in different places at the same time with this sort of control element of feedback, you then can truly observe where the potential issues are happening with the data. Yeah, so that's why I'm like super confident that we can run these, these trials in a distributed network where researchers get incentivized to submit data and they get an automatic feedback. We can make it work, and we are trying to build that within Molecule Labs. That is the product that we're building.
Well said. Of course, I'm a bit biased towards that solution as well. No, I just want to double down. I think also crypto could play a really interesting role here in this decentralized data collection, but also the incentivization, thank you, for those people to actually submit the data. So it doesn't feel like I'm just doing a donation of my data, but rather in return have a bit of an upside in sharing this information. And training things. So maybe before going to the next question, I was going to ask, how much time do we have? Okay, then maybe I'll try to make it short. We've talked about all of the benefits of AI and the beauty on how it's going to change the industry. What's your biggest fear with regards to AI? Is there anything that you're not scared of, but is there anything that you're skeptical of? Something that is a bit, not necessarily threatening, but just a concern, I guess.
Well,
AI overlord.
Yeah, not concerned about. Well, in our space, it doesn't really matter. We have so many guardrails put in place in drug discovery, where you evaluate safety at multiple stages, efficacy at multiple stages. So those guardrails are ensuring that the AI applications are not harmful, right? So you don't. It doesn't really matter if I use my platform to generate a molecule. I can dream of the molecule in my sleep, right? If it works, it works. It goes through all the stages and is validated, and it's great. So I'm not really concerned about AI like overlord, because we have all those checks and balances. In other applications, like medical applications, AI-assisted surgery, it's more kind of a distant to potentially harmful event is closer, right? So we need to pay extra attention to those cases. But in general, I'm optimistic, and I hope that one kind of wish I have is that everybody collaborates globally, because the human health is a universal human right. We're in this boat together, like humanity, right? So everybody, gets old. And some people get disease. So we need to collaborate. We have thousands of diseases without a cure, without any treatment option. So I would encourage like global collaboration without boundaries.
Well said.
For me, in general, I would say my biggest fear of the AI is overheat, because overheat means bubble will be bursted eventually. So it doesn't matter if it's a good thing or not. If overheat happens, it will burst, and burst may harm the value of a great thing. So that's what I fear most. I hope we can like treat the AI like more, how say, like just don't hit it up to speed too fast.
Don't overhype it.
Yeah, I think for me, and this is a project I just learned about, is that we have someone in the conference that is doing our project that AI is renting humans to be able to gather data, right? So that is definitely terrifying somehow. So for me, I think it's about how do we make sure that we build the protections necessary for us humans to, be protected against agents. Agents are going to happen and they're going to develop. So it's about how do we potentially create our base agent for us, or a swarm of agent that protects our, our necessities and needs and our well-being in a way. So yeah, I'm also like quite optimistic, but I do think that they're here to outsmart us. We just need to continue to play the game and test new strategies every single step.
Thank you so much for this. Then happy to wrap this out. Thank you so much for the panelists to join us here. And yeah, on to the next one, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your role?
Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm shouting at all of you. Amazing. Okay. So for our last talk, we'll have Clemens joining us. Clemens is the Chief Technical Officer, I actually think is your official title, of Bioprotocol, and has been with Molecule and Bio for many years and has seen the journey, and has also played a huge role in Bio's growth and development. So yeah, without further ado, Clemens.
Hello. Thank you so much, Ella. Let's see if this slide, come on. Sweet. Yeah. Hey, everyone. Last one for the day, and then we are wrapping this thing up. So hope you're all still awake. Take a deep breath. All right. I'm going to speak to you a little about Bio the Launchpad, but also Bio the protocol, what we're doing, what we've been up to over the last couple of months, and then what the future holds, giving a little bit of an outlook, alpha, so-called alpha in the space. All right. I mean, what is Bio? This pulse. All right. An overview. Basically, Bio is a subset of a whole bunch of different modules. The most prominent one that is basically front and center of what people remember when they think about Bio is the Launchpad itself. So we're launching different kind of assets that can be IPTs, that can be agents that we tokenize. And then the Launchpad enables anybody to contribute to this. And from there on, the project goes onto a free market. But Bio itself is actually a lot more than just the Launchpad. There's also a lot of scientific research tooling that we're developing, such as AI agents, such as data infrastructure, that the tech team is basically helping there for all these different teams come together. So when people enter the Bio ecosystem, it's not just for the Launchpad, it's actually for profiting from all these different sets of toolings. And there also shout out to Molecule. You'll be hearing them quite often today because they're supporting this endeavor with a lot of their efforts. Then Bio is also a liquidity engine. So all these projects that launch with us, we support with liquidity. And lastly, the whole ecosystem of researchers, investors, and users can be leveraged in different ways to actually progress your project. We've already heard of a lot of different DAOs. There's actually cross-DAO collaboration or cross-project collaboration happening quite often between, for example, a Psy DAO, which is doing psychedelics research, and then also Microbiome DAO, for example, doing microbiome research. And the farther apart these projects often sound like, there's interesting cross sections that suddenly arise in them. And so that's what some of the cases that we're really proud of. And maybe having a quick look at this like map within the ecosystem, you can see here that it's been like an ever-growing network of different projects. Well, what does Bio therefore like conceptually do? It basically helps these projects come to fruition, and then these projects raise the initial capital to fund research that can lead to IP. And this IP then down the road should, if it's successful, generate proceeds which can go back into project and into the initial project that raised this capital with. Now here I've mapped out a little bit the overview between
like how a project and its IP asset could look like, but we're not just focused on IP. Like we can really do the same thing, for example, for like real world assets. Let's say there's a supplement that is already being produced. We heard, for example, from Pump Science, they're doing great work on that front right now. And a tokenization of that could, for example, lead to proceeds from such a real world product that is on the market, make its way back to the project itself and the people governing the project. And so the token holders, things that are being issued here are always the governing body. And I think that's also where the core of DeSci sits at the end. It's enabling multiple people together to govern IP, to govern products, and decide through this governance what, for example, proceeds, what the products are being used for. Now, coming now to the launchpad aspects of it, like why in the first case create a launchpad? Like what is it used for? At the end, it's a shelling point where people who are interested in certain, like with their capital in certain projects can actually find a list of all of the things happening in a certain dimension. So in our case, it's a lot of biotech and scientific research. You also find in the cryptosphere a lot of different other launchpads. And so it is really about bundling the interest from the demand side and getting also the best deals for the supply side, which is projects that want to raise funds for their endeavors. Now, a launchpad can work in different ways. This is how the Bio Launchpad works. The Bio Launchpad that we've kind of been iterating over and trying to improve. And this iteration, as a caveat, will never be complete. There's always things to optimize. And so we're sure that the Bio Launchpad will evolve over time, but the current setting that we've settled on is a standardized low cap raises that fuel the initial funding for the research, but then follow on funding coming through milestones. And I will show a little bit how these like milestone payouts are being generated as a project progresses in a second. Now, for bio token holders, these projects also give a certain share of their tokenomics of the tokens to bio stakers, which then basically earn passively with their bio the tokens that are being launched on there. And then the growth loop here happens that every project that comes onto bio profits from all of the marketing and the interest that previous projects have generated, because these users that came in to actually use the launchpad in the past might now come back to actually see what's new, what doesn't make sense to participate in. And maybe there's another research angle, another healthcare project that they actually care about that they would like to support. All right, now the Launchpad, as said, went through several iterations, and what we're currently working on is a lot of standardization. And this comes because in two flavors, or for two reasons. Because A, standardization is really important for the market to understand like what it actually they're contributing to here. If anyone has ever worked with tokenomics, it can be a handful to just wrap your head around all of the different metrics and the different things that contribute to it. We're trying to standardize this so the market itself can actually have a very easy way to grasp the success of one project compared with the success of another one. And so here's, we're building basically a tool where people can select the launch mechanic that they want to use. We are showing here currently a structure of 3 different tiers, but we're expanding them and tweaking them here and there to allow also projects that basically want to deviate slightly from the standard to launch with us. Now, continuing here, let's move on to like the important part, and that's the milestone payout. Because when you look at these initial fundraisers here, you always need to think that only a part of that can go initially into research. Another part actually needs to help make the market at the first place, where on secondary market, the token can then be traded. And so a large part of the income of any project as it matures will be coming through the milestone payouts. And the milestone payouts basically work in a way where there's different, you can think of like their liquidity positions, but you can think of limit sell orders across sitting at certain valuations of these projects that then automatically through the magic of DeFi and market makers get liquidated. And as it progresses across them, they can be pulled, and the underlying tokens that come out of it can be given to the team. And so the upside there is that over, let's say, a couple of years, if the project is showing, for example, successful data, or they start actually creating a product and selling it on market, and they're generating traction with commercial or retail traction, they can continuously raise more money as the FDV progresses. Now, these milestones are purely FDV based. And of course, there's some criticism there where one could say, but does the success of a project always reflect perfectly in the FDV? And of course, that is not always the case, because it depends on like how much people are aware of you and your project. And so therefore, and how well you're able to market also your success. And so therefore, we're also working again with the team of Molecule currently at a combination of systems where milestones might be paired partially on the success on markets, but also based on your success in actually contributing data to the research project. So one thing that maybe people in the pharmaceutical industry are quite familiar with, data doesn't like to be shared as soon as it's negative when it comes to an endpoint. And so in this way, if you're, for example, incentivizing people to actually share the data, doesn't matter what the outcome is, because you're reaching a certain milestone that is allowing you a payout, you basically create an incentive to always share the data of an outcome of a research project. And so this is something that is, in our opinion, extremely important, because it enables the creation of failure databases, where basically on all this like data of failed experiments, you can now aggregate that and help other projects not make the same mistakes. And there's inherent value in that, because therefore we are not replicating over and over the same research products. Okay, now as said, the Bio Launchpad has gone through different iterations. We are now in season 2, and maybe just highlighting a little bit what season 2 is about. As a lot of the guests here are scientists and investors, I will explain some of the terminology here in a sec. But the season 2 basically was targeting a couple of problems that we saw in season 1, and that was an overallocation of BioXP to ecosystem tokens, so tokens that came out of the ecosystem and were staked on the Launchpad. Yapping, which basically mean tweeting or any other social engagement, was rewarded for a time with XP, but it was really hard to track for us what was actually genuine and what was farmed or botted content. And then biostaking incentives were too low. So the incentives that actually for people which were holding the ecosystem token bio, actually staking that on the Launchpad. Now we've changed this with an airdrop incentive that we're just actually finalizing right now. People have been waiting this for a while. And latest next week, we'll be rolling out the first airdrops for the past projects that have raised in the season 2 with us. Now, that in addition to that, bio staking will actually also give you most of the XP in the future. I'm not going to go into depth on how this like leveling system works. The simple answer is, if you're staking bio, you're basically always getting the best rate, and if you're staking any other token, you're also getting an additional bonus on all these other tokens. All right, now for the crowd here. What does this mean? What is staking? What is BioXP, right? So we basically face one problem when you're doing these launches. And the problem is, how do you allocate basically the buy pressure if a certain launch is oversubscribed? Let's say you want to raise 50K, but there's 200K of capital that tries to actually give you that. One way to do it is pro rata. Basically, everybody gets something based on like what's the share of the 200K that they put in. But this is susceptible to whales. Basically, if they see that there's a huge amount of capital that is being allocated to the launch, they can just basically take a lot of capital, putting it on top, and increase their share. And it also sidelines any other contribution to the network other than just capital. And so for that, BioXP was created. BioXP basically is something that you can earn either through staking, basically locking your token on the platform and committing yourself to supporting the network over a certain time. And that allows you then to pledge, basically, I want to get this kind of slot in the next launch that we're doing, and then you're allocating the capital to it. So the more BioXP, the larger the slots that you can get in any kind of launch. And so when you look at here the season 2 improvements, it was really important for us to allocate larger slots, more BioXP to people who are using our token, the bio token, while not neglecting totally also the ecosystem tokens, and therefore creating another sink for the bio token and the ecosystem itself. So just to show you what this means, here's a bit of a graph on like how that would look on the bio page, as well as the leveling system. Now, what does this mean for any project that is coming to us to launch? There's already a lot of committed users with committed capital on the Launchpad, which are interested in finding the best projects to invest into or to support. And so when they, given that they already have this capital committed, any project that is then launching with us has a higher chance of actually filling, because everybody is like closely monitoring these launches because they already kind of bought into the Launchpad. And so coming back to the analogy that I gave at the start, which is the network effects that a Launchpad creates, the Schelling point where demand and supply meets, the XP system is basically increasing that and improving that because people come back to see what is new. All right. Now, this is really just like a highlight on the Launchpad, and we'll continue improving this. Though, as said, DeSci and Bio itself is a lot more than that. And just to give you a quick overview of what's next on our side, just finishing on the Launchpad side, we have the improvements that we want to do is allowing also permissionless launches next to Bio-endorsed launches. Most of the launches that came through the Bio Launchpad in the past were actually launches that we handheld quite strongly. Like we were helping them understand like how to position, and we help them also like how to communicate their angle. But this also creates like a bottleneck where a lot of projects obviously can't get listed because we only have that many hands to support other projects. And so it's very important for us to actually allow anybody to launch in the future with us. And so we will be creating a separation for permissionless launches that can just use a standardized launch example and just use this to go, while we still continue helping some of these projects, because if we're honest, there's just a lot of researchers with brilliant ideas that need a hand or two to understand how Web3 works, how the mechanism work. And so we will need to continue helping the best of these people with their launches. The second thing is chain expansion. We already had a couple of people here today on the stage, for example, from BNB. We're really eager to expand into that area for many reasons. One of them is obviously that the BNB connected to Binance has a huge footprint in the Southeast Asian and Asian markets, where we believe there's a lot of untapped potential of scientists and local communities that want to solve their local problems. And lastly, next to the Launchpad, it comes to DeSci fundamentals. At the end, all of this only works, the Launchpad, for example, if we are actually creating novel products and novel approaches to solutions that then hit consumers. And for that, we continue building out the agentic framework so that, for example, if anybody has a great idea in a certain therapeutic area, they can spin up an agent to use that to basically consume vast amount of literature and come up with the best approach for their therapeutic angle. And so let's say somebody in Thailand has a certain problem that is very local. They could spin up their own agent very quickly, collect all the research around it, and then try to basically create the best possible approach to it. Now, next to that, we think that it is really important for people to understand the connection between the projects that we're launching and the real-world products that come out of it. And so therefore, something that we've already heard Paul today hint at a little bit is that we're exploring a DeSci commerce integration, where people and projects that launch with us will very rapidly be able to also sell their products to the communities that are supporting them. And lastly, we've heard a lot about real-world assets and data assets in the past. It is very important to us to actually show the data that is underlying all of these projects. And so, again, highlighting our great partners at Molecule, they're working very hard to make it very transparent of like what data is coming out of a research project, and therefore allow anyone to consume this data and make their support decisions based on this data. And lastly, we believe that at the end, medicine in the future will be personalized medicine. What does it mean? Health and medical support must be targeted and tied to your own profile, because at the end, what might work for one person does not work for the other. And so also here, we're working diligently on a concept where patients can actually aggregate their data into patient pods and use that to make their data accessible to certain projects that they want to support across the ecosystem, enabling therefore patients to contribute not only in that form their support in form of capital, but also through data or even through their time by participating in a decentralized trial. And so all of this comes back to building the foundations to build a strong science and DeSci ecosystem. If we build these Legos, these building blocks that other projects can come in and very quickly spin up to actually support their use case, from developing the product to selling the product, that will actually lead to a flourishing science and DeScience community. All right. Thanks so much for your attention. That's it for today. I would like to give a short shout out to Ella, which has been walking us through all of these presentations. Thanks so much for hosting us. And until next time, thanks everyone.
Everyone enjoy your evening. Thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.